The holographic display above Celestial Station Axiom erupted with a kaleidoscope of alien faces as every major galactic news network simultaneously broadcast the same headline. Final DLEGATIONS arrive for astral selection ceremony. A purple-skinned Nexian reporter's voice cut through the station's ambient hum, her 4 eyes blinking in synchronized excitement. History unfolds today as Princess Lyra of the Astral Dominion prepares to select her mate from representatives of the galaxy's 100 most powerful species. This union will reshape interstellar alliances for generations to come. Marcus Thomas barely glanced at the broadcast as he maneuvered through the station's maintenance tunnels, the familiar weight of his tool harness pressing against his shoulders. The news was impossible to escape even here in the guts of the station, where recycled air carried the metallic tang of coolant, and the walls thrummed with the heartbeat of environmental systems. Recalibrating oxygen mix for Section 47 Alpha, he muttered into his comm unit, fingers dancing across the diagnostic panel. The system responded with a series of satisfying clicks and whirs as atmosphere regulators adjusted to accommodate the diverse biological needs of the incoming delegates. A notification pinged on his wrist display, another critical system requiring attention before the ceremony. Marcus sighed, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. The irony wasn't lost on him. A human engineer ensuring the comfort of 100 alien species deemed more worthy than his own to participate in galactic politics. Humans still too primitive to send a representative, he grumbled, tightening a connection valve with more force than necessary, but apparently advanced enough to maintain your life support systems. 3 years since humanity's first contact, and they were still treated as galactic newcomers, curiosities rather than equals. Marcus had hoped this assignment to Axiom Station would give humans a chance to prove their worth. Instead, he found himself invisible, essential yet overlooked. The station's public announcement system chimed, interrupting his thoughts. Attention all personnel. Royal Vessel Astral Luminance, initiating final docking procedures. Secure all systems and clear designated arrival corridors. Across the station, in the opulent ceremonial docking bay, Princess Lyra of the Astral Dominion stood before the viewport of her royal vessel, watching as Axiom Station grew larger against the backdrop of stars. The station's vast ring structure rotated slowly, a marvel of cooperative engineering that had become the neutral ground for galactic diplomacy. Lyra's skin shimmered with suppressed emotion, the bioluminescent patterns beneath her translucent epidermis betraying the anxiety she fought to conceal. Her royal attire a flowing garment that seemed woven from liquid starlight shifted colors subtly with each breath. Your Radiance, her chief advisor, Thelius, approached with a formal bow. The final delegation manifest has been approved. All 100 species have arrived and await your presence at the opening reception. Lyra nodded, her crystalline eyes reflecting the station's lights, and the security protocols. General Vexorn will brief you personally upon arrival, Thelius replied. He insists on reviewing the procedures directly with you. Lyra turned from the viewport, her movements fluid and deliberate as royal training demanded. Very well. Only in the privacy of her thoughts could she acknowledge the dread pooling in her stomach like cold mercury. 100 potential mates, 100 political calculations. The future of the Astral Dominion, her people's very survival in an increasingly fractured galactic alliance resting on her choice. The selection ceremony was her duty. Personal desire was an indulgence the heir to the astral throne could not afford. Docking complete, Your Radiance, the ship's captain announced. Station atmosphere synchronized with astral requirements. Lyra straightened her shoulders, the bioluminescent patterns beneath her skin settling into the formal royal configuration. Prepare the entourage. The ceremonial airlock cycled open with a hiss of perfectly calibrated atmosphere, revealing a reception committee of Axiom's highest officials. Lyra stepped forward, her guards forming a precise formation around her, their crystalline armor capturing and refracting the station's light. General Vexorn stood at the forefront, his reptilian features set in a perpetual expression of vigilance. The Dracarian security chief's scales shifted subtly from green to blue as he executed a formal bow, the cybernetic enhancements at his temples pulsing with constant security feeds. Princess Lyra, Celestial Station Axiom welcomes the Astral Dominion, he intoned, voice rasping like stone against metal. Your safety is my highest priority. General Vexorn, Lyra acknowledged with the precise inclination of her head that protocol demanded for a security chief of his rank. I trust the arrangements meet with your approval. Vexorn's vertical pupils contracted. We should discuss security matters privately, Your Radiance. Minutes later, they walked the columned corridor leading to the royal quarters, Vexorn's clawed hand gesturing toward holographic security projections that materialized and dissolved around them. I've stationed additional guards at these intersections, he explained, taloned finger tracing a pattern in the air. The proximity of the Draconian Imperium and Quantum Collective delegations concerns me. Their territorial dispute in the Cygnus Reach has escalated to military posturing. The selection ceremony is protected by ancient neutrality laws, Lyra reminded him. Vexorn's scales darkened. Laws that become increasingly meaningless as alliance fractures deepen. Having representatives from all 100 species on one station is unprecedented and dangerous. You've swept for surveillance and sabotage, Lyra asked, her senses already probing the energy patterns around them. The astral ability to detect subtle energy fluctuations had evolved as both defense and diplomatic advantage. Thoroughly, Vexorn assured her. Every system has been checked, every access point monitored. Nothing escapes my attention. 17 levels below, Marcus Thomas accessed a restricted maintenance junction, his authorization codes temporarily elevated to address a critical temperature regulation failure near the royal quarters. The diagnostic panel revealed an anomalous power signature that didn't match any standard station system. That's not right, he muttered, fingers flying across the interface. The schematics shifted, revealing a section that shouldn't exist, a small device nestled within the environmental control unit, its purpose unmistakable to anyone with engineering training. Marcus's blood ran cold as the diagnostic confirmed his suspicion. The device was designed to release a colorless, odorless neurotoxin into the ventilation system, precisely calibrated to activate during the opening reception when all 100 delegates would be gathered with the princess. Oh my God, he whispered, immediately accessing the emergency protocols. But before he could trigger the station's security alert, the diagnostic panel flashed red. Someone had remotely activated a security lockdown, trapping him in the corridor section. The sabotage device's timer blinked to life, counting down. Princess Lyra paused mid-step, her head tilting slightly as she sensed an unusual energy fluctuation in the environmental systems. It was subtle, too subtle for the station's instruments to detect, but unmistakable to her astral senses. Your Radiance, Vexorn questioned, noting her sudden alertness. There's a disruption in the energy flow, she said, her bioluminescent patterns shifting to detection mode, heightening her sensitivity. Something in the environmental systems section 47. Vexorn immediately activated his security comm. Deploy a team to environmental section 47, full tactical protocol. No, Lyra countermanded, her royal authority absolute. I'll investigate personally. Your Radiance, the reception begins in 30 minutes. The delegates will wait, she finished, already moving toward the maintenance access point, her guards falling in behind her. This disruption feels intentional. Marcus worked frantically to disarm the device, sweat beading on his forehead as the corridor's emergency lights bathed everything in pulsing red. The lockdown had sealed all exits, and his attempts to communicate with security were being blocked by the same system that had trapped him. He pried open the environmental unit's casing, exposing the sabotage device, an elegant, deadly piece of technology that would disperse enough neurotoxin to kill everyone in the reception hall within seconds. "Think, Marcus," he urged himself, examining the device's configuration. "There has to be." The device activated prematurely, releasing a localized systems failure that sent cascading shutdowns through the station's environmental grid. Emergency bulkheads slammed down throughout the section, just as Princess Lyra and her guards reached the adjacent corridor. The final bulkhead sealed with a pneumatic hiss, separating Lyra from her guards and trapping her in the maintenance section with Marcus. Their eyes met across the red-lit corridor, crystalline alien eyes widening in surprise, meeting human ones dark with tenacity. "Who are you?" Lyra demanded, her royal guard training automatically shifting her into a defensive stance, her skin pulsing with warning patterns. "Marcus Thomas, environmental engineering," he answered quickly, gesturing toward the exposed device. "And unless I can disarm this in the next 90 seconds, we're both dead along with everyone at your reception." The princess assessed him with inhuman speed, her astral senses probing his energy signature for deception. Finding none, she moved forward with fluid grace. "Explain," she commanded. Outside the sealed section, General Vexorn's security team gathered, their weapons trained on the emergency bulkhead as cutting tools began slicing through the reinforced metal. "Life signs confirmed, sir," reported a security officer. "The princess is trapped inside with an unidentified human." Vexorn's scales darkened to nearly black. "A human? Impossible. None were invited to the ceremony." Station records identify him as Marcus Thomas, maintenance engineer. He accessed restricted systems moments before the failure. Vexorn's expression hardened. "The human has taken the princess hostage. Accelerate the cutting procedure and prepare to neutralize the threat." Inside, Marcus had dismantled the device's outer casing, exposing a complex network of neural triggers and chemical reservoirs. Princess Lyra watched intently, her natural energy detection abilities scanning the device. "The primary release mechanism is linked to a quantum trigger," she observed, pointing to a pulsing node. "Disrupt that connection first." Marcus glanced at her in surprise, then nodded, using his micro-tools with surgical precision. "You know your way around sabotage devices. Royal security training is comprehensive," she replied, her luminescent patterns shifting to enhance her visual acuity in the dim emergency lighting. "The neurotoxin appears calibrated for multiple species." "Someone wanted to take out as many delegates as possible," Marcus agreed, carefully severing a critical connection. The device emitted a soft whine as its primary function failed. "Along with you." The bulkhead behind them began to glow red as cutting tools from the outside started to breach the seal. "Your security team has the wrong idea," Marcus said, finishing the device's disarmament with steady hands. "They think I'm responsible." Princess Lyra studied him, her alien features unreadable to human perception. "Are you? If I wanted to assassinate you, would I be disarming the device?" He countered, setting down his tools as the neurotoxin threat neutralized. "I was doing routine maintenance when I found it." The bulkhead breached with a shower of sparks. General Vexorn's security team poured through the opening, weapons trained on Marcus. "Secure the human," Vexorn ordered, scales flaring with aggressive patterns. "He will answer for this attack on the royal person." "Stand down, General," Princess Lyra commanded, her voice carrying the unmistakable authority of astral royalty. Her bioluminescent patterns shifted to formal decree configuration, a sight rarely witnessed outside the Dominion's inner chambers. This human has prevented an assassination attempt that your security measures failed to detect. Vexorn hesitated, his weapon still trained on Marcus. Your radiance, he accessed restricted systems, caused a security breach, and discovered a sabotage device that would have killed me and all 100 delegates, she finished, her tone brooking no argument. I am invoking royal prerogative. The security team froze, recognizing the formal declaration. This human, Marcus Thomas of Earth, is hereby designated as a selection candidate, Princess Lyra announced, her skin pulsing with the unmistakable patterns of royal decree. A collective gasp rippled through the security team. Even Marcus stared in shock. Your radiance, Vexorn protested. Humans weren't invited to participate. The protocols make no distinction regarding how candidates are identified, Lyra interrupted. Only that they must be formally recognized by the royal heir before the first trial commences. Her luminescent patterns intensified. I so recognize him. The station's AI immediately responded to the royal declaration, its neutral voice echoing through the corridor. Candidate recognition accepted. Galactic selection protocol activated, registering 101 official candidates. Vexorn's scales darkened with terrifying fury. Your radiance, there is a reason humans were excluded from the selection process. The ancient prophecies are not your concern, General, Lyra cut him off sharply. Secure this sabotage device for investigation and escort us to the reception hall. The selection ceremony will proceed as planned. As they walked toward the grand reception hall, Marcus found himself suddenly flanked by royal guards, no longer as a prisoner but as an official candidate. The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on him. You didn't have to do that, he said quietly to the princess. I was just doing my job, and I am doing mine, she replied enigmatically. The astral dominion rewards those who serve it and punishes those who threaten it. The grand doors to the reception hall slid open, revealing the assembled delegates from 100 species, the most powerful gathering in the galaxy. Conversation ceased immediately as Princess Lyra entered with a human at her side. The draconian representative, a towering figure with obsidian scales and ceremonial battle ridges, stepped forward aggressively. What is the meaning of this? A human has no place among the selection candidates. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly. This human, Princess Lyra announced, her voice carrying effortlessly across the hall, discovered and neutralized an assassination attempt that would have killed everyone in this room. For his service, I have granted him candidate status. The hall erupted in outrage. The draconian representative's voice rose above the others. We reject this completely. Humans are barbaric primitives with a history of violence and genetic inferiority. He must be removed immediately. Marcus stood straight, refusing to be intimidated despite being surrounded by the galaxy's elite species. The irony wasn't lost on him, accused of barbarism by a species that had conquered 12 worlds in the last century alone. Princess Lyra raised her hand, and the hall fell silent. Her bioluminescent patterns shifted to a configuration that even the non-astral delegates recognized as significant. In light of today's events, she declared, I am altering the selection schedule. The first trial will begin immediately. She turned, surveying the room with crystalline eyes that seemed to evaluate each candidate individually. This first trial will test quick thinking and adaptability in crisis situations, qualities that may mean the difference between life and death for the astral dominion. Her gaze settled briefly on Marcus. Qualities that have already been demonstrated today. The assembled delegates shifted uneasily, unprepared for this sudden change. The selection had begun with a human candidate that no one had anticipated. The first selection trial began with a deafening klaxon that reverberated through the massive holographic simulation chamber. Marcus felt his stomach lurch as the pristine white floor beneath the 101 candidates shimmered and transformed into the interior of a sprawling space station. Warning lights pulsed crimson along curved walls that materialized around them, and the acrid scent of electrical fires filled the air. Axiom Station, experiencing cascading systems failure, announced a dispassionate AI voice. Primary life support compromised. Reactor containment destabilizing. Candidates must reach emergency evacuation point while maintaining station integrity. Marcus glanced upward through the transparent ceiling to the protected command center where Princess Lyra observed them. Even from this distance, her iridescent scales captured the emergency lighting in hypnotic patterns. Her 6 royal attendants hovered nearby, their expressions unreadable behind ceremonial masks. Around him, the other candidates were already in motion. The Quantum Collective representative, a shimmering humanoid form composed of pulsating light particles, simply phased through a malfunctioning door. The massive Draconian commander, Vexeth, smashed through a different barrier with scaled fists, his bone ridge crest flaring with competitive aggression. A holographic schematic flickered to life on Marcus's wrist device, showing the labyrinthine path ahead. Unlike the other candidates with their biological advantages or advanced technology, he had only his standard issue environmental suit and engineering knowledge. Atmospheric decompression. In Section 7, the AI warned as the floor beneath them trembled. A crystalline candidate body composed of translucent geometric structures stumbled as their crystalline legs struggled to maintain balance. While other candidates rushed forward, Marcus paused at a damaged control panel, fingers dancing across its interface. The panel's internal components were familiar, remarkably similar to the emergency systems he'd helped design for Earth's orbital platforms. "Rerouting auxiliary power," he muttered, bypassing the simulated damage. The corridor lights ahead stabilized, revealing a safer path than the one most candidates had taken. 3 sections ahead, Marcus encountered a sealed bulkhead with toxic gas billowing from ruptured conduits. 2 insectoid candidates were already unconscious on the floor, their exoskeletons twitching as the simulation mimicked neurotoxin exposure. Rather than attempting to force the door like others had, Marcus pried open a maintenance hatch, revealing a nest of color-coded cables. He quickly identified the emergency override sequence standard across most human engineering protocols and reconnected the severed lines. "This is unexpected," came Princess Lyra's voice over the chamber's observation system. "The human is utilizing the station's own systems rather than brute-forcing solutions." The bulkhead door slid open, and Marcus dragged the 2 fallen candidates into the clear air of the next section before continuing. Behind him, the Draconian commander emerged from a different corridor, his reptilian eyes narrowing at Marcus's progress. As Marcus navigated a zero-gravity section, manipulating handholds to propel himself forward, he noticed a small device attached to a crucial junction box ahead. Its blinking pattern matched no standard emergency equipment he recognized. "Sabotage," he whispered, carefully detaching the device just as a crystalline candidate entered the same section. The junction box exploded seconds after Marcus removed the device, sending shrapnel in all directions. The crystallion's translucent body couldn't maneuver quickly enough in 0G without thinking. Marcus launched himself forward, using his body to shield the crystalline being from the worst of the debris. Pain lanced across his back as several fragments penetrated his suit, but the crystallion remained intact. The being emitted a series of melodic tones that his translator rendered as gratitude. "We all get home or nobody does," Marcus replied, helping the crystallion navigate toward the next section. From the corner of his eye, Marcus caught Commander Vexeth retrieving something from another junction box. Their eyes met briefly, the Draconian's vertical pupils contracting to thin slits before he disappeared down another corridor. In the command center, Princess Lyra leaned forward, her luminescent eyes tracking Marcus's movements with increasing interest. The human shields another competitor at risk to himself, she observed to her chief advisor. Most candidates would have used the explosion to eliminate competition. Primitive compassion, the advisor replied dismissively. It will not serve him in later trials. Lyra's head frills fluttered in what those familiar with astral expressions would recognize as disagreement. Perhaps. Or perhaps we have misunderstood what constitutes advancement. As the trial progressed, Marcus encountered increasingly complex system failures, where the quantum collective representative simply phased through obstacles and the draconian commander smashed through barriers. Marcus consistently found ways to repair, bypass, or repurpose the station's existing systems. When faced with a radiation-flooded corridor, he reconfigured a maintenance drone to carry his environmental suit's radiation shield ahead of him, creating a mobile barrier that allowed safe passage. When emergency bulkheads trapped 3 candidates, he hacked into the door sequencing system rather than attempting to force them open. His approach conserves station resources, Lyra noted. The others destroy to advance. He preserves. The final challenge presented a seemingly impossible scenario, a collapsed section with no apparent path forward. The quantum collective representative simply dissipated its form to pass through microscopic gaps. Commander Vexeth had discovered an alternative route that other candidates were now following. Marcus studied the structural collapse, then spotted a pattern in the debris. The simulation had recreated a famous disaster, the Ganymede colony collapse of 2079. He'd studied the incident during his engineering training. The support structure is still intact beneath the primary debris, he muttered, locating the precise access panel that would expose the hidden maintenance tunnel just as the survivors of Ganymede had discovered. As Marcus emerged at the evacuation point, the holographic simulation dissolved around them. He'd finished third, behind only the quantum collective and Commander Vexeth. A murmur rippled through the observing dignitaries. Marcus caught fragments of outraged whispers. Humans shouldn't even be here, and mockery of sacred tradition. And technological assistance must have been provided. The post-trial reception pulsed with tension as delegates from 100 worlds clustered in the grand atrium. Crystalline structures floated overhead, changing color to match the emotional tenor of conversations below, currently a threatening deep crimson. Marcus stood alone, acutely aware of the gap other candidates maintained around him. Only the crystallian he'd protected during the trial acknowledged him with a respectful harmonic tone as they passed. Your performance was unexpected, came a melodic voice behind him. Princess Lyra had approached without her usual entourage, her iridescent scales shifting through subtle color patterns that suggested curiosity. I just did what made sense, Marcus replied, fighting the urge to bow or salute or whatever the proper protocol might be. The station was designed to be repaired, not demolished. Indeed. Her head frills rippled in what might have been amusement. Many of our most advanced species forgot that fundamental principle. Before she could continue, Security Chief Vexorn approached, his uniform displaying significantly more ceremonial medals than seemed practical. Though from the same species as Commander Vexeth, his scales were paler, suggesting either age or different regional heritage. Your luminescence, he said, bowing deeply. We've completed analysis of the sabotage device recovered during the trial. He lowered his voice. It contains technological components from multiple species, draconian power cells, crystalline focusing lenses, and quantum stabilization elements. Lyra's frills flattened against her head. Alarm, Marcus guessed. Not the work of a single faction, then. No, your luminescence. We're dealing with a conspiracy. After Vexorn departed, an elegant figure glided toward them, Madame Seliph, the royal advisor, her translucent robes floating as if underwater despite the normal gravity. A private word, your luminescence, she murmured, steering Lyra away from Marcus with practiced diplomatic grace. Marcus couldn't hear their conversation, but Lyra's color patterns shifted rapidly through what appeared to be concern, then defiance. He caught only Madame Selif's final statement as they turned. 3 influential delegations have already threatened withdrawal if a primitive species remains in the selection pool. As the reception continued, Marcus found himself approached by the Quantum Collective representative up close. Its luminous form was even more unsettling, particles of light constantly shifting to maintain a vaguely humanoid shape. "Marcus Hayes of Earth," it said, its voice coming from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. "I am Xandri, primary node of the Quantum Collective." "Congratulations on winning the trial," Marcus offered. "Irrelevant, competitions are inefficient methods of evaluation." The being's particles pulsed with what might have been amusement. "We have studied humans for decades. Your exclusion from galactic affairs was not accidental." Marcus stiffened. "What do you mean?" "Certain factions fear human potential, your adaptability, your unpredictability." The being's form rippled. "The sabotage today was merely the beginning. You represent more than yourself here, human Marcus. You represent a possibility that frightens those who prefer the galaxy's current power structure." Before Marcus could press for details, warning klaxons blared throughout the reception hall. The environmental systems display panels flashed critical alerts as the temperature plummeted and oxygen levels began dropping precipitously. "Environmental control failure in diplomatic section Alpha," announced the station AI. "Emergency protocols engaged." Marcus's blood ran cold as he recognized the pattern of system failures. "This is exactly like the Mars colony disaster of 2142, he said, rushing toward Princess Lyra. "That wasn't an accident, it was deliberate sabotage that killed 300 people." Security forces were already moving to evacuate the princess, but the rapidly dropping temperature was affecting the cold-blooded astral guards, their movements slowing dangerously. "The emergency response will follow standard protocols," Marcus told Lyra urgently. "But if this follows the Mars pattern, the evacuation routes will be compromised next." Lyra made a split-second decision. "Show me an alternative," she commanded. Marcus led her toward a maintenance access point while her guards struggled to follow. "This shaft connects to the secondary environmental systems level," he explained, prying open the panel. They entered the narrow passage just as the lights throughout the reception hall failed completely. Lyra's natural bioluminescence provided enough light for them to navigate the cramped tunnel. "My security team," she began, "will follow standard evacuation protocols," Marcus finished. "But whoever did this knows those protocols. We need to be unpredictable." As they descended through the access shaft, a powerful electromagnetic pulse rippled through the station. Their communication devices went dead instantly. "That wasn't part of the Mars colony attack," Marcus noted with growing concern. "Someone's improvising." They emerged into a maintenance level bathed in emergency red lighting. The normal hum of environmental systems was eerily absent. "We're cut off," Lyra said, her bioluminescence pulsing with what Marcus now recognized as anxiety. "Security protocols would have my guards searching primary evacuation routes first." "Which gives us time to talk," Marcus said, securing the access hatch behind them. "Because I think someone's trying to kill us both, and I'd like to know why." Lyra's frills flattened against her head. "This selection is more than political theater, Marcus. My species. We form lifelong psychic bonds with our mates. The choice I make affects not just me, but ripples through our entire civilization's empathic network. And someone doesn't want that network connected to humanity," Marcus concluded. "Or they want it connected to a specific candidate they can control," Lyra added. "A wrong choice would not only damage me personally, but could destabilize our entire civilization." They moved through the maintenance level, the chill air causing Lyra's movements to slow. Marcus removed his outer jacket and offered it to her. "Your species needs external heat sources," he observed. Isn't that a disadvantage for space travel? Our environmental technology compensates, she replied, accepting the jacket gratefully. Every species has limitations they must overcome. Humans know a lot about overcoming limitations, Marcus said. We've nearly gone extinct 17 times in our recorded history. Ice ages, pandemics, nuclear conflicts, climate collapse, each time we've adapted and survived. Lyra's luminescent eyes widened. 17 near-extinction events. How is that possible? We're stubborn, Marcus smiled grimly. And we learn from our mistakes. Eventually, he explained Earth's history of technological development without the advantages of natural abilities like the quantum collective's phase shifting or the draconian's physical power. Your greatest strength is your adaptability to change, Lyra concluded, her frills rippling with what appeared to be admiration. A noise from the corridor ahead silenced them. Marcus pulled Lyra into a recessed equipment bay as a security team passed, led by General Vexorn himself. Once they had passed, Marcus and Lyra continued through the maintenance level, eventually reaching a junction that would lead back to the secure diplomatic quarters. As they emerged, they found themselves surrounded by security forces, weapons drawn. Human Marcus Hayes, General Vexorn announced formally, you are under arrest for sabotage and attempted assassination of Her Luminescence Princess Lyra. That's absurd, Marcus protested. I was helping her escape. Evidence has been found linking you directly to both incidents, Vexorn continued implacably. Data fragments from Earth-based systems were embedded in the sabotage devices. I invoke selection proximity rights, Lyra announced suddenly, her voice carrying a formal resonance that seemed to vibrate through the very structure of the station. The security forces froze, uncertainty evident in their postures. Your luminescence, Vexorn began. The evidence is circumstantial at best, Lyra cut him off. Selection proximity rights are clear. Any candidate who has shared survival danger with the royal selector must remain in the candidate pool pending formal investigation. This law predates even our security protocols. The tension in the corridor was palpable as Vexorn struggled with the conflict between security concerns and ancient astral law. The human will remain under guard at all times, he finally conceded. Before further discussion could occur, the station's AI voice echoed through the corridor. Attention all candidates and delegates. Due to recent security breaches, the Astral Royal Selection Committee has modified the second trial parameters. All candidates will undergo the truth assessment ritual traditionally reserved for Astral Royal courts. Marcus was escorted to his quarters under heavy guard. Hours later, the luminous form of Xandri somehow bypassed his security detail, particles of light seeping through the ventilation system to reform inside his room. The truth assessment is not what it appears, the quantum being warned. The ritual uses astral empathic technology to evaluate not just verbal responses but emotional patterns and hidden memories. Marcus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the environmental systems. They'll see everything, including Earth's classified defense strategies you were briefed on as a military contractor, Xandri confirmed. Information that certain factions would kill to obtain. The next morning, as candidates gathered for briefing on the second trial, Commander Vexeth approached the central platform, his massive form commanding immediate attention. This selection has been compromised, he announced, reptilian voice resonating through the chamber. The human is not a legitimate candidate but an Earth government spy, planted to disrupt our sacred ceremony and gain access to genetic material from the Astral Royal family. Murmurs of outrage rippled through the assembled candidates and observers. Earth has long coveted our technologies, Vexeth continued. This infiltration proves they cannot be trusted with galactic citizenship. Before Marcus could defend himself, Princess Lyra requested a private meeting in a small antechamber adjacent to the gathering hall. Her guards verified the room was secure before leaving them alone. "Someone within my own entourage must be involved," she said without preamble, her luminescence dimmed to prevent eavesdropping. The environmental attack targeted specific vulnerabilities in astral physiology that only those intimate with our biology would know. "You don't think I'm a spy?" Marcus asked. "If you were, you'd have let me die in that environmental failure," she replied simply. "Much easier to obtain genetic samples from a corpse." Their conversation was interrupted by a station-wide alert. The main view screen in the antechamber activated automatically, showing a massive unidentified vessel approaching Axiom Station. "Unknown vessel matches neither alliance nor known independent signatures," the AI announced. Throughout the station, subtle system malfunctions began cascading through security networks, doors opening and closing randomly, surveillance systems cycling on and off. The assassination attempts, Marcus realized. They were distractions. As candidates and dignitaries gathered in the central chamber for the second trial, the lights throughout the station flickered ominously. Emergency containment protocols activated, sealing the station into isolated sections. The mysterious ship broadcast a single message that echoed through every communication device and speaker system. "The convergence has begun. The human prophecy will not be fulfilled." The assembled delegates erupted in confusion and fear, while Marcus and Lyra exchanged bewildered glances. Whatever human prophecy the message referred to, it was news to them both and apparently the center of a conspiracy that threatened not just the selection ceremony, but potentially the entire galactic alliance. The station's alert system activated without warning. Crimson emergency lights pulsed along the corridors as a klaxon wailed, 3 short bursts followed by one long tone, the universal signal for hostile approach. The chamber's ornate doors sealed with a pneumatic hiss, locking everyone inside. "Security Protocol Alpha 9 engaged," announced a disembodied voice that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. "Unknown vessel attempting unauthorized docking. All personnel remain in current locations." The assembled candidates exchanged glances ranging from confusion to alarm. Marcus noted how several representatives, particularly the Draconian and Sylvan delegates, subtly positioned themselves for better vantage points. Security Chief Vexorn's scaled skin flushed a deeper shade of blue as he stepped forward, his ceremonial armor now appearing distinctly functional rather than decorative. "Esteemed candidates, royal observers," he announced, voice pitched to carry over the subsiding alarm. "Station defense systems are responding automatically. For your protection, we will proceed with the scheduled truth assessment." His 4-fingered hand brushed the ceremonial sash across his chest. "However, given these unusual circumstances, we will include additional questions regarding potential outside collaborators." His gaze swept the chamber, lingering momentarily on several candidates. Marcus didn't miss how the Mercurian ambassador's metallic skin rippled with obvious discomfort, or how the Sylvan representative's leaf-like appendages curled inward protectively. Even Commander Vexeth, typically the embodiment of draconian confidence, shifted his weight in a way that suggested calculation rather than concern. Princess Lyra remained composed, though the luminescent patterns beneath her translucent skin pulsed more rapidly. "Proceed, Security Chief," she said, her melodic voice carrying the unmistakable weight of royal authority. "The selection must continue, especially in times of uncertainty." At her command, the center of the chamber transformed. The ornate floor panels slid apart, revealing a complex array of crystalline structures that rose from beneath. They formed a perfect circle, each crystal pulsing with internal light that seemed almost liquid in its movement. "The astral truth assessment is an ancient tradition," explained one of the princess's attendants, a willowy figure whose skin held the same translucent quality as Lyra's, though less radiant. The field will manifest your emotional responses as color patterns. Those with nothing to hide have nothing to fear. The crystalline structures hummed to life, creating a dome of shimmering energy that expanded until it encompassed the entire gathering. Where it touched each individual, it created a personal aura, a luminescent field that surrounded them like a second skin. Commander Vexath, called Princess Lyra, as military liaison to the astral kingdom, you will be assessed first. The Draconian stepped forward, his scaled armor catching the light. His personal field glowed a steady amber as he entered the center of the circle. His posture remained perfect, shoulders back, head high, tail perfectly still in the way that indicated focused attention among his species. State your name and purpose in seeking union with the astral kingdom, instructed the chief royal attendant. I am Commander Vexath of the Draconian Elite Guard, he responded, voice resonating with practiced authority. I seek union with Princess Lyra to forge an alliance that will strengthen both our peoples against the growing threats from the outer reaches. His field remained steady, showing only minor fluctuations that the attendants nodded at approvingly. What knowledge do you possess regarding the recent sabotage incidents aboard this station? Asked Security Chief Vexorn, his question cutting through the formality. The commander's field rippled briefly, a subtle disturbance that caused several attendants to exchange glances. None beyond what has been officially reported, Vexath replied, his voice steady despite the visible disruption in his field. The Draconian Empire has no interest in disrupting these proceedings. Our strength is best demonstrated through honorable competition. The ripples in his field didn't subside completely, creating patterns that the royal technicians studied with increasing interest. 3 more candidates underwent assessment, each revealing subtle tells in their emotional fields that the attendants documented with silent efficiency. When Marcus's turn came, he stepped forward with military precision, feeling the strange tingle of the field as it enveloped him. Immediately, the technicians straightened in alarm. Unlike the steady, uniform patterns of previous candidates, Marcus's field pulsated with complex, shifting colors, blues and golds intermingling with flashes of crimson and violet in patterns that seemed to follow no predictable sequence. The field is malfunctioning, one technician announced, fingers dancing across a control panel. No, countered another, eyes widening. The readings are stable. The human's emotional responses are simply unlike anything our systems were calibrated to interpret. Princess Lyra leaned forward, her interest visibly piqued. Fascinating. Continue the assessment. The questions began simply enough: name, origin, purpose. Marcus answered truthfully, watching his field shift and swirl with each response. When asked about Earth's interest in the astral kingdom, he hesitated, knowing the diplomatic consequences of complete honesty. Earth's official position is to establish peaceful relations with all advanced civilizations, he stated carefully. His field didn't indicate deception, but rather displayed a complex pattern suggesting nuance beyond simple truth or falsehood. You're withholding information, observed Princess Lyra directly, her iridescent eyes fixed on his. Not lying, but not revealing everything. Explain. Marcus took a deep breath, feeling the weight of Earth's classified information pressing against his conscience. The field around him pulsed with his internal conflict. Earth intelligence has been monitoring communications about something called the Convergence, he finally admitted. An ancient interstellar prophecy that several galactic factions believe foretells humans becoming the dominant species through interbreeding with advanced civilizations. The chamber erupted in immediate uproar. The Sylvan representative's voice rose above others. This is precisely why humans should never have been included. They harbor delusions of genetic supremacy. Earth doesn't endorse this prophecy, Marcus clarified firmly, his field showing no deception. We've been tracking extremist groups who either worship or fear its fulfillment. Some seek to accelerate it, others to prevent it, often through violence. "Remove him immediately," demanded the Mercurian ambassador, metallic skin now flashing warning patterns. "His presence threatens the entire selection." Before Princess Lyra could respond, her personal guard received an alert that silenced the chaos with his urgent announcement. "Your Highness, the unknown vessel has breached outer security measures. They've disabled the primary defense grid." In that moment of distraction, the environmental controls in the chamber emitted a soft hiss. A pale blue mist began seeping from the ventilation system, spreading rapidly across the floor. "Paralytic compound," shouted Security Chief Vexorn, reaching for his weapon before his limbs stiffened mid-motion. Throughout the chamber, candidates and dignitaries collapsed in various states of paralysis, their bodies responding differently to the compound based on their physiologies. Marcus felt the gas enter his lungs, but experienced only a slight tingling sensation, rather than the full paralytic effect. His Earth military enhancements included filtration implants designed to neutralize most chemical agents. Across the room, he noticed the Quantum Collective representative, Xandri, similarly unaffected, their crystalline form apparently immune to the compound. With most of the room's occupants immobilized, Marcus moved quickly to Princess Lyra, who was struggling to remain upright as the paralytic took effect. He located an environmental control panel near the royal dais and pried open its casing, recognizing the underlying architecture. "Earth helped design these environmental systems 15 years ago," he explained to Xandri, who had glided closer. "The basic protocols should be similar." His fingers worked rapidly, bypassing security measures and rerouting breathable air to Princess Lyra's position first. The decision was instinctive. Her safety took priority over his competitive advantage or even his own security. The princess gasped as clean air flowed around her, her luminescent patterns stabilizing as she regained control of her body. "Station security breach in sectors 7, 12, and 15, announced the AI system. "Unknown entities have deployed 3 breaching pods and are accessing internal systems." Security monitors throughout the chamber activated, displaying armored figures moving with military precision through the station's corridors. Their movements were coordinated and efficient, bypassing defensive positions rather than engaging them directly. "Those are Earth Special Forces infiltration tactics," Marcus observed, his expression darkening. "But the tech they're using, those armor systems and those bypass modules, they're far beyond our current capabilities." "Someone has adapted your military strategies and enhanced them," Xandri noted, their crystalline voice resonating with harmonic undertones. As more candidates began recovering from the paralytic effects, Princess Lyra closed her eyes in deep concentration. The luminescent patterns beneath her skin intensified, forming complex geometric sequences that pulsed outward from her core. "I can access the station's systems directly," she revealed, eyes still closed. "A royal ability few know about. The attackers have disabled conventional controls, but they cannot sever the psychic architecture that connects all astral technology." Her eyes opened, now glowing with the same intensity as her skin patterns. "There are emergency evacuation tunnels beneath this chamber. I can guide us there, but we must move quickly." Marcus helped the still recovering delegates to their feet while Princess Lyra opened a concealed access point in the chamber floor. As they began their descent into the narrow maintenance tunnels, Xandri moved closer to Marcus. "We have been monitoring these convergence cult activities for centuries," the crystalline being confided, their voice modulated to avoid being overheard. "There are extremist groups from multiple species who either worship humans as catalysts for evolutionary advancement or fear you as a genetic contaminant that must be eliminated." "And which side are you on?" Marcus asked directly. "The Quantum Collective seeks understanding, not prophecy," Xandri replied. "Though we find it statistically significant, That human genetic material shows unusual compatibility markers with several advanced species, despite your evolutionary isolation. As they navigated the dimly lit tunnels, security footage from the main station appeared on emergency monitors embedded in the walls. The images showed the infiltrators systematically accessing specific sections of the station. They're targeting the genetic repository, Marcus realized, pointing to the footage. That's where they store the DNA samples collected from all candidates upon arrival. Such samples could be used to engineer interspecies compatibility, Princess Lyra noted, her expression grave. Or to create biological weapons targeted at specific genetic markers. Marcus studied the infiltrators' movements across multiple monitors, his military training allowing him to see patterns where others saw only chaos. They're not just securing the station, he said slowly. Look at their positioning. They're creating a containment perimeter that would allow them to capture rather than kill specific targets. His eyes met Princess Lyra's. They're positioning to capture you. A sudden explosion rocked the maintenance section, sending them scrambling for cover as debris rained down from above. The blast had sealed off their forward path, forcing the group into a narrow service area with limited exits. "We're cornered," hissed Commander Vexeth, who had recovered enough to join their escape group. Marcus surveyed the maintenance bay, mind racing as he assessed their options. The room contained environmental regulation equipment, temperature modulators, atmospheric processors, and gravity stabilizers. Nothing designed as a weapon, but "Help me disconnect these coolant tubes," he instructed, already working to detach a series of flexible conduits from a nearby processor. "And those gravity modulators, we need to reverse the polarity on at least 3 of them." The others watched in confusion as Marcus rapidly reconfigured the equipment, connecting components in ways their designers had never intended. "What exactly are you creating?" Princess Lyra asked, helping to stabilize a wavering connection. "A localized gravity disruption field combined with a supercooled vapor screen," Marcus explained, twisting 2 incompatible components together with determined force. "It won't stop them, but it will create enough confusion to give us an advantage." Before he could complete the improvised defense system, the maintenance bay's outer door slid open. A figure in specialized armor stepped through, weapon raised. Unlike the others they'd seen on the monitors, this infiltrator moved with a fluid grace that seemed almost familiar. With deliberate slowness, the figure reached up and removed their helmet. The collective gasp was audible. The face revealed was humanoid but with distinctly astral features, luminescent patterns beneath skin that was neither fully human nor fully astral, eyes that held the iridescent quality of Lyra's people, but with human structure and expression. "Princess Lyra," the hybrid spoke, voice melodic yet recognizably human in its inflection. "I am living proof of what your government denies." The hybrid stepped forward, ignoring the others to address Lyra directly. "The purification faction of your own royal council has been lying about genetic compatibility between our species. A secretive royal eugenics program has been experimenting with human DNA for generations." Princess Lyra's luminescent patterns pulsed with obvious shock. "That's impossible." "The compatibility tests were falsified," the hybrid interrupted. "I am the result of experiments conducted by your own grandfather, who believed the convergence prophecy and sought to control its outcome rather than resist it. There are dozens more like me, hidden throughout." The hybrid's revelation was cut short by a precision energy blast that struck them squarely between the shoulders. As they crumpled to the floor, Commander Vexeth lowered his weapon, his field showing ripples of satisfaction rather than the stress pattern typical of defensive action. "A necessary precaution, Your Highness," the Draconian stated smoothly. "The infiltrator was clearly attempting to manipulate you with fabrications." But Marcus had seen the commander's emotional field in the truth assessment chamber. The pattern now displayed wasn't protection, it was deliberate silencing. Before anyone could question Vexeth further, the station's AI voice returned, now distorted and breaking. Complete security failure in progress. Atmospheric integrity compromised in sections 18 through 22. Emergency protocols failing. A distant rumbling suggested atmosphere venting from multiple sections of the station. On the remaining functional monitor, they watched as the unidentified vessel detached from its forced docking position and began moving away from the station. A final transmission broadcast through every remaining communication system. The selection is compromised. The human catalyst has been confirmed. The convergence protocol is now activated. As the message echoed through the maintenance bay, all eyes turned to Marcus the human who wasn't supposed to be there, now somehow central to a conflict generations in the making. The station lurched violently as the first explosion tore through the diplomatic wing. Marcus instinctively grabbed Princess Lyra's arm, steadying her as the deck plates beneath them shuddered. A high-pitched whine filled the air, followed by the metallic groan of emergency systems activating. Containment breach detected. Emergency protocols engaged, announced the station's AI, its melodic voice incongruously calm. The sound of massive mechanisms engaging echoed through the corridors as emergency bulkheads slammed down throughout the station, the heavy thud of each seal reverberating through the structure. "Everyone stay calm," Marcus shouted over the blaring alarms, watching as delegates scattered in panic. The air pressure fluctuated, his ears popping painfully as atmosphere vented from damaged sections. Through the viewport, he glimpsed debris spinning silently into the void fragments of the station's outer hull. The bulkheads had sealed with military precision, creating isolated pockets throughout the massive structure. Marcus found himself trapped with Princess Lyra, Commander Vexeth, the silver-skinned Xandri, and 3 other delegates he recognized from the reception. The emergency lighting bathed everything in pulsing amber, casting alien features in stark relief. "Life support critical in sections 7 through 15, the AI announced. Temporary atmospheric stabilization initiated. Marcus ran his fingers along the seam of the nearest wall panel, feeling the subtle vibration that indicated structural stress. This section's losing pressure. Slowly, but it's definitely compromised. Vexeth's throat sacs inflated with agitation. "How could you possibly know that?" Instead of answering, Marcus pried open a maintenance hatch, revealing a tangle of conduits and circuitry that would have been incomprehensible to most. His marine survival training kicked in as he assessed the damage. "I need insulating material. Something flexible but dense." He glanced around the room, eyes landing on the ceremonial sash across Xandri's torso. "That fabric, is it synthetic?" The silver-skinned delegate hesitated before unwinding the shimmering material. "It's woven from quantum-stabilized polymers, decorative but virtually indestructible." Marcus grabbed the sash, then extracted a small multi-tool from his boot, a violation of diplomatic protocol he was suddenly grateful for. Working with practiced efficiency, he sliced into the wall paneling, exposing a hairline fracture where microscopic amounts of atmosphere were escaping. "What are you doing?" "Those systems are calibrated for," Vexeth began. "For normal operations, not emergency patches," Marcus interrupted, stripping conductive material from a non-essential power conduit. He combined it with the polymer sash, creating an improvised seal that he fixed over the fracture using the adhesive component from a maintenance module. Princess Lyra watched, her luminescent eyes wide. "You're using the power conduit's thermal regulation system to create a self-adjusting pressure seal." "Exactly." Marcus stepped back, monitoring the patch. "The station's own power flow will keep it malleable enough to adjust to the structural stress without breaking. Not pretty, but it'll hold." Xandri's crystalline eyes reflected the emergency lighting as they studied the improvised repair. No astral engineer would have considered such a solution. The materials are entirely incompatible by conventional standards. Humans don't always follow conventional standards, Marcus replied, wiping sweat from his brow. Sometimes incompatible is exactly what you need. Commander Vexeth's scales shifted to a deeper shade of green, a temporary measure at best. Better than suffocating, Marcus countered, turning his attention to the other survivors. A Novan botanist was nursing a lacerated arm, while two representatives from the outer colonies huddled near the sealed doorway. Princess Lyra stepped to the center of the room, her royal composure intact despite the chaos. "I have an emergency beacon," she said, extracting a small crystalline device from her ceremonial garments. "It maintains a direct neural link to Captain Thuron of my royal guard." "Activate it immediately," Vexeth demanded. Lyra's expression hardened. "It's not that simple. The beacon broadcasts on an open emergency frequency. It will alert my guards, yes, but also anyone else monitoring those channels, including whoever's attacking us," Marcus realized. "It would pinpoint our location to the infiltrators." "Precisely." Lyra turned the device in her slender fingers. "We face a tactical dilemma: signal for help and potentially expose ourselves, or remain hidden and hope rescue teams find us before life support fails." "We should vote," suggested Xandri, their voice resonating with harmonic undertones. "Our survival should be decided collectively." While the delegates debated, Marcus moved to Princess Lyra's side, helping her reinforce a damaged section of wall. As they worked, he noticed the data pad still clipped to her belt, the one containing the genetic profiles of all candidates. "May I?" he asked quietly, gesturing to the device. She hesitated, then nodded. The security system should still function on internal power. Marcus activated the screen, navigating to her genetic profile. The complex spirals of astral DNA glowed in vibrant purple and blue, but something caught his attention: subtle markers highlighted in the genetic structure that didn't match the standard astral patterns he'd studied during preparation for the selection. "Princess," he whispered, angling the screen away from the others, "these genetic markers, they're anomalous." Her fingers tightened around his wrist. "What do you mean?" "They don't match standard astral physiology." Marcus zoomed in on a specific sequence. That infiltrator, the one who claimed to be a hybrid. His accusations about royal genetic manipulation might have merit. The color drained from Lyra's iridescent skin. That's impossible. The royal bloodline has been pure for millennia. Before Marcus could respond, the emergency console across the room flickered to life, displaying fragmented security feeds from throughout the station. The images revealed 3 distinct groups moving with military precision through the corridors. "Look," Marcus pointed, analyzing their movements. "Those aren't unified forces. They're separate factions." The first group moved with fluid grace, their features obscured by adaptive camouflage, the hybrid infiltrators they'd encountered earlier. They methodically checked each room, clearly searching for something. Or someone. The second group wore unmarked tactical gear, focusing exclusively on the station's lower levels where the genetic repository was housed. Marcus watched as they systematically downloaded data before destroying entire sections with precision charges. But it was the third group that sent a chill down his spine. Clad in matte black armor that absorbed light, they moved like shadows, eliminating members of both other factions with ruthless efficiency, leaving no survivors. 3 separate agendas, Marcus murmured. "The hybrids want you, Princess. The second group wants the genetic data, and the third wants no witnesses," Lyra finished, her voice barely audible. Commander Vexeth pushed forward, his massive frame dominating the small space. "As senior military representative, I am invoking emergency protocols. All delegates will follow my commands until rescue arrives." Xandri stepped forward, their silver skin catching the emergency lights. "With respect, Commander, your authority is questionable under these circumstances." They produced a small data crystal. This contained security logs showing that draconian operatives were alerted to potential security breaches 47 minutes before the first explosion. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to Vexeth. "Preposterous," he snarled, but Marcus noticed the subtle change in his scale pigmentation, a stress response he'd studied in draconian physiology. The station's AI interrupted the confrontation. "Warning. Unauthorized data access detected in central archives. Research files being extracted and purged." Marcus moved to the terminal, bypassing the security lockouts with techniques that would have earned him a court-martial in any human military installation. The screen filled with fragmented data logs. "They're targeting specific research," he reported, scanning the information. "Something called Stellar Ascension, a research initiative dating back 200 years. Princess Lyra inhaled sharply. That's the formal scientific designation for what became known as the Convergence Prophecy. Marcus continued working at the terminal, but something about the emergency lighting caught his attention. The pulsing wasn't random, it followed a subtle pattern that seemed to shift whenever he focused directly on it. He closed his eyes, then opened them, looking slightly to the side of the lights. The pattern emerged clearly, a rhythmic sequence designed to induce specific neurological responses. "Everyone, avoid looking directly at the emergency lights," he ordered. "What? Why?" asked one of the outer colony representatives. "They're using the station's emergency systems to manipulate us." The light patterns are designed to induce subtle psychological effects, herding survivors toward specific areas. Marcus gestured to the security feeds. "Look at the movement patterns. Everyone's congregating in these 3 sections, despite multiple escape routes being available." Xandri tilted their head. "I perceive no such pattern." "It's calibrated for specific neurological structures," Marcus explained. "Human military developed similar techniques decades ago. The fact that I can see it while you can't suggests they're using human-derived psych warfare, modified for multiple species." Princess Lyra moved to the main control panel. "I can override the emergency systems from here." "My royal access codes," she never finished the sentence. As her fingers connected with the biometric scanner, her body went rigid, eyes widening in pain. A cry escaped her lips as she collapsed, her slender form convulsing as neural feedback surged through her system. Marcus caught her before she hit the floor, cradling her against his chest as the episode subsided. Her skin felt unnaturally hot, her breathing shallow and rapid. "What happened?" he demanded, looking to the others. Xandri knelt beside them, examining the princess with analytical precision. "A genetic defense mechanism. The system rejected her royal override." "That's impossible," Vexeth growled. "Royal access is absolute." "Not for these systems," Lyra whispered, her voice weak as she regained consciousness. "There are layers of security even I didn't know existed." Marcus helped her to a seated position. "You need to rest. I'll find another way." He studied the station schematics displayed on the emergency terminal, identifying a network of maintenance shafts that connected the various sections. Most would be too narrow for Vexeth's bulky frame, but Marcus could navigate them. "There's a secondary command node 3 sections over," he explained. "If I can reach it, I might be able to establish communications with rescue teams." "Too dangerous," Lyra protested weakly. "We're running out of options and air," Marcus countered. "Vexeth, keep everyone here secure. I'll be back as soon as possible." Before anyone could object further, Marcus pried open the maintenance access panel and squeezed into the narrow shaft. The space was tight, designed for maintenance drones rather than human bodies. He crawled through darkness, guided only by the faint glow of emergency markers. After 20 minutes of painstaking navigation, he reached the secondary command node, a small room filled with backup systems. As he dropped from the ceiling access panel, Marcus immediately noticed something unusual. A hidden communications array, active and transmitting despite the emergency lockdown. He approached cautiously, accessing the logs. The array was sending encrypted data packets to multiple destinations across different Empire territories. Someone on the station was communicating with external forces, coordinating the attack from within. A noise in the corridor outside forced him to retreat into the shadows. Through the small observation window, he watched as a group of hybrid infiltrators herded several captured delegates toward the central hub. Among them, he recognized the Novan ambassador and 2 selection candidates. The infiltrators carried advanced energy weapons, their movements precise and coordinated. Marcus assessed the situation, knowing he couldn't overpower them directly. Instead, he turned to the environmental controls, an idea forming. Human military training emphasized improvisation when outgunned. Marcus quickly reconfigured the local environmental systems, overriding safety protocols to generate a localized electromagnetic pulse. The lights flickered as power built up in the circuits. When the infiltrators passed directly beneath the main junction, Marcus triggered the pulse. A wave of energy washed through the corridor, instantly disabling their advanced weapons and communication devices. In the moment of confusion that followed, Marcus burst from the command node, wielding a simple maintenance rod he'd wrenched from the wall. The infiltrators' technological advantage neutralized. They were unprepared for direct physical confrontation. Marcus struck with precision, disabling 2 before they could react. The delegates seized the opportunity, overpowering the remaining captors using improvised weapons, tools, and debris that had remained functional when the more sophisticated technology failed. "How did you know their weapons would fail but these wouldn't?" asked the Novan ambassador, clutching a simple metal pipe. "Advanced energy weapons rely on precise calibration," Marcus explained, securing the unconscious infiltrators. "Mechanical tools don't. Sometimes simpler is better." After ensuring the rescued delegates were safely hidden, Marcus made his way back through the maintenance shafts to Lyra's group. He found her alone near the emergency terminal, the others having relocated to reinforce the barricade at the entrance. "Marcus," she said softly as he emerged from the access panel, "I need to tell you something. Something I haven't shared with the others." He moved closer, noticing the subtle bioluminescent patterns beneath her skin had intensified a sign of emotional stress in astrals. "The selection isn't merely political," she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's biological. Astral royalty require genetic compatibility markers that only emerge during proximity-based biochemical assessment." That's why physical presence is required, Marcus realized, despite having technology that could analyze genetic compatibility remotely. Yes, the ancient rituals, the formal presentations, they're not just tradition. They allow my biology to respond to potential mates. A faint iridescence colored her cheeks. "It's why I've been drawn to you since our first meeting." My body recognized something my conscious mind couldn't explain. Before Marcus could process this revelation, the security feed captured his attention. It showed the original hybrid infiltrator, the one who disrupted the ceremony, being dragged by the black-armored third faction. They extracted samples from the body with clinical precision before systematically destroying all evidence. "They're collecting genetic material," Marcus observed. "This isn't just about disrupting the selection. They're gathering samples." A hissing sound from the ventilation system interrupted them. A fine mist began seeping into the room, carrying a sweet chemical scent. The other delegates immediately slumped to the floor, their bodies paralyzed. Marcus felt his limbs growing heavy, but to his surprise, he remained conscious and mobile while the others were completely incapacitated. Only Princess Lyra showed partial resistance, her movements sluggish but not entirely disabled. "Human immune response," he muttered, fighting through the mild disorientation. "Different biochemistry." Working quickly, Marcus tore fabric from his formal attire, creating makeshift filters. He combined them with components from the environmental control panel, constructing two crude breathing apparatus. Basic pressure differential, he explained to Lyra as he fitted one over her face. The fabric creates a one-way valve when saturated with this compound. Not high-tech, but it works on simple chemistry principles. The improvised masks allowed them to function while the others remained paralyzed. Marcus dragged Vexeth and Xandri behind cover, positioning them where they wouldn't be immediately visible to anyone entering. The door panel suddenly sparked as someone attempted to override the lock from outside. Marcus pulled Lyra behind a structural support, assessing their limited options. He had no weapons beyond his multi-tool and improvised club. When the door finally slid open, 3 infiltrators entered, their weapons sweeping the room. Marcus waited until they separated, then launched himself at the nearest one. The infiltrators' advanced combat systems predicted standard military attacks, but Marcus fought with raw, unpredictable movement street fighting, mixed with marine combat techniques that prioritized effectiveness over form. The infiltrators' technological superiority meant nothing against Marcus's brutal efficiency. He disabled the first attacker with a precise strike to an anatomical weakness he'd identified in their hybrid physiology, then used the fallen infiltrator's body as a shield against energy fire from the others. Princess Lyra, despite her diplomatic training, proved surprisingly effective in combat. She moved with fluid grace, using the infiltrators' momentum against them in a traditional astral martial art that complemented Marcus's more direct approach. When the skirmish ended, 3 infiltrators lay unconscious, and Marcus stood breathing heavily beside Lyra. "You fight." Unexpectedly, she observed, a new respect in her voice. "Humans have been fighting each other a lot longer than we've had advanced technology," Marcus replied, retrieving a communicator from one of the fallen attackers. The device crackled with an incoming transmission. Multiple vessels approaching. Response to automated distress calls. Marcus adjusted the settings, bringing up a tactical display that showed the approaching ships. "Those aren't rescue formations," he noted, studying their approach vectors. "They're positioning for military engagement. This attack has triggered something bigger than we realized." While Lyra attempted to revive the others, Marcus accessed the historical records through her emergency systems. What he found sent a chill through him. "Princess," he called, his voice tight. Previous selection ceremonies were targeted to specifically ones where human genetic material was involved. All records were subsequently classified at the highest security level. Lyra's luminescent eyes widened. "That's impossible. Humans have never participated in the selection before." "Not officially," Marcus agreed. "But there are references to human genetic samples being present during at least 3 previous ceremonies." Their discovery was interrupted by an emergency communication breaking through on all channels. Reports flooded in of simultaneous attacks at genetic research facilities across 5 different territories, all targeting data or samples related to human-alien hybridization research. Marcus studied the attack patterns displayed on the security feeds, his military training allowing him to see what others couldn't: a methodical elimination of witnesses rather than simple resource acquisition. "They're not just stealing data," he realized. "They're eliminating everyone who knows what that data means." He traced the pattern of attacks across the station map. Their next target will be the Central Archive. That's where they'll go after clearing this section. With the others still recovering from the paralytic agent, Marcus and Lyra quickly established a countermeasure. Using the environmental systems Marcus had already compromised, they created a sensor blind spot that concealed a simple but effective trap at a key junction leading to the archives. Their prediction proved accurate. Within 20 minutes, a lone infiltrator approached cautiously through the corridor. The trap, A simple pressure plate connected to a repurposed stasis field activated flawlessly, freezing the attacker mid-step. When the others had sufficiently recovered, they gathered around the captured infiltrator. Xandri produced a small device, a truth assessment technology used in quantum collective diplomatic negotiations. This will bypass conscious resistance, they explained, applying the device to the infiltrator's temple. The information they extracted came in fragments, the infiltrator's mind protected by advanced countermeasures. But what they learned shook the foundations of everything they thought they knew. The selection ceremony, the infiltrator's voice emerged flat and mechanical through the translator, was specifically engineered to include a human candidate for the first time. "We know this," Vexeth growled impatiently. "Not despite the convergence prophecy," the infiltrator continued, "but because of it. The royal initiative, celestial inheritance." Princess Lyra stumbled backward as if physically struck. "Celestial inheritance, that's impossible. That program was terminated centuries ago." The infiltrator's eyes rolled back, blood trickling from their nose as the neural strain overwhelmed their systems. The human was always the target. Marcus caught Lyra's gaze across the room, the implications hanging between them like a physical presence. Whatever celestial inheritance was, it had brought him here deliberately, not as an accidental participant, but as the centerpiece of a plan centuries in the making. The infiltrator's skin rippled beneath Marcus's fingers, cellular structures visibly deteriorating as if being eaten from within. Black veins spread across the exposed flesh like lightning, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound. Marcus recognized the pattern immediately, a self-destruct failsafe, biological rather than mechanical. "It's dissolving its own tissue," Marcus muttered, mind racing through battlefield triage protocols. "Lyophilic acid cascade. We've got minutes, maybe less." He scanned the maintenance bay, spotting a wall-mounted emergency kit designed for station repairs rather than medical emergencies. Without hesitation, he yanked it open, fingers dancing over unfamiliar containers. "What are you doing?" Princess Lyra asked, her crystalline voice tight with tension. "Our medical protocols cannot. Your protocols were never designed for this," Marcus interrupted, grabbing a canister of thermal sealant and a bottle of alkaline coolant. "On Earth, we've dealt with self-dissolving agents since the neural wars." His hands moved with practiced precision, mixing the industrial chemicals in proportions that would horrify any proper chemist. The resulting blue-gray paste gave off acrid fumes that made his eyes water. "Hold its arms," he ordered, not bothering with formalities. To her credit, Lyra complied instantly, her slender fingers pinning the infiltrator's twitching limbs with surprising strength. Marcus spread the improvised compound across the infiltrator's chest, where the dissolution was most aggressive. The paste bubbled and hardened, forming a semi-permeable barrier that slowed the acid cascade without suffocating the underlying tissue. Next, he injected a mixture of coolant and electrolytic fluid directly into the major blood vessels, neutralizing the self-destruct enzymes before they could reach the brain. "Impossible," whispered one of the Signan delegates, compound eyes dilating in shock. "Those substances should be toxic in combination." "They are," Marcus confirmed, not looking up from his work. "But less toxic than letting this thing's brain dissolve before we get answers." The infiltrator's convulsions gradually subsided, its breathing stabilizing into shallow gasps. Its eyes remained closed, but the immediate crisis had passed. Princess Lyra studied Marcus with newfound intensity. "How did you know the proportions? The interaction pathways?" "I didn't," he admitted, wiping caustic residue from his hands. "Human combat medicine isn't about perfection, it's about buying time with whatever's available." Lyra's royal composure slipped for just a moment, revealing something like wonder in her luminescent eyes. She approached the stabilized infiltrator, removing a delicate neural interface from her wrist circlet. "What are you doing?" Marcus asked, getting answers while its neural pathways remain intact. She placed the interface against the infiltrator's temple. My species can establish direct cognitive connections, though it's normally reserved for intimate, she hesitated, for diplomatic purposes. The moment the interface activated, Lyra's body went rigid. Her pupils dilated until her eyes became bottomless pools of darkness. Marcus moved to disconnect her, but Commander Vexeth caught his arm. "Do not interfere," the commander warned. Breaking a neural link prematurely could damage both minds permanently. For 90 agonizing seconds, Lyra remained frozen in silent communion with the infiltrator. When she finally disconnected, she staggered backward, her normally flawless balance failing. Marcus caught her instinctively, surprised by how light she felt despite her height. "What did you see?" he asked quietly. Her voice came as a whisper, haunted and uncertain. "A facility. They call it Genesis Cradle. White rooms filled with tanks. Pain, so much pain." She steadied herself, though her hand remained on Marcus's shoulder. They were splicing genetic material, astral and human. Human? Marcus echoed, the implications hitting him like a physical blow. Hundreds of subjects, failed experiments. The memories were fragmented, but I saw enough. Her eyes met his. "Someone has been combining our genetic sequences on a scale far beyond anything in official records." Before Marcus could process this revelation, alarms blared throughout the station. Emergency lights pulsed red, casting eerie shadows across the maintenance bay. "Station defenses reactivating," reported Commander Vexeth, checking a wrist display. "But that's impossible. I personally disabled the automated systems after the first attack." The overhead speakers crackled with automated warnings in multiple languages. Security protocols engaged. Containment procedures initiated for classification. Beta 9 genetic signatures. On the commander's display, targeting systems highlighted specific locations throughout the station, locations that corresponded precisely with several of the selection candidates' quarters. "The defense systems are targeting the delegates," Marcus realized aloud. "But only certain ones." The Mavorian ambassador, a tall figure with silvery exoskeletal plates, checked his own device. "My security team reports automated turrets activating near the Procyon and Tau session quarters. They're being herded toward the central atrium." "It's genetic," Lyra said, her voice stronger now. "The security systems are identifying specific genetic signatures as threat signatures that weren't classified as hostile before." Marcus studied the deployment pattern on the commander's display, his military training recognizing the strategy immediately. "This isn't random. The defense systems are executing a standard elimination pattern." He stopped abruptly, realization dawning. "What is it?" Lyra pressed. "This is a human tactical pattern," Marcus said quietly. "Specifically, Earth Special Forces Black Operations. Sequential isolation, compartmentalized targeting, resource denial." He looked up, meeting Lyra's gaze. "These are classified methodologies that were never shared with our alien allies. They're executing a human elimination strategy." The implications hung heavy in the air. Either humans were behind the attack or someone wanted it to appear that way. A distant explosion rocked the station, causing the lights to flicker momentarily. In that brief darkness, Lyra gasped, her slender form suddenly crumpling. Marcus caught her before she hit the floor, feeling tremors racing through her body. "Another episode," Commander Vexeth said grimly. "They're increasing in frequency." Marcus supported her head, remembering the neurological stabilization techniques he'd learned during his diplomatic training. He pressed his fingers to specific points along her neck and temples, applying gentle but precise pressure to help regulate her neural patterns. "Easy," he murmured. "Focus on my voice. Find the pattern." Something unexpected happened as their skin maintained contact. A tingling sensation spread from Marcus's fingertips up his arms, accompanied by flashes of imagery that weren't his own, a grand crystalline chamber, an older astral male with Lyra's features. His voice resonant as he spoke words Marcus couldn't quite grasp, except for one phrase that burned into his consciousness. Harnessing humanity's greatest strength. The connection broke as Lyra's eyes fluttered open, clear recognition in her gaze. "You saw," she whispered, not a question. "Your father," Marcus replied, equally quiet. "He said something about humanity's strength." Before they could explore this unexpected connection further, the maintenance bay doors slid open. A group of selection candidates entered the Procyon delegate with his feathered crest fully extended in agitation, the Tau session representative's tentacles writhing with emotion, and several others whose species Marcus recognized but couldn't name. "The station is targeting us," the Procyon delegate hissed. "This confirms everything the dissident factions have claimed." The convergence prophecy isn't about unification, it's about genetic purging. "That's absurd," countered the Altarian candidate, her scaled skin flushing deep blue. "If the royal family wanted to eliminate certain genetic lines, why invite us to a public selection? This is clearly an external attack meant to disrupt interspecies relations." The room quickly descended into competing accusations, with delegates forming clear factions based on their interpretation of events. Some insisted the attack proved the convergence prophecy represented a threat to genetic purity, while others argued it revealed royal manipulation of interspecies politics. Commander Vexeth attempted to restore order, but the fracturing alliances had already solidified. Marcus watched the divisions form with growing concern. Division was exactly what their unknown enemy would want. A violent shudder ran through the station, followed by the distinctive sound of metal stress fractures propagating through the hull. Emergency systems activated automatically, deploying repair nanites from recessed wall panels. The tiny machines swarmed toward the damage, their microscopic forms catching the emergency lighting like metallic dust. Marcus observed something odd as the nanites passed near him. Their formation pattern shifted, reorganizing into more efficient configurations than their original programming. The closer they came to his position, the more complex their repair patterns became. "Your repair systems," he said to Commander Vexeth. "Are they supposed to adapt their patterns like that?" The commander stared at the nanite swarm, mandibles clicking in surprise. "No, they follow standard repair protocols established centuries ago." He studied Marcus with newfound interest. "They appear to be responding to your biometric signature, reconfiguring based on your presence." While the delegates continued their heated debate, Marcus made his way to a damaged but functional computer terminal. The station systems were alien in design, but the underlying information architecture followed logical patterns he could navigate with effort. He accessed the central database, searching for any information that might explain the nanite's unusual behavior. What he found instead were fragmented research logs, partially corrupted but still readable. Scientific observations spanning centuries, all focused on a single subject: human genetic adaptability. "They've been studying us," he murmured, scrolling through the data. "For hundreds of years." The logs detailed extensive astral research into humanity's evolutionary trajectory, particularly focusing on neuroplasticity over physical specialization. One passage stood out with crystalline clarity. "Unlike all other observed species, humans evolved prioritizing adaptability over specialization. Their neural architecture allows for unprecedented environmental response, creativity in crisis, and cognitive flexibility. This evolutionary strategy, seemingly inefficient in stable conditions, provides extraordinary advantages in rapidly changing environments. The question remains, can these traits be isolated and incorporated?" Princess Lyra appeared at his side, reading over his shoulder. Her proximity sent a faint tingling through his awareness, an echo of their earlier connection. "Your people have been studying mine," Marcus said quietly. "Why?" Lyra's expression tightened, internal conflict visible in the subtle tension around her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke in a voice meant only for him. "The royal lineage is not what most believe," she began. "Our genetic sequences are artificially preserved, maintained through controlled breeding and manipulation for thousands of years." Her fingers brushed the terminal display, bringing up encoded genetic maps. "Recent generations show increasing signs of degradation. My own neurological episodes are evidence of this decline." "You need fresh genetic material," Marcus concluded, the pieces falling into place. "The selection is not merely tradition," she confirmed. "It is biological necessity." Their conversation was interrupted by a violent impact that threw several delegates to the floor. The infiltrators had found them. Shadowy figures poured through a breach in the far wall, their movements unnaturally fluid. Marcus assessed the situation instantly: no conventional weapons, limited defensive positions, and a room full of diplomatic representatives with no combat training. His eyes fell on a damaged power conduit and a container of pressurized coolant. In seconds, he had formulated a plan that no military tactician would approve, but that might just work. "Cover your sensory organs," he shouted, already moving toward the components he needed. With quick, precise movements, he rigged the power conduit to discharge through the coolant system, creating a makeshift percussion weapon. The infiltrators advanced with predatory grace, their enhanced senses giving them perfect awareness of the room's layout even in the dim emergency lighting. That enhancement became their weakness when Marcus activated his improvised device. The resulting shockwave combined elements of human percussion weaponry with alien energy technology, creating an overwhelming sensory overload specifically calibrated to the infiltrators' enhanced perception systems. The attackers collapsed, their augmented senses transformed from advantage to vulnerability in an instant. Before anyone could celebrate this temporary victory, the station's primary power core initiated an unexpected shutdown sequence. "Emergency protocols engaged," announced the automated system. "Atmospheric venting will commence in 30 minutes. As the others reacted with alarm, Marcus noticed something unusual in the emergency lighting pattern. The pulsing wasn't uniform, there were subtle variations, almost like Morse code, he whispered, then louder. "It's binary. There's a message hidden in the light pattern." The others stared at him in confusion, unable to perceive what his human visual system interpreted automatically. The lights were blinking in a pattern that translated to coordinates directions to a specific location within the station. "How can you possibly see a message?" asked the Tau session delegate, compound eyes swiveling to study the lights. "Human visual processing evolved to identify patterns in chaos," Marcus explained, already memorizing the coordinates. "It's how our ancestors spotted predators hiding in tall grass or found edible plants among thousands of species." Princess Lyra watched him with growing comprehension. This message, it was meant for human eyes. Before Marcus could respond, Lyra stepped forward, placing her palm against a seemingly blank wall panel. The surface recognized her royal genetic signature, revealing hidden emergency controls. "I can access deeper protocols," she said, interfacing with the system. "My genetic key should—" She stopped abruptly, staring at the displayed information with shock that transcended royal composure. Marcus moved to her side, seeing genetic sequences highlighted on the screen, Lyra's own DNA, mapped alongside comparative markers. "These patterns," Marcus said, recognizing the distinctive sequences from his basic genetic training. "They're human. My ancestors integrated human genetic material into the royal lineage," Lyra whispered, "far earlier than any public record acknowledges." Her eyes met his, filled with a complex mix of emotions. "We carry your species within us, Marcus. We have for generations." Their revelation was interrupted by an emergency transmission cutting through the communications static. Commander Vexeth's security team had made a discovery that changed everything. The genetic repositories were already empty before the attack began, reported a harried security officer. Critical data had been extracted months ago. This assault is a cover operation. The station shuddered again, more violently this time. A structural collapse separated Marcus from the main group, debris blocking his return path. Emergency bulkhead slammed down, isolating him in a damaged section with atmosphere rapidly venting through microscopic hull fractures. Marcus, Lyra's voice came through his communication implant. The main corridors are compromised. You'll need to find another way. He studied the station schematics on his wrist display, identifying potential routes. The alien-designed navigation systems suggested pathways that would take hours to traverse logical by astral standards, but inefficient to human intuition. Marcus ignored the suggested routes, instead identifying maintenance shafts and service tunnels that created a direct path, the one considered illogical by the station's AI. He moved with decisive speed, navigating by instinct and spatial reasoning through passages the attackers had never secured, because the station's own systems considered them suboptimal. Through viewports along his route, Marcus observed approaching vessels executing precision strikes against the station's outer sections. Their attack pattern was surgical, targeting communication arrays while carefully preserving life support systems. They're isolating the station, he reported through his comm link, but deliberately preserving specific sections. They want something kept intact. As he navigated through a narrow maintenance tunnel, a sudden, intense headache dropped Marcus to his knees. Auditory hallucinations flooded his consciousness, voices speaking in languages he'd never heard, yet somehow understood at a primal level. Marcus, what's happening? Lyra's concerned voice penetrated the cacophony in his mind. Something's in my head, he managed through gritted teeth. Voices, patterns. I can't, it's sympathetic resonance, Lyra replied, understanding dawning in her voice. The hidden station systems are designed to interface only with specific genetic signatures. Somehow, your DNA contains markers the systems recognize. The revelation hung between them as Marcus forced himself back to his feet, pushing through the disorienting neural interference. When he finally rejoined the princess and the remaining delegates, he found them in a sealed command center, reviewing security recordings recovered from damaged sectors. The footage showed several candidates secretly communicating with external sources before the attack, revealing that at least 3 different empires had infiltrated the selection process with genetically disguised operatives. The Arcturus hegemony, the Syrian collective, and even the Pleiadian consortium, Commander Vexeth identified, mandibles clicking with agitation, all pursuing competing agendas. But what are they after? Asked the Altarian delegate. Why risk interstellar war by attacking a royal selection? Princess Lyra's attention had returned to the captured infiltrator, now conscious enough to speak in labored whispers. Marcus joined her, kneeling beside the damaged operative whose cellular structure was still visibly degrading despite his emergency treatment. The celestial inheritance, the infiltrator rasped, eyes focusing on Marcus with disturbing intensity. Not just selecting a mate. Finding the key. What key? Marcus pressed. Human genetic markers, the infiltrator continued, voice failing, needed to activate. Ancient technology, dormant for millennia. Lyra's eyes widened with understanding. The convergence prophecy, she whispered. It isn't about contamination at all. She turned to Marcus, revelation transforming her features. It's about the predicted necessity of incorporating human adaptive capabilities into the astral royal lineage to prevent evolutionary stagnation and activate technologies our ancestors created but could no longer use. The station groaned around them, entering critical structural failure. Emergency systems blared warnings of imminent catastrophic decompression. Time had run out. Princess Lyra made a decision then, her royal bearing somehow both softening and strengthening simultaneously. She removed an intricate pendant from around her neck, revealing it to be a genetic key of extraordinary complexity. "This violates generations of royal protocol," she said, her voice steady despite the momentous nature of her action. She pressed the key into Marcus's palm, then placed her hand over his, combining their genetic signatures. "I'm sharing my personal genetic access codes with you." The key glowed between their joined hands, scanning and integrating their combined genetic patterns. On a nearby console, authorization protocols activated, unlocking an emergency escape vessel previously hidden from all station systems. "You've created a genetic trust bond," Commander Vexeth observed with evident shock. "That officially registers in astral systems as a preliminary selection acceptance," Lyra confirmed, her eyes never leaving Marcus's. "The first step in acknowledging a potential mate." The escape vessel's doors slid open as the station around them began its final collapse. As they hurried aboard, Marcus felt the weight of revelation settling upon him. He wasn't just fighting for survival anymore, but for a future neither humans nor astrals had imagined possible. A future where the strengths of both species might finally converge. The emergency escape vessel's hatch sealed with a pneumatic hiss as Marcus guided Princess Lyra inside. Blood trickled from a cut above his eye, the metallic scent mingling with the ozone burn of weapons fire still hanging in the air. The vessel's interior pulsed with soft blue bioluminescence, revealing sleek controls unlike any human craft he'd piloted. "Royal genetic signature required," announced the vessel's interface in musical astral tones. Lyra pressed her palm against the central console, her skin momentarily transparent as azure light traced her vascular system. "Emergency Protocol Alpha 93. Authorization Princess Lyra Celestes." The console flashed acceptance, then dimmed to crimson. "Secondary authorization required. Biometric trust bond incomplete." "What does that mean?" Marcus asked, steadying himself as the vessel trembled from nearby explosions. Lyra's eyes widened. "It's a security measure." "The vessel requires," she grabbed his hand and placed it beside hers on the console. "Physical contact. Maintained contact." The moment their skin connected, an electric sensation shot up Marcus's arm, not painful but intensely present. The console pulsed gold, then vibrant green. Biometric synchronization initiated. Trust bond established. Marcus gasped as his heartbeat suddenly aligned with Lyra's. He could feel it, their rhythms matching perfectly. Behind his eyes flashed images he'd never seen. Crystal spires reaching toward twin moons, vast oceans of liquid mercury, beings of light dancing through nebula clouds. "What's happening?" he managed, his voice strained. "Genetic memory transfer," Lyra whispered, her fingers interlacing with his. "The vessel is creating a temporary neural bridge. It wasn't supposed to." She paused, surprise evident in her voice. "Your mind is accepting the connection far more readily than should be possible." The engines roared to life, propelling them away from the chaos of the selection chamber. Through the viewscreen, Marcus watched as the majestic astral palace receded, sections of its crystalline architecture now marred by explosion damage. "We have pursuers," Lyra announced, her free hand dancing across controls. 7 vessels, converging pattern. Marcus studied their approach vectors, recognition dawning. "Those are Terran naval engagement patterns, Earth fleet tactics from the Proxima conflict." He pointed to the formation with his free hand. "Look at the spacing, the pincer approach. They're using human military algorithms." "That's impossible," Lyra countered. "Those are astral security vessels, modified to appear random to alien tactical systems," Marcus explained, "but containing recognizable patterns to trained human military. I served in the joint Earth astral exercises after first contact. Those are outdated human tactics. Someone's using our old playbook." Their hands remained pressed together on the console, the biometric synchronization intensifying. Marcus felt a strange doubling of his senses. He was simultaneously aware of his own body and experiencing echoes of Lyra's taller, lighter frame. Her heartbeat thundered in his chest alongside his own. The console suddenly expanded its display, projecting a three-dimensional hologram that swirled around them. The ship's systems were scanning their combined genetic material, focusing increasingly on Princess Lyra's royal markers. "What is this?" Marcus asked as golden filaments of light extracted from the representation of Lyra's DNA, reassembling into recognizable stellar patterns. "Star charts," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "Embedded in my genetic code. These are coordinates too." She squinted at the formations, ancient astral outposts, but these predate official contact with humanity by centuries. A violent shudder rocked the vessel as a pursuing craft fired warning shots across their bow. The tactical display showed the enemy vessels closing in, their formation tightening. "They're boxing us in," Marcus observed. "Standard containment protocol." He studied the vessel's stealth systems, recognition flickering through him. These emission patterns, they're calibrated for astral sensory perception, not human detection methods. His fingers flew across the controls, the synchronization allowing him to interpret the alien interface. "I helped develop these tracking algorithms during the military exchange program. They have blind spots no astral would think to exploit, but a human would." Marcus reconfigured the emission patterns, adjusting frequencies to ranges that would appear as background radiation to the astral sensors. The pursuing vessels immediately showed confusion in their flight patterns, their formation breaking apart as they lost clear tracking. "How did you know to do that?" Lyra asked, her violet eyes wide. "Human perspective," Marcus replied with a grim smile. "We see patterns differently." A sudden alarm blared as Lyra slumped against him, her skin paling to a translucent alabaster. The vessel's medical systems deployed automatically, a slender mechanical arm extending from the ceiling to inject a stabilizing compound into her neck. The effect was instantaneous and unexpected. Luminescent patterns bloomed across Lyra's skin, intricate, mathematical sequences that pulsed with each synchronized heartbeat. Marcus recognized the patterns immediately. "Those are quantum computing models," he breathed. "Advanced ones. We've only theorized these sequences at the Quantum Institute on Earth." He traced one pattern on her arm, the touch sending ripples through the light display. "It's a perfect Fibonacci spiral overlaid with a modified Mandelbrot set. The compound is triggering a metamorphic response," Lyra explained, her voice strained. "It wasn't supposed to manifest this way." The tactical display flashed warning their pursuers had deployed specialized hunter drones, sleek biomechanical constructs streaking toward their position. "Genetic tracking capabilities," Lyra explained. "They're locked onto royal astral signatures." Marcus studied their approach vectors, noting a peculiar hesitation in their movements. "They're confused," he realized. "They're programmed to track either pure astral or pure human signatures, not whatever synchronized pattern we're generating through our contact." He adjusted their course, deliberately flying through the dispersed cloud of drones. The hunters spun in circles, their sensors unable to lock onto the hybrid signature emanating from the escape vessel. Lyra gasped suddenly, her eyes widening. Her grip on Marcus's hand tightened painfully. "I can see. Combat formations, desert terrain, human soldiers, you were there." "My deployment to the Martian border conflict," Marcus confirmed, startled. "You're accessing my memories." "Not intentionally," she replied. "The synchronization is strengthening. I can feel your tactical thinking patterns integrating with my royal command protocols." Her free hand moved to a hidden section of the console, activating systems that shouldn't have responded to her. "I can temporarily override certain hunter drone frequencies. My ancestors built backdoors into all astral security systems, knowledge, passed only through the royal line. The drones suddenly froze, then retreated, returning to their deployment vessels. The deep space telemetry system chimed, drawing their attention to the edge of the system. Marcus felt his blood run cold at the sight. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of ships materializing from jump points. "The markings," Lyra whispered. "The Genix Consortium." "I thought they were just rumors," Marcus said. "An organization specializing in engineered evolutionary development across species." "Not rumors," Lyra replied. "They've been outlawed in 17 systems for restricted genetic technologies. If they're here." The vessel lurched violently, sending them both against the bulkhead while maintaining their crucial hand contact. Warning lights flashed across the console. "Navigation system malfunction," the vessel announced. "Calculating alternative routes." Marcus studied the navigational display, noting a dense debris field between them and the system's edge. The computer plotted a long course around it, the safe route. "We don't have time for that," he muttered, pulling himself to the manual controls. "These astral navigation protocols are too rigid. Too perfect." "What are you doing?" Lyra asked as he disengaged the automated system. "Flying human style," he replied, taking the controls with his free hand. "Imperfect, intuitive, and unpredictable." He banked the vessel sharply, diving directly into the debris field. Their pursuers hesitated, their algorithmic approach unable to calculate a safe passage through the chaotic arrangement of fragments. "This is madness," Lyra breathed, watching as Marcus threaded the vessel through gaps that seemed impossibly narrow, relying on human spatial reasoning rather than computed trajectories. "It's human," Marcus corrected, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he executed a maneuver that sent them spinning through a tumbling cluster of asteroids. "No algorithm would attempt this path because it can't be perfectly calculated, but human pilots have been flying by feel since the Wright brothers." They emerged from the debris field, their pursuers left far behind, unable to navigate the chaotic path Marcus had blazed. His moment of triumph was short-lived as Lyra suddenly convulsed, her body arching in pain. "Lyra!" Marcus turned to her, alarmed by the violet veins now standing out starkly against her pale skin. Her eyes rolled back, consciousness slipping away. The medical system flashed warnings about neurological instability and genetic coherence failure. The automated systems were attempting treatments, but nothing was working. Astral medical protocols weren't stabilizing her. Marcus thought quickly, recalling his emergency medical training. Human neural patterns operated on different electrical frequencies than astral physiology. If the synchronization had already created a bridge between them. He placed his palm against her temple, closing his eyes and consciously focusing on steadying his own neural patterns, visualizing them extending through their connected hands. "Come on," he whispered. "Sync with me." The luminescent patterns across her skin pulsed in time with his heartbeat, then gradually stabilized. Her breathing evened out, color returning to her face. "How did you?" She began weakly. "Human neural electrical patterns," he explained. "They're more adaptable than astral ones, less efficient but more flexible." The communication system suddenly crackled to life, breaking through security protocols. A familiar face materialized on the screen. Commander Vexeth, his usually immaculate appearance now marred by a severe burn across one side of his face. "Princess," he rasped, "you've activated the emergency protocols. Good." "Commander," Lyra straightened, relief evident in her voice. "You're alive." "Barely," Vexeth replied. "Listen carefully." The attack was orchestrated by the Purity Convergence, a secret society of genetic purists within our own ranks. They believe the royal lineage has been contaminated by centuries of selective integration with other species' genetic material. "Contaminated," Lyra repeated. "They seek what they call genetic purification," Vexeth continued, his image flickering. The selection ritual was to be their target all along. The human wasn't the transmission cut out momentarily. Part of their original plan, his presence accelerated their timeline. The vessel's security system suddenly activated, scanning Marcus with intense blue light. Unauthorized genetic signature detected in Royal Security Zone, the system announced. Then, contradicting itself, Royal Authorization genetic markers identified, resolving contradiction. New displays materialized around them, showing detailed genetic analysis of every selection candidate, including hidden markers in Marcus's own DNA that he'd never known existed. "What is this?" he demanded, staring at his own genetic structure highlighted with markers he didn't recognize. "I don't understand," Lyra whispered, studying the display. "These are royal astral markers in your genome, dormant, recessive, but undeniably present. A proximity alarm blared. One of the pursuing vessels had managed to track them, cornering them near a planetary ring system dense with ice and rock fragments. No way around," Lyra stated, studying the tactical display. "Their position cuts off all calculated escape vectors." Marcus studied the ring system, an idea forming. No calculated vectors, maybe. He grabbed the manual controls again. Safety protocols are going to hate this. He overrode the vessel's safety systems, silencing their protests as he aimed directly for the densest part of the planetary rings. "This is suicide," Lyra protested. "The particle density is too high for any navigation system." "Not using the navigation system," Marcus replied. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he guided the vessel into the swirling maelstrom of ice and rock. "Human intuition doesn't follow predictable patterns. That's our advantage." He executed a series of maneuvers so chaotic and unpredictable that no rational algorithm would have attempted them, diving through momentary gaps, spinning to avoid collisions with fragments that appeared suddenly in their path. The pursuing vessel attempted to follow but quickly retreated after sustaining damage to its forward sections. As they emerged from the rings, Marcus noticed something strange. He could hear faint transmissions, frequencies that should have been beyond human perception. "I can detect their communications," he said, surprised. "Frequencies I shouldn't be able to hear. The synchronization is changing you temporarily," Lyra explained, "enhancing your sensory perception." Marcus focused on the transmissions, catching fragments. "Proceed with Phase 3. Genetic purge must be completed. Contamination contained." "They're planning something called Phase 3, Genetic Purge," he reported. "Whatever that is, it sounds apocalyptic." Lyra's expression grew grave. She placed her free hand over their joined ones on the console. "There's something you need to know." Her violet eyes met his. "The Genesis Cradle facility mentioned by the infiltrator, it wasn't created recently. My ancestors established it centuries ago, long before official first contact with humanity." "Why?" Marcus asked, sensing a revelation coming. "To study and preserve human genetic adaptability," she replied. Early observations suggested humanity's evolutionary trajectory would eventually surpass other advanced species, including astrals. "We're a stable species, Marcus. Perfect in many ways, but static. Humans are constantly evolving, adapting. That adaptability is something we've sought to understand and eventually incorporate." The vessel's emergency systems highlighted a potential destination, a small moon orbiting a gas giant at the system's edge. "Hidden Astral Research Outpost," Lyra identified. "Officially abandoned, but I'm detecting power signatures consistent with active laboratories." Marcus studied the encrypted subspace transmissions emanating from the outpost. Those communication patterns match Royal secure protocols. Someone's there, someone with access. As they approached the outpost, Marcus's enhanced perception detected something surrounding the facility, a perimeter of sophisticated sentinels, neither fully mechanical nor fully organic. "Biomechanical guards," he observed. "They have hybrid neural architecture, astral design with human processing patterns. They're programmed to respond to specific genetic signatures," Lyra explained as they began their descent. Not identification codes or credentials. Our synchronized pattern should grant us access. The vessel settled onto a landing pad concealed beneath a holographic shield of ice and rock. As the engines powered down, Lyra accessed deeper emergency protocols using their combined genetic authorization. A holographic display materialized, revealing the outpost's official designation. Evolutionary Nexus Station, Human Integration Research Facility Alpha, Marcus read aloud. The first and most secretive location where astral royalty began incorporating human genetic material into their lineage. 4 centuries before official first contact, Lyra confirmed. My ancestors recognized humanity's potential long before our civilizations formally met. As they prepared to disembark, the biometric synchronization suddenly intensified, reaching a critical threshold. Marcus felt a rushing sensation, as if falling through Lyra's consciousness while still maintaining his own awareness. Their minds merged temporarily, boundaries dissolving. In this shared mental space, a memory unfolded. Princess Lyra's father, the king, speaking to her in a private chamber. The selection ritual isn't merely tradition, daughter, he explained, his voice resonant with authority and concern. Our royal lineage requires specific human genetic markers to prevent catastrophic degradation. The convergence prophecy doesn't predict the end of our civilization. Through external forces, it predicts genetic collapse without human adaptive capabilities. The memory shifted, showing ancient texts with diagrams of DNA strands intertwining astral and human. We've incorporated human genetic material for centuries, the king continued. Each generation requires fresh infusion to maintain stability. Without it, our lineage fails within 3 generations. The synchronization ebbed, leaving Marcus and Lyra gasping as their consciousness separated once more, though their hands remained firmly clasped. That's why the selection was so important, Marcus realized. Not just politics survival. Yes, Lyra confirmed, and why you were drawn to me so powerfully. Your genetic structure is uniquely compatible with mine more than any candidate in centuries. Their moment of understanding was interrupted as external scanners detected multiple jump signatures at the system's edge, massive energy displacements indicating the arrival of an armada. The tactical display materialized, showing dozens of warships bearing Imperial astral military codes. The Royal Fleet, Marcus asked hopefully. Lyra studied the command protocols streaming alongside the identification codes, her expression darkening. The ships are astral, but these command protocols, I don't recognize them. This isn't my father's fleet. A coup, Marcus concluded grimly. The Purity Convergence has taken control of military assets. We need to reach the facility, Lyra urged, rising from her seat while maintaining their vital physical connection. If my ancestors left anything that can help us, it will be inside. As they moved toward the airlock, the view screen showed the first wave of the armada deploying smaller craft hunter vessels optimized for planetary assault. They'll be here within the hour, Marcus noted, checking the small sidearm he'd managed to grab during their escape. Then we have less than an hour to discover why my ancestors were so interested in human genetics, Lyra replied, and how it might save both our species. The airlock cycled open, revealing the stark, pristine interior of a facility that had waited centuries for their arrival. The damaged craft shuddered as they approached the asteroid field, proximity alarms shrieking through the cockpit. Marcus gripped the manual controls, fist clenched, as a constellation of red targeting markers suddenly blossomed across their sensor display. Multiple weapon systems locking on, he warned, voice tight as he executed a defensive roll that sent pain shooting through Lyra's injured side. The princess pressed her palm against the navigation console, leaving a smear of iridescent blood. "We're almost," her words vanished in a gasp as dozens of automated defense turrets emerged from the asteroid's cratered surface, barrels pivoting in perfect synchronization to track their approach. For 3 heartbeats, death hung suspended in the void. Then the targeting markers flickered from crimson to azure. "Genetic recognition protocols engaged," announced a synthetic voice, its cadence oddly bifurcated, one moment flowing with astral harmonics, the next clipped with human military precision. "Royal signature confirmed. Protective formation engaging." The weapons that had threatened annihilation moments before reconfigured with fluid mechanical grace, forming a protective barrier around their vessel. Hidden thrusters ignited across the asteroid field, shifting massive rocks to reveal a narrow passage that hadn't existed seconds earlier. "There. Escorting us," Marcus whispered as their damaged craft was gently captured by invisible tractor fields, guiding them deeper into the asteroid formation. The passage twisted through the rock like a throat swallowing them whole, opening finally into a cavernous docking bay. Emergency lighting activated in precise sequences, 3 short pulses, too long a pattern Marcus recognized from obsolete Earth military protocols that predated his service by decades. "That's impossible," he murmured as their craft settled onto a landing pad, emblazoned with both astral royal insignia and faded human military markings. "That's a recognition sequence from the Lunar Defense Initiative. It was decommissioned 60 years ago." Lyra's breathing had grown shallow, her skin temperature fluctuating beneath his steadying hand. "This outpost shouldn't exist." The bay pressurized around them, atmosphere hissing through ancient vents. As they disembarked, their footsteps echoed through a facility that bore unmistakable signs of both human and astral design philosophies, the elegant crystalline architecture of astral engineering, seamlessly integrated with the practical redundancy of human military construction. Workstations activated as they passed, holographic interfaces flickering to life after decades of dormancy. Marcus paused at a research terminal, fingers hovering over data crystals labeled in both astral script and English. "These are carbon-dated," he said, examining a readout. "According to this, research was being conducted here 58 years before official first contact between our species." The princess swayed beside him, her bioluminescent markings pulsing with increasing irregularity. "Marcus," he caught her as her knees buckled, the contact between their bodies triggering another wave of synchronized biometric responses. The facility reacted instantly, ceiling panels sliding open, wall sections reconfiguring, as the outpost's main systems recognized their combined presence. Holographic data cores erupted into existence around them, filling the chamber with ghostly blue light. File directories materialized in both astral hierarchical patterns and human linear sequences, converging on a central classification. Human Adaptive Recombination, Project Royal Lineage Integration Protocol. By the first dawn, Lyra whispered, her voice hollow with shock as the files expanded, revealing centuries of genetic research, detailed mapping of human DNA alongside astral royal bloodlines. Selective breeding programs, simulation models predicting genetic drift across generations. Marcus's throat constricted as he absorbed the implications. They've been incorporating human genetics into the royal bloodline for centuries. A security terminal activated nearby, responding to their proximity. Footage from the palace attack materialized, multiple angles showing the chaos they'd escaped. Marcus leaned closer, focusing on a sequence showing Commander Vexeth fighting alongside royal guards, his movements desperate as he covered their retreat. He was protecting us, Marcus realized, watching the commander take a blast meant for a retreating guard. He's not part of this. The footage shifted, showing another corridor where selection candidates were being systematically captured rather than killed. Specialized teams in unmarked armor, efficiently subduing and extracting them with equipment Marcus recognized from medical facilities. "Genetic sampling tech," he said, pointing to the devices the extraction teams carried. "They're not just taking prisoners, they're harvesting genetic material." Lyra's legs gave way completely, her skin now burning beneath Marcus's touch. The facility responded immediately, floor panels sliding apart as a medical bay emerged from hidden compartments, specialized treatment pods rising into position. One pod opened with a pneumatic hiss, its interior configured for a body structure that wasn't purely astral. "Life support failing," announced the medical system as Marcus lifted the princess into the pod. "Detecting advanced convergence rejection syndrome. Hybrid physiology treatment protocols initiating." The pod sealed around Lyra, filling with luminescent fluid that conformed to her body. Diagnostic displays materialized, confirming what Marcus had begun to suspect since their first touch triggered the synchronization response. "The royal family has been selectively incorporating human genetic material for generations," he said aloud, watching the medical systems work to stabilize her condition. "That's why you responded to me at the ceremony. That's why our biometrics synchronize." A tactical console activated nearby, its interface reconfiguring into a hybrid command system that felt eerily familiar. Marcus approached it cautiously, recognition dawning as his fingers traced control patterns he'd helped design during military exchange programs. "I know this system," he murmured, muscle memory guiding his hands across the interface. "This is based on the neural response tactical framework I helped develop for cross-species military coordination." The system responded to his touch, security networks expanding across holographic displays to reveal what the outpost sensors had detected: multiple stealth vessels converging on their location, each broadcasting encrypted identification codes. "They're using the selection candidates' genetic profiles as authentication signals," he realized, decoding the patterns. "They're tracking us through genetic markers." A harsh alarm cut through the chamber as Lyra's medical pod flashed with warning indicators. The princess convulsed within the suspension fluid, her bioluminescent markings flickering chaotically. "Critical genetic cascade failure detected," announced the medical system. "Convergence rejection syndrome reaching terminal phase, cellular degradation accelerating." Marcus rushed to the pod, pressing his palm against its transparent surface. "What's happening to her?" The system displayed a molecular simulation showing Lyra's DNA, a complex interweaving of astral sequences with unmistakable human genetic markers, now breaking apart at critical juncture points. Generations of carefully balanced human astral genetic modifications destabilizing, the system explained. Without direct neural stabilization from a compatible human donor, fatal cellular degradation will continue. The pod's surface reconfigured, revealing an emergency medical interface. Marcus didn't hesitate. He placed his hand on the scanner, watching as needles extended from the console to extract blood and tissue samples. "Compatibility analysis complete," the system announced after agonizing seconds. "Optimal neural synchronization potential detected. Emergency procedure available." A neural interface helmet descended from the ceiling as a secondary pod emerged beside Lyra's. Marcus swallowed hard, watching the equipment prepare for a procedure he couldn't fully comprehend. Will this save her? Temporary stabilization probable. Neural link will facilitate genetic resequencing and cellular repair. Marcus stepped into the secondary pod, securing the neural interface to his temples. "Do it." The world dissolved into blinding light as the neural link established Marcus's consciousness, plunging not just into Lyra's mind, but into something far more vast. Ancestral memories cascaded through him like a torrent, generations of astral royalty, their secrets, their fears, their desperate gamble to save their species. He witnessed the true origin of the selection ritual, not a political ceremony, but a carefully disguised genetic screening program, designed to identify humans with specific genetic markers that could stabilize the increasingly fragile royal bloodline against catastrophic mutation. The memories shifted, showing him research chambers where astral scientists worked alongside human counterparts, some wearing uniforms from Earth's earliest space programs, decades before official first contact. They studied evolutionary divergence theory, documenting how human genetic material possessed unique adaptive capabilities absent in older species. Simulation models played out before him, predicting how humans would eventually surpass other species due to their chaotic but remarkably effective evolutionary trajectory, a potential that both terrified and fascinated the ancient astral civilization. Marcus gasped as the neural link deepened, his consciousness merging more completely with Lyra's. Through her eyes, he felt the weight of centuries, the burden of a royal line tasked with preserving their species through carefully hidden genetic manipulation. The outpost's alarms shattered his immersion, pulling him partially back to physical awareness. Breach warnings flashed across security displays as infiltration teams cut through the outer defenses, methodically penetrating the asteroid's protective layers. Without disconnecting from the neural link, Marcus reached for the tactical console, his fingers dancing across controls with instinctive precision. He improvised defense protocols that combined human unpredictability with astral precision, creating security responses that confused the attacker's algorithmic assault patterns. "Marcus," Lyra's voice echoed through their shared consciousness. "I can help." He felt her awareness extending through him, accessing genetic command codes embedded in her royal signature. Emergency protocols activated throughout the facility, blast doors sealing, defensive systems reconfiguring as sections of the outpost isolated themselves from the breach points. Their shared consciousness accessed the outpost's central database, revealing classified communications between astral royalty and Earth's earliest space agencies' secret agreements to study human genetic material decades before official first contact. The true reason Earth had been granted unusually favorable terms in subsequent alliance negotiations became clear: humanity had unwittingly provided the key to astral survival. A specialized vault activated in response to Lyra's stabilizing genetic signature, mechanical locks disengaging as preservation chambers rose from secured storage. Within each transparent container floated genetic samples cataloged, preserved specimens from previous selection candidates spanning generations. Marcus's breath caught as he recognized a designation that matched his family lineage, samples dating back to his great-grandfather's generation. "My presence at the ceremony wasn't coincidence," he whispered, the truth crystallizing in his mind. "My family has been monitored for generations. They've been waiting for someone with my specific genetic markers." Through their neural connection, he felt Lyra's acknowledgement her royal training had never revealed these secrets, kept hidden even from those who would inherit the throne. The medical systems chimed as the emergency procedure completed its first phase. Lyra's condition temporarily stabilized. The neural link remained active but less invasive, allowing them both to function independently while maintaining the connection. "We need to move," Marcus said, helping Lyra from her pod. "They've breached the outer defenses." He scanned the facility's schematics, his human pattern recognition, identifying something the astral designers had concealed within the architecture itself, decorative elements that formed a coherent pathway when viewed through human cognitive patterns. "There," he said, pointing to wall sections that appeared merely ornamental to astral perception. "That's an emergency evacuation route." The facility was designed so only someone with both astral authority and human perception could fully navigate it. Lyra's eyes widened with understanding. A failsafe requiring both species to access. As they moved toward the hidden passage, their neural link intensified suddenly, reaching a critical synchronization threshold. Their separate consciousnesses merged completely for several heartbeats long enough to reveal the full convergence prophecy that had driven astral policy for centuries. Not a mystical prediction of doom, but a scientific forecast based on genetic analysis. The astral species would face extinction, without incorporating specific adaptive genetic sequences found only in humans. Their evolutionary path had reached a dead end, their genetic diversity insufficient to overcome emerging threats to their survival. The sound of breaching charges echoed through the facility as they reached the hidden passage. Through security feeds, they watched infiltration teams pour into the main laboratory, their armor bearing not just the emblems of purity convergence extremists, but also the corporate insignia of the Genix Consortium, a powerful faction known for genetic exploitation. They don't want to eliminate human genetics, Lyra realized, her voice hollow. They want to harvest it, extract, and replicate the adaptive sequences without maintaining actual human bloodlines. Advanced research files flashed across nearby terminals as they fled, revealing the final piece of the puzzle. The astral royal family had been protecting humanity from exploitation by other advanced species for centuries. The public fiction of selection rituals concealed their gradual introduction of human genetic material into their own population, while preventing other factions from recognizing humanity's unique genetic potential. Marcus paused at a defense terminal, his military training allowing him to access drone control systems. Using improvised command codes, he reprogrammed the outpost security drones to follow unpredictable defense patterns, exploiting the attacker's reliance on logical prediction algorithms. "That will buy us time," he said, rejoining Lyra as they continued through the hidden passage. But not much. The medical interface on Lyra's wrist pulsed with a diagnostic update, her condition temporarily strengthened but fundamentally unstable. Without a complete genetic stabilization bond with a compatible human donor, her condition would deteriorate again within days. "The selection ritual," she said, understanding dawning in her eyes. "It wasn't just to find a political consort. It was to identify my permanent genetic partner." A deep rumble shook the facility as they reached an observation chamber near the evacuation vessels. Long-range sensors detected a massive ship dropping out of hyperspace, the Imperial Astral flagship, its profile unmistakable against the void. "Help has arrived," Lyra breathed, relief washing through their neural link. But Marcus's blood ran cold as the tactical display updated, showing the flagship's position not opposing the attack force, but leading it weapons systems targeting the outpost's remaining defenses with surgical precision. "That's not possible," Lyra whispered, her royal composure cracking as the implications became clear. The flagship's communications array broadcast authentication codes, matching the highest levels of royal authority elements within the royal family itself, had aligned with the purity convergence, seeing the genetic integration with humans as a threat to their traditional power rather than the salvation of their species. "We need to move," Marcus said, guiding her toward the evacuation vessels as the outpost shuddered under renewed assault. "We can't let them capture either of us now. We need to move." "Now," Marcus said, grabbing Lyra's hand and pulling her toward the back wall of the chamber. His fingers found a nearly invisible seam in the paneling, pressing in a specific sequence that seemed to come from muscle memory rather than conscious thought. The wall split apart with a pneumatic hiss, revealing a narrow passageway bathed in low blue emergency lighting. As they stepped through, Marcus felt the vibration beneath his feet as heavy security doors began sealing behind them, followed by the distant rumble of controlled demolition. "The tunnels are collapsing behind us," Lyra observed, her luminescent eyes widening. Marcus nodded, studying the evacuation route's design as they moved. "This system, It's not just astral tech. These unpredictable collapse patterns, the seemingly random security checkpoint distributions, these are human military evacuation principles. He traced his fingers along a junction point where the tunnels branched, specifically designed to be unpredictable to AI prediction algorithms. Your people built this facility with human cognitive patterns in mind. Lyra's response died in her throat as her knees buckled. The telltale shimmer of genetic destabilization rippled across her skin like oil on water. Marcus caught her before she hit the ground, the contact instantly triggering the neural synchronization they'd experienced earlier. "I can't maintain stability," she gasped, fingers digging into his forearm. "The stress is accelerating the cascade." "I've got you," Marcus said, supporting her weight while maintaining the neural connection. His mind flooded with fragmented images, generations of astral royalty, their elegant forms becoming increasingly frail with each passing century. He saw diplomatic meetings, exploration vessels, carefully orchestrated accidents that brought human genetic material into proximity with astral royalty. None of it random, all of it planned across centuries. "They've been integrating human genetics into your bloodline for generations," Marcus whispered, the realization dawning as they stumbled forward. Long before official first contact, Lyra's eyes met his, pain evident in their depths. "Keep moving. I'll explain when we're safe." The tunnel widened suddenly, opening into a concealed hangar bay. A single vessel occupied the space unlike any ship Marcus had encountered. Its sleek lines incorporated both the crystalline architecture favored by astrals and the utilitarian efficiency of human military craft. "What is this?" Marcus asked, helping Lyra toward the ship as the rumbling behind them grew louder. "Our way out," she managed through clenched teeth. "It's a hybrid vessel designed for bonded human-astral pairs." Inside, the command deck confirmed her words. Twin pilot stations faced each other, one configured with astral neural interfaces, the other with human tactile controls. Between them, a shared synchronization field shimmered. "The ship can't be piloted by either species alone," Lyra explained, collapsing into the astral control seat. "The interfaces only function when both pilots maintain specific neural synchronization patterns." Marcus settled into the human chair, hands hovering over unfamiliar controls that somehow felt right beneath his fingers. Why build a ship neither species can fly independently? "Because what we can achieve together exceeds what either can do alone," Lyra replied, her voice strengthening as the synchronization field enveloped them both. As Marcus initiated the launch sequence, his elbow knocked against a secured compartment beside his station. The panel slid open at his touch, revealing dozens of crystalline data storage units. "These are genetic profiles," he realized, scanning through the information that automatically displayed on his console. "All the selection candidates." Lyra's attention snapped toward him. "What do they say?" Marcus's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the data. "They weren't chosen for political alliances at all. Each candidate has specific genetic markers that complement your genome. Different stabilizing factors, immune responses, neural compatibility patterns." He paused, finding his own profile among them. "Except me. According to this, I'm compatible with all your required sequences, every single one." Lyra opened her mouth to respond when another genetic cascade tore through her system. She cried out, the neural synchronization between them deepening unexpectedly as her control shattered. Marcus gasped as his consciousness merged more completely with hers. No longer just glimpses, he was there, experiencing her memories as if they were his own. A small child undergoing painful genetic treatments, royal physicians with grave expressions. Whispered arguments between factions of the royal family, those embracing human genetic integration versus those fearing it would dilute astral purity. "They've been fighting over this for generations," Marcus whispered, as the shared consciousness state gradually stabilized. A warning flashed across the ship's security feeds. The attacking forces had breached the outpost's research database. Marcus watched as they systematically targeted files labeled Divergence Point Alpha. "What are they looking for?" he asked. Lyra's voice came through their shared consciousness rather than her lips. Divergence Point Alpha, a predicted evolutionary threshold where human adaptive genetics would accelerate exponentially. Your species isn't just adaptable, Marcus. You're approaching an evolutionary tipping point that would allow humanity to surpass civilizations that took millennia to evolve in mere centuries. The vessel's engines hummed to life beneath them. Through their shared consciousness, Lyra accessed Marcus's military training, her analytical astral mind merging with his intuitive human approach as they prepared for launch. "I understand now," she said, her fingers dancing across controls that responded to both her touch and her thoughts. "Your tactical thinking, it's so different from ours, less logical but more alive." Marcus felt the strange sensation of his own combat training flowing into her mind while her analytical processing enhanced his perception. Together, they programmed defensive patterns that neither would have conceived alone. The hangar doors slid open above them, revealing a concealed launch tunnel carved through the asteroid. The hybrid vessel shot upward, its acceleration compensators barely managing the G-forces as they burst into open space. "We've got pursuit craft," Marcus warned, reading the tactical display. 6 of them using some kind of biological tracking system. Lyra's alarm pulsed through their connection. "They're keyed to my royal genetic signature. They can follow me anywhere in the galaxy." Marcus processed this information through his military training, an idea forming. "Your signature already contains human elements. If we modify our ship's emission pattern to accentuate those human genetic markers, we could camouflage my astral signature," Lyra finished, already implementing the adjustment through her console. "They'll be looking for an astral royal, not a human astral hybrid." The pursuing ships hesitated, their formation breaking as they lost their lock on Lyra's signature. Marcus allowed himself a moment of satisfaction before new alerts flashed across his console. "The vessel's automated systems are activating a pre-programmed escape route," he observed as the ship changed course without his input. "The Crucible Nebula," Lyra whispered, reading the destination coordinates. Her face paled. "That's impossible. It's a forbidden zone in our most ancient records." Marcus frowned, accessing his military database implant. "That doesn't match our records. Early human deep space exploration vessels charted that region before official first contact. We have outposts there." Before they could process this contradiction, Lyra convulsed in her seat, the genetic stabilization failing catastrophically. The neural synchronization faltered, their connection weakening as her system began shutting down. "She's dying," the ship's AI announced dispassionately. "Genetic cascade failure imminent." Marcus frantically searched the vessel's schematics, finding something unexpected. "There's a specialized medical chamber aboard. Deck 2, aft section." He lifted Lyra from her seat, her body feather light in his arms as he carried her down the corridor. The chamber he found resembled both a human medical pod and an astral royal ceremonial chamber, the technologies seamlessly integrated. "This was designed for us," he realized, placing her inside. "For this exact scenario." The chamber activated as it detected Lyra's royal genetic signature and Marcus's human DNA in proximity. A field of golden energy enveloped them both as the neural synchronization deepened beyond anything they'd experienced before. Marcus gasped as he plunged fully into Lyra's ancestral memories, witnessing the catastrophic genetic degradation that began affecting astral royalty centuries ago. Their highly engineered genetics had become too perfect, a sterile evolutionary dead end that had lost the ability to adapt to environmental changes. "Your species was dying," Marcus whispered, understanding flooding through him. The perfect became the enemy of survival. Through her memories, he witnessed the moment astral scientists first detected Earth broadcasts not decades ago, as official history claimed, but centuries earlier. He saw their simulations showing human genetic variability as the solution to their terminal stabilization problems. First contact wasn't accidental, he said aloud, though Lyra couldn't respond in her unconscious state. Your people sought us out specifically because of our genetics. The ship's communication system chimed, interrupting his revelation. An encrypted transmission appeared on the nearest display, Commander Vexath's stern face materializing. Princess, human, if you're receiving this, you've escaped the outpost. The commander's voice was strained, a fresh wound visible on his temple. The selection has been compromised. I've uncovered evidence that certain candidates have been systematically sabotaged genetic profiles, altered to appear compatible when they would actually accelerate your condition. Marcus watched as Vexath transmitted detailed files showing the sabotaged genetic markers carefully modified, test results falsified. It's part of a plot to force a crisis, Vexath continued. They want your condition to deteriorate beyond conventional treatment, Princess. They're pushing for more extreme measures. The transmission ended abruptly as the synchronization chamber completed its cycle. Lyra's eyes fluttered open, her condition stabilized, but Marcus could sense through their lingering connection that something was still wrong. The chamber worked, she said, sitting up slowly. But it's temporary. My condition is more advanced than previously diagnosed. That's why they scheduled the selection ritual earlier than planned, Marcus realized. Powerful factions within your empire realized the royal family's dependency on human genetics was reaching a critical threshold. As Lyra exited the chamber, the ship shuddered violently, throwing them against a damaged bulkhead that cracked open upon impact. Behind the panel, Marcus discovered a hidden compartment containing artifacts he immediately recognized. These are from Earth, he whispered, carefully extracting a weathered leather-bound book, a metal dog tag from a 21st century military uniform, and what appeared to be ancient genetic sampling vials. But these items date back centuries before official first contact. Lyra examined a genetic sequence displayed on one vial. These samples match recurring patterns in selection candidate bloodlines. They've been cultivating compatible human lineages for generations. A sudden intuition drew Marcus back to the command deck. Something about the human-specific interfaces called to him. He placed his hands on the tactile controls, accessing systems that remained dormant under Lyra's touch. These interfaces aren't just designed for human hands, he explained, as encrypted files appeared. They're designed for human cognition pattern recognition rather than logical algorithmic analysis. Your systems can't process these files because they're not meant to be interpreted linearly. The decrypted coordinates revealed the location of a hidden sanctuary established by the pro-integration faction of the royal family. We have a destination, Marcus began, before alarms blared throughout the vessel. Pursuit craft have reacquired our position, Lyra warned, sliding into her control seat. They're deploying some kind of disruptor field. The field hit them like a physical blow. Marcus watched in horror as Lyra collapsed in agony, the neural synchronization between them violently disrupted. The technology specifically targeted the human astral bond they'd established. I can't maintain the connection, she gasped, her body beginning to destabilize again. Marcus abandoned his station, pulling himself toward human-only backup systems recessed in the bulkhead. They're targeting our synchronization pattern, but these systems operate independently. His military implants suddenly activated, detecting and decrypting transmission fragments between the pursuing vessels. The content made his blood run cold. It's not just about harvesting human genetic material, he told Lyra as he manually rerouted ship functions through the backup systems. The Genix Consortium is developing weaponized strains designed to target and neutralize specific human adaptive capabilities, the ones they cannot replicate or control. As Lyra fought through her pain to help navigate, the vessel's emergency systems detected her deteriorating condition and automatically activated a secure communication channel. A regal astral female appeared on the main display, her resemblance to Lyra unmistakable despite her advanced age. "Mother," Lyra whispered in disbelief. "The transmission is automated, triggered by your genetic distress signature," the Queen of the Astral Empire explained. "If you're seeing this, you've discovered the truth about our dependency on human genetics and are in danger from those who oppose integration." The Queen's image shifted, revealing schematics for a hidden research facility. "Seek Genesis Point. The future of both our species depends on it." The transmission ended as they approached the swirling gases of the Crucible Nebula. The vessel shuddered, then began an automatic reconfiguration, weapon systems retracting as stealth systems engaged. Marcus watched in amazement, recognizing the pattern from his classified military training. These are human military protocols, deep reconnaissance behind enemy lines. This ship is executing stealth infiltration procedures that only 5 people in the human alliance should even know exist. The nebula loomed before them, its swirling clouds simultaneously threatening and beckoning. As the last of the vessel's external systems went dark, Marcus took Lyra's hand across the synchronization field. "Whatever's in there," he said, "it predates everything we thought we knew about each other's civilizations." The ship slipped silently into the nebula's embrace, vanishing from all external sensors as the pursuing vessels hesitated at the boundary of the forbidden zone. The vessel shuddered as it pierced the outer boundary of the Crucible Nebula. Swirling clouds of luminescent particulate matter engulfed them, transforming the viewscreen into a kaleidoscope of violet and crimson. Warning indicators flashed across the console as navigation systems faltered. "Automated guidance failing," Marcus announced, his fingers already dancing across the manual controls. The nebula's electromagnetic patterns are shifting too rapidly for the predictive algorithms. He disengaged the autopilot and gripped the manual steering column. The vessel responded immediately to his touch, steadying as he adjusted their trajectory by instinct rather than computation. Years of atmospheric flight training in unpredictable Earth weather patterns had prepared him for exactly this kind of situation. "What are you doing?" Lyra's voice carried a note of alarm as she watched him bypass sophisticated navigation systems. "Those controls are archaic backups. Sometimes archaic is exactly what you need." Marcus felt the subtle vibrations through the column, making micro-adjustments based on resistance and flow. "Your systems are trying to predict patterns that aren't meant to be predicted. I'm feeling them instead." Lyra's skeptical response died in her throat as a violent tremor ran through her body. Her skin flickered between its natural opalescence and a concerning ashen gray. She gripped the medical console, fists clenching tighter. "Your stabilization is failing," Marcus observed, dividing his attention between piloting and the bioreadings now flashing red on the secondary display. "Something in the nebula is affecting you." He guided the vessel deeper into the swirling clouds, navigating by feel as particulate matter rendered visual navigation nearly useless. The ship's sensors attempted to compensate, but the electromagnetic interference scrambled their readings. Lyra pressed her palm against the medical interface, triggering a detailed holographic display of her genetic structure. Unstable segments pulsed with warning indicators. "It's the radiation," she managed through clenched teeth. "Specific frequencies within the nebula are triggering genetic fluctuations. My stabilization protocols can't compensate." The medical interface expanded its display, revealing a complex evolutionary map of astral royal genetics. Marcus watched as generation after generation, showed progressive engineering toward what the system labeled as perfection parameters. The final generations, Lyra's immediate ancestors, glowed with warning indicators highlighting catastrophic vulnerabilities. Beside it, a parallel map appeared: human genetic development across millennia. Where the astral map showed deliberate, structured progression, the human map appeared chaotic, branching in countless directions with natural mutations, adaptations, and seemingly random variations. Your people engineered themselves into a corner, Marcus realized, understanding flowing through him as he interpreted the display. Perfection created vulnerability. The nebula wasn't chosen randomly, Lyra gasped, another tremor shaking her frame. It's a barrier, a test. The radiation patterns. They're specifically challenging genetic resilience. A proximity alert blared. Marcus glanced at the tactical display, where pursuing vessels had reorganized into a precise formation he recognized immediately. "Pincer approach with flanking coverage," he muttered. "That's not astral tactical doctrine. That's human military formation." "Impossible," Lyra whispered, but the evidence was undeniable as the vessels executed the maneuver with practiced precision. "We've got human mercenaries or collaborators out there," Marcus concluded grimly. "They know exactly how I'd typically evade an astral pursuit." He abruptly cut their thrust and executed a maneuver that would be considered reckless by any formal flight academy standards, diving directly toward a particularly dense pocket of nebula matter. The pursuing vessels hesitated, their formation momentarily breaking as they recalculated. Lyra collapsed against the medical interface, her body convulsing. The console responded immediately, extending medical supports that cradled her trembling form. A specialized interface activated, scanning her at the cellular level. "Marcus," she called weakly, "you need to see this." He risked a glance at the new display as he continued piloting by instinct. The interface had deepened its analysis, revealing genetic memories encoded within Lyra's DNA, historical data preserved across generations. The images were fragmented but unmistakable, an ancient catastrophe. Billions of astrals succumbing to a pathogen that specifically targeted their genetically engineered perfect immune systems. A civilization brought to its knees by the very perfection it had pursued. "Our pursuit of flawlessness eliminated crucial adaptability factors," Lyra explained, her voice strengthening as she connected with the data. "We created a species-wide vulnerability to specific environmental factors. We nearly went extinct before." The display shifted, showing the first documented encounter between astrals and humans. The date made Marcus's breath catch centuries before official first contact. "Before we discovered human genetics," she finished, "your species' chaotic development created robust adaptability we had engineered out of ourselves." A new alert sounded as the vessel's emergency protocols activated a secure data partition. Military intelligence reports filled a secondary screen, classified human documents detailing a covert scientific expedition to the Crucible Nebula decades before official first contact. "Your people were already here," Lyra realized, studying the reports. But these coordinates, these specific approach vectors, they were deliberately guided. Astral observers led them here. Another violent convulsion racked her body. The medical interface flashed critical warnings as her genetic structure began cascading toward failure. Cellular breakdown accelerated, spreading through her system like wildfire. "You're dying," Marcus realized, horror flooding through him. Without conscious thought, he abandoned the controls and moved to her side. Their neural synchronization implants glowed as he placed his hands on either side of her face, instinctively deepening their connection beyond all safety parameters. Pain lanced through his skull as their minds merged more completely than ever before. He felt her genetic structure as though it were his own, felt the cascading failure spreading through her cells. Something awakened within his own DNA dormant sequences, activating in response to their connection. Energy flowed between them, his genetic structure temporarily stabilizing hers through a mechanism neither of them understood. The medical interface tracked the process, displaying the interaction of their DNA in real time. "That's impossible," Lyra whispered, strength returning to her voice as the stabilization took effect. "Human DNA shouldn't be able to interface with astral genetics at this level without generations of preparation." A specialized interface activated within the vessel's command systems, previously hidden controls illuminating in response to their synchronized genetic signatures. The ship itself was transforming around them, reconfiguring to accommodate their specific needs. "This isn't a general emergency vessel," Marcus realized, examining the newly revealed systems. "It was designed specifically for us. For our exact genetic signatures." The interface confirmed his suspicion, displaying design specifications that incorporated both human and astral biological parameters customized precisely for their unique combination. "Someone prepared this escape craft years in advance," Lyra said, her eyes widening. "Someone who knew we would be compatible, who anticipated we would need to flee together." Their momentary reprieve was interrupted as automated security protocols activated within the vessel. Classified astral research data unlocked before them, displaying genetic analyses of humans throughout Earth's history. These markers, Lyra indicated specific segments highlighted in the human genome. "They're not natural mutations." "We were manipulated," Marcus understood, reading the analysis. "A third species modified human genetics in ancient times, creating specific adaptive capabilities. The same capabilities that make humans uniquely compatible with astral royal lineages," Lyra finished. "Our species were designed to complement each other." A blinding flash erupted outside the vessel as a specialized pursuit craft fired targeted EMP weapons. Systems failed across the console, screens flickering and dying as the electromagnetic pulse disrupted their technology. Marcus didn't hesitate. His hands found manual backup controls hidden beneath the primary console mechanical systems impervious to electromagnetic interference. The neural link between them deepened further, allowing Lyra to experience his muscle memory directly. "I can feel how you're doing this," she marveled, her own hands finding secondary controls, mimicking his movements with growing confidence. "Not calculating trajectories, feeling them." "Human piloting relies on instinct as much as computation," Marcus explained, guiding the vessel through a particularly dense pocket of nebula matter. "Sometimes your body knows the right move before your mind can calculate it." The system disruption revealed a hidden compartment within the vessel's laboratory section. Inside, preserved biological samples from Earth's evolutionary history lay alongside astral genetic samples. Each pairing was meticulously documented with timestamps and coordinates. "Intervention points," Marcus observed, examining the data. "Moments where both our species experienced unexplained evolutionary leaps." "The same patterns in both samples," Lyra confirmed. "Both our species were shaped by the same external influence guided toward compatibility." With primary navigation offline, Marcus fell back to basic stellar navigation techniques from his military survival training. He studied the nebula's radiation patterns visible through the viewscreen. "We need to establish our position relative to the galactic core," he explained, sketching calculations on a manual plotting board. Lyra watched with poorly concealed skepticism. "These methods are primitive. Our stellar cartography systems could—" "Our stellar cartography is offline," Marcus interrupted. "Sometimes primitive works when advanced fails." He paused, noticing something unusual about the radiation patterns. "Look at that formation. The way the particles are flowing against the gravitational tide." "I don't see anything unusual," Lyra replied, squinting at the swirling clouds. That's because you're not looking with human eyes. Marcus indicated specific wavelengths in the human visual spectrum. There's a pattern here that astral sensory systems wouldn't detect a natural map embedded in the radiation itself. Their debate was cut short as their neural synchronization suddenly deepened during a moment of shared focus. Marcus gasped as Lyra's memory flooded into his consciousness, her first participation in genetic council meetings, where senior advisors argued in hushed tones about human integration timelines and compatibility indexes. He witnessed through her eyes as she discovered discrepancies in the official timeline of human astral contact. Documents indicating human genetic material had been incorporated into the royal lineage centuries before official records acknowledged any contact between their species. The vessel shuddered as defensive systems registered multiple incoming projectiles with biological tracking components. They're not targeting the ship, Marcus realized, studying the attack pattern. They're targeting our neural synchronization, trying to separate us. The projectiles adjusted course in perfect unison, homing in on the unique frequency generated by their connected minds. Marcus executed a series of evasive maneuvers, but the projectiles anticipated each move, adjusting with uncanny precision. As systems continued failing around them, Marcus focused on the nebula's radiation fluctuations. Something about their rhythm tugged at his subconscious, a pattern within patterns. "There's a signal here," he muttered, eyes narrowing as he traced the seemingly random fluctuations. Not natural, artificial, hidden within the natural phenomena. His intuitive pattern recognition detected what astrological systems would never identify: coordinates embedded within the chaos, revealing a hidden passage through the nebula. The neural synchronization deepened again, enabling Lyra to temporarily access Marcus's subconscious processing capacity. She gasped as she experienced how human intuition functioned alongside logic, rather than separately from it, patterns emerging from seeming randomness, connections forming without explicit calculation. "The selection ritual," she whispered in sudden realization. "Its design deliberately incorporates human decision-making patterns. It was never meant to be navigated through pure astral rationality." As they adjusted course toward the hidden coordinates, another wave of genetic memory washed over Lyra. The medical interface displayed the original astral-human contact, not a chance encounter, but a deliberate search. Astral geneticists had detected unique radiation patterns from Earth that indicated the precise adaptive capabilities their species required after their near extinction. The vessel's emergency systems activated an automated transmission to an unknown receiver. Marcus recognized the encryption protocols immediately. "That's a human intelligence signature," he confirmed. "Deep cover operators. There's already a human presence established within the nebula." "Working with astral royal separatists," Lyra added, connecting the pieces. "A faction that broke away from the main court centuries ago." Their speculation was interrupted by a direct neural transmission that bypassed all ship systems. The elegant, commanding presence of the Queen, Lyra's mother, filled their connected minds. "My daughter," the Queen's voice resonated with urgency and sorrow. "The selection ritual's true purpose was never what you were told. It was designed to publicly acknowledge what has been occurring in secret for generations: human genetic integration into our royal line." Images flowed through the connection, generations of carefully orchestrated genetic blending, creating a royal lineage that carried the best of both species while maintaining the appearance of pure astral heritage. "The purest factions discovered our plan," the Queen continued. "They would rather see our royal line end than admit our dependency on humans. You and Marcus are the culmination of centuries of work, the perfect balance we have sought." The transmission faded as they approached the hidden coordinates. The nebula suddenly cleared before them, particulate matter parting like a curtain to reveal a massive structure combining both human and astral architectural elements. Angular human-designed sections merged seamlessly with flowing astral constructions, creating something entirely new. Confluence, Lyra whispered, recognizing the installation from genetic memory. Built centuries before official first contact, a joint research facility where our species first began working together. At the center of the installation, sensors detected a specialized medical chamber awaiting activation. The vessel's interface displayed its purpose, a genetic synchronization mechanism that could permanently stabilize Lyra's condition. It requires complete genetic synchronization, Marcus realized, studying the specifications. A permanent bond at the cellular level. It would irreversibly bind us together, Lyra confirmed, her eyes meeting his. Neither fully human nor fully astral, but something new, something that could bridge our worlds. The pursuing vessels appeared at the nebula's edge as Confluence's docking systems guided their damaged craft toward the medical facility. Time was running out. The choice before them carried implications beyond their personal survival. The future of both their species hung in the balance. The Confluence installation emerged from the swirling nebula like a mirage solidifying into reality. Not a simple outpost as Marcus had expected, but a massive structure stretching kilometers across space, a perfect fusion of human and astral design philosophies. Sleek crystalline spires characteristic of astral architecture interlocked with utilitarian human-designed modules, their connection points so seamless they appeared grown rather than built. "Impossible," Marcus whispered, his breath fogging the viewport as Lyra's ship approached. The official first contact was only 73 years ago. Lyra's fingers trembled against the controls. This integration, these design elements. Her voice faltered as another spasm racked her body. Some of these structures bear hallmarks of astral Third Dynasty architecture. 800 years old at minimum. The implications crashed through Marcus's mind. Centuries of secret collaboration. Generations of hidden contact. Everything he'd been taught about humanity's place in the galactic community, a carefully constructed fiction. Warning lights flashed across the control panel as automated defense systems activated. Targeting arrays swiveled toward their approaching vessel, weapon systems humming to life. "Proximity alert," the ship's AI announced. "Defense grid initiating lock on sequence." Marcus leaned forward, studying the pattern of deployment. Something about the configuration tugged at his memory. These are Earth-based systems, he realized, recognition dawning. Helios-class orbital defense platforms. They were decommissioned 30 years ago. He reached across Lyra, fingers dancing across the control interface. The authentication protocols follow standard Earth military rotation ciphers. 537 interval pattern. "How could you possibly know that?" Lyra asked, her luminescent eyes widening. Marcus's hands moved with practiced precision. "Because I trained on the obsolete systems during basic, military history preservation program." His lips quirked into a half-smile. Most recruits considered it useless knowledge. The defense grid hesitated, weapon systems cycling through authentication sequences. Marcus anticipated each security challenge, countering with responses that exploited weaknesses in the outdated protocol's vulnerabilities patched decades ago in current systems, but preserved in these ancient defenses. No AI would know these backdoor sequences, he explained, as the defense grid powered down. They were deliberately kept out of digital archives after the Damascus incident. The docking sequence initiated automatically as they approached. Lyra slumped in her seat, her luminescence flickering dangerously. "Marcus," she gasped, her voice barely audible. "I can't," her body convulsed, skin paling to a ghostly translucence. The genetic degradation was accelerating. Marcus unbuckled her restraints and lifted her into his arms, her weight surprisingly light against his chest. Her temperature had dropped alarmingly, her normally warm skin now cool to the touch. "Hold on," he murmured against her temple. "Just hold on." The airlock cycled open with a pneumatic hiss. Marcus carried Lyra through corridors that blended human utilitarian design with flowing astral aesthetics. Emergency lighting activated as they passed, responding to their presence after what must have been centuries of dormancy. A massive sealed doorway blocked their path, its surface inscribed with interlocking symbols, astral royal script intertwined with ancient human mathematical equations. A dual interface panel glowed to life, one configured for astral neural patterns, the other unmistakably designed for human neurological architecture. "It requires both of us," Marcus realized, positioning Lyra's palm against the astral interface while placing his own hand on the human panel. Nothing happened. "Synchronized neural patterns required," an automated voice announced, the language shifting fluidly between astral harmonic speech and English. Simultaneous authentication. Marcus pressed his forehead against Lyra's, their breath mingling. "Focus on me," he whispered. "Like in the garden, find that connection." Her eyelids fluttered. "I can't. Too weak." "You can." He pressed his hand more firmly against the panel, concentrating on the sensation of her consciousness, that ethereal touch he'd felt during their first connection. "Find me." Something shifted between them, a mental doorway opening. Their heartbeats synchronized, breathing falling into perfect rhythm. The panels beneath their hands illuminated, pulsing in matching cadence. The massive door slid open, revealing a chamber unlike anything Marcus had ever seen. Crystalline medical equipment merged with human design technology in configurations that defied conventional engineering. At the center stood a raised platform surrounded by hovering diagnostic arrays. Marcus carried Lyra to the platform, laying her gently on its surface. The moment her body made contact, the entire chamber hummed to life. Holographic displays materialized around them, filling the air with cascading data streams and three-dimensional images. And faces, dozens of faces, human and astral pairs, their images captured in perfect detail recordings spanning centuries. Each pair stood shoulder to shoulder, their expressions solemn yet hopeful. Names and dates scrolled beneath each hologram, along with genetic compatibility indexes and offspring viability projections. They were breeding programs, Marcus realized, the truth dawning with horrifying clarity. Controlled genetic partnerships. A holographic timeline expanded across the chamber, charting genetic stability across generations. Early pairings showed minimal success, offspring surviving only briefly. But with each generation, the stability improved, human adaptive traits merging with astral genetic structures to create increasingly viable combinations. Until abruptly, 73 years ago, the program terminated. The final entry showed evidence of deliberate genetic sabotage, the carefully cultivated bloodlines systematically corrupted. "The purists," Lyra whispered, her voice strengthening slightly as the medical platform initiated preliminary treatment protocols. They couldn't accept the dilution of royal bloodlines with human genetics. Warning klaxons shattered the moment. Security monitors activated around the chamber, displaying external sensor feeds. Multiple vessels approached Confluent's sleek astral warships flanked by bulkier human hegemony cruisers. "That's impossible," Marcus breathed. "Hegemony forces working with astral ships." The sensor data was unmistakable. Human mercenaries in hegemony tactical gear deployed alongside astral purist forces, their movements coordinated with practiced precision. "Xenophobes find common ground across species," Lyra said bitterly. "Both sides fear what we represent." The medical chamber's central console activated, displaying a comprehensive genetic analysis of both Marcus and Lyra. Their DNA structures appeared side by side, potential integration points highlighted in pulsing gold. "Compatibility index, 98.7%, the system announced. Unprecedented synchronization potential detected. The display expanded, showing projections of fully synchronized genetic structures, neither purely human nor purely astral, but something new. Enhanced neural capacity, accelerated cellular regeneration, extended lifespan. The potential outcomes scrolled in an endless list of evolutionary advantages. Full synchronization would not merely stabilize Princess Lyra's genetic degradation, the system continued. Analysis indicates dormant genetic capabilities would activate in both subjects, establishing template for new evolutionary branch. Marcus stared at the projections, understanding washing over him. This is what they fear, not just our compatibility, but what comes after. A hidden compartment in the medical console slid open, revealing a small data crystal. When Marcus touched it, Admiral Thomas's face materialized before them, older than he remembered, lines of exhaustion etched around her eyes. "If you're seeing this, Marcus, then my suspicions were correct," her holographic image said. "You and the princess found your way to confluence." She smiled sadly. "I've been protecting this program for 30 years, ever since my own partial synchronization with Ambassador Talon." The Admiral's uniform collar shifted, revealing a faint luminescent pattern along her neck, subtle astral characteristics integrated into human physiology. "The selection ritual isn't just political theater," Thomas continued. "It's the last vestige of the original program, designed to identify natural compatibility rather than forcing it. We hoped." Her image flickered. "We hope to restart what was sabotaged generations ago. The future of both our species depends on it." The message ended as Lyra accessed the facility's central database through her royal genetic signature. Historical records flooded the displays, the true history of human astral contact unfolding before them. The astrals hadn't discovered Earth by chance. Ancient star charts recovered from their ancestral homeworld had guided them, maps identifying worlds with genetically compatible species. Earth had been highlighted among thousands of planets, human DNA marked as uniquely suited to stabilize astral genetic structures. Security alerts blared as attackers breached the facility's outer defenses. Marcus instinctively reached toward a neural interface panel, his fingers finding the connection points without conscious thought. The defensive grid schematics materialized in his mind not as abstract data, but as tactile architecture he could manipulate directly. "How are you doing that?" Lyra asked, watching as Marcus redirected security protocols and activated dormant defense systems with mere thoughts. "The systems are designed for human neural architecture," he realized, feeling the systems respond to his commands with fluid precision. "Your people can operate them, but not like this, not intuitively." He deployed countermeasures throughout the facility, watching through security feeds as astral forces struggled against defenses that responded to human thought patterns. The attacking forces split up, some continuing toward the medical chamber while others pursued secondary objectives. The medical console chimed, synchronization protocol ready. The interface displayed the final procedure, a process requiring absolute mutual consent, impossible to force or coerce. "That's why the selection was designed this way," Marcus said, understanding dawning. "True compatibility can't be engineered or forced. It has to be chosen." While securing their position, Marcus discovered encrypted files in the facility's database, evidence of deliberate sabotage from within the Earth delegation. Human representatives had undermined previous synchronization attempts, fearing that successfully integrated human astral pairs would create power structures beyond traditional human control. "Both sides betrayed the program," he said grimly, fear masquerading as purity on both sides. Lyra gasped suddenly, her body arching as the medical chamber established deeper connection with her neural pathways. Her eyes rolled back, consciousness submerged in something beyond normal perception. "I see them," she whispered, voice distant. "The first pair, Elizabeth Sato and Prince Nelrin. 812 years ago. Her words came in broken fragments as she experienced genetic memory, witnessing the first successful human astral synchronization through ancestral recall. She gave him her blood freely. He gave her his light. They became something new. Lyra's eyes snapped open, realization transforming her features. My royal lineage, it carries her genes. Elizabeth's human genetics are part of me. That's why you and I. Security feeds showed enemy forces deploying specialized equipment devices, emitting targeted frequency patterns that disrupted neural activity in synchronized pairs. One feed showed an imprisoned half-human, half-astral hybrid convulsing as the weapon was tested, their integrated nervous system collapsing under the assault. Genetic disruptors, Lyra whispered in horror, designed specifically to target our neural synchronization. Marcus discovered another hidden function of the facility as he delved deeper into its systems. Confluence wasn't just a research installation, it was an ark. Vast storage chambers contained preserved genetic material from both species, created as insurance against extinction events predicted by astral geneticists. Your scientists foresaw this, Marcus said, displaying the ancient projections. The eventual collapse of astral genetics without human integration. They built this place not just to study us, but to preserve what might be lost. The attackers breached the inner defense perimeter. Alarms blared throughout the facility as the medical chamber entered final preparation for synchronization. The platform beneath Lyra hummed with increasing intensity, calibration fields adjusting to their unique genetic profiles. Lyra hesitated, fear flickering across her features. What if I lose myself in this? What if my astral identity is submerged? Marcus took her hand, their fingers intertwining. Through their partial connection, he shared his understanding, images rather than words, feelings rather than explanations. True synchronization doesn't diminish either part, he said softly. It amplifies both. Like harmony in music, each note remains distinct while creating something greater together. A communication channel opened unexpectedly on the main display. Queen Alara's image appeared, her regal features marred by a jagged wound across her temple. The royal chambers behind her showed signs of battle smoke and structural damage visible in the background. Lyra, the queen gasped, her normally perfect composure shattered. The palace is under attack. The selection has been denounced as treason. They're executing participants both human and astral. Lyra reached toward her mother's image. Mother, you must flee. No time. The queen's image flickered as explosions sounded in the background. Listen carefully. Without human genetic integration, our lineage ends. The royal line will collapse within 3 generations. She transmitted classified genetic projections, data so sensitive its mere possession was punishable by death under astral law. The royal family's genetic decay had accelerated beyond all projections, their pursuit of perfection creating fatal flaws in their DNA. The purest's perfect bloodline is a death sentence, the queen said bitterly. Our ancestors knew this. They sought human integration not from weakness but from wisdom. Her transmission cut off abruptly as something massive exploded near her position. The chamber's outer doors groaned as cutting tools breached the reinforced barriers. The synchronization protocol completed its preparations, neural interfaces extending from the platform toward both Marcus and Lyra. Final authorization required, the system announced. Warning: synchronization is permanent and irreversible. Genetic and neural patterns will be fundamentally altered in both subjects. Marcus studied the interface, noticing a secondary configuration in the transmission array. This isn't just designed for us, he realized, tracing the broadcast pattern. The chamber can transmit the synchronization template to anyone sharing your genetic markers. Understanding dawned. All royal astrals, the entire lineage could be stabilized simultaneously. The attackers cut through the final barrier, the massive door beginning to yield under sustained assault. The chamber's countdown initiated, neural interfaces hovering expectantly. Marcus met Lyra's gaze. Your choice, always your choice. She reached for his hand, their fingers intertwining. Our choice. They activated the synchronization protocol together. Energy surged through the chamber in blinding waves, temporarily overloading all systems, including the weapons aimed at them through the partially breached door. The transformation began, their cells resonating at matching frequencies, genetic structures reconfiguring at the molecular level. Neither human nor astral, but something new, something unprecedented. Something with the potential to bridge two civilizations that had been secretly intertwined for centuries. The universe collapsed to a single point, then exploded outward in a kaleidoscope of sensation as Marcus felt his consciousness untether from his body. The synchronization field pulsed around them, chromatic waves of energy forming a protective cocoon as the first barrage of weapons fire struck the chamber's exterior walls. The distant concussion felt irrelevant compared to the more immediate phenomenon, Lyra's mind flowing into his like quicksilver, her thoughts intertwining with his own until the boundaries between them dissolved. I am here with you. The thought wasn't spoken so much as felt, rippling through the shared mental space they now occupied. Marcus tried to respond but found traditional language inadequate. Instead, his consciousness reached toward hers in a gesture of acknowledgement, creating a bridge between their minds that transcended verbal communication. Their physical bodies hung suspended in the translucent synchronization field, surrounded by swirling motes of bioluminescent particles that matched the rhythm of their merging neural patterns. Then came the memories, not as disjointed flashes, but as lived experiences. Marcus found himself inhabiting Lyra's childhood, feeling the weight of a crown that had never physically touched her head, but had shaped every moment of her existence. The rigid schedule of genetic enhancement rituals that began before dawn each day, painful cellular restructuring that she endured without complaint, because the survival of her species depended on perfection. He experienced the moment she'd first learned of the genetic degradation threatening her people, not as an abstract concept, but as a crushing responsibility that settled into her bones. So many died before me, her consciousness whispered through the memory, each generation weaker than the last. My ancestors engineered themselves toward an evolutionary dead end. Simultaneously, Lyra experienced the chaotic freedom of Marcus's human life, the exhilarating uncertainty of choices made without genetic predrive. She felt the intensity of human emotions, unconstrained by the careful regulation astrals imposed upon themselves. The messy, beautiful randomness of human existence washed through her consciousness like a cleansing tide. A memory rose to the surface, Marcus as a child, standing in a museum on Earth, staring transfixed at an astral artifact display. The pure wonder on his face as he absorbed information about their culture, not with the clinical detachment of most humans, but with genuine appreciation for their achievements. You respected us even then, Lyra's thoughts flickered through their connection. When most humans only saw us as cold, superior beings. The synchronization field rippled as another barrage hit the facility's exterior. The energy discharge from their merging consciousness created a defensive bubble that repelled the initial assault, weapons fire dissipating harmlessly against the iridescent barrier. Through their connection to the facility's systems, they sensed the diagnostic warnings the protection would collapse once synchronization completed, leaving them vulnerable during the critical integration phase. We have limited time, Marcus projected through their link. As their genetic codes intertwined more deeply, Marcus encountered a memory buried in Lyra's genetic archives, not her personal experience, but information encoded in her royal bloodline. He witnessed her brother, Crown Prince Thelion, standing over the bodies of previous human astral pairs, his face twisted with disgust as he ordered their remains incinerated. "The royal bloodline will not be polluted by human chaos," Thelion's voice echoed through the memory. "These abominations threaten everything our ancestors built." The revelation struck Marcus with physical force. The prince's earlier hostility at the selection ceremony hadn't been mere prejudice but something far more sinister. He had personally led the purge of previous integration attempts, all while publicly supporting the program as a diplomatic necessity. "I didn't know." Lyra's anguish flowed through their connection. "How could I not have seen?" The synchronization entered its critical phase, their genetic structures now actively reshaping each other. Marcus felt his human adaptability genes activate within Lyra's system, identifying damaged sequences in her DNA and initiating repairs with an efficiency that surpassed the most advanced astral genetic engineering. Simultaneously, her astral regenerative capabilities began enhancing his cellular structure, strengthening neural pathways and reinforcing his immune system. Through their connection to the facility's monitoring systems, they observed their transformation, a two-way genetic exchange, unlike anything either species scientists had predicted. Not mere repair or enhancement, but true integration. The facility's sensors suddenly flashed with warning signals. The attacking forces had shifted strategies, overriding environmental systems to flood the chamber with a pale green, mist, a neurotoxin, specifically engineered to disrupt the unique brainwave patterns created during human astral neural linking. "They've studied previous pairs," Marcus realized with horror. "They know exactly how to kill us during synchronization." As the toxic compound began seeping through ventilation shafts, the synchronization field responded in an unexpected way. Tendrils of energy extended from their suspended forms, interfacing directly with the facility's main computer. Dormant defense protocols activated systems designed by the original human astral research team that had been deliberately hidden from both governments. Holographic displays materialized around them, revealing an arsenal of integration-based weapons that responded to their synchronized neural patterns. Security barriers sealed the compromised ventilation ducts, while purification systems engaged to neutralize the neurotoxin. Through their merged consciousness, Marcus accessed combat data, encoded in Lyra's genetic memory, centuries of astral martial knowledge flowing into his mind with perfect clarity. His human tactical thinking combined with her royal command training, creating hybrid strategic capabilities that exceeded either species' potential alone. "We can fight back," Marcus projected through their link, the realization accompanied by a surge of tenacity. The medical chamber's displays showed unexpected genetic developments, new structures forming in both their bodies that transcended current human or astral parameters. The synchronization wasn't merely stabilizing Lyra's deteriorating condition, but evolving them beyond their original species limitations. Using their connection to the facility's security network, Marcus discovered the attacker's identity, a coalition of enemies that should have been impossible. Human hegemony special forces moved with practiced precision alongside astral purists, former adversaries now united in their tenacity to eradicate what they viewed as a threat to both species, purity. As synchronization reached 70% completion, Marcus experienced momentary disorientation, his sense of self blurring at the edges as astral genetic information restructured his neural pathways. For a terrifying moment, he couldn't remember if he had been born human or astral, his identity dissolving into their shared consciousness. "Marcus," Lyra's mental voice anchored him. "Hold on to yourself. Remember who you are." He focused on core memories, his childhood on Earth, his first space flight, the moment he'd volunteered for the exchange program. Each recollection strengthened his sense of identity, not rejecting the astral elements entering his consciousness, but integrating them without surrendering his human essence. Lyra faced her own parallel struggle. Her royal conditioning fought against the influx of human genetic variability, centuries of astral evolutionary philosophy rejecting what it perceived as contamination. The randomness and imperfection inherent in human genetics challenged everything she'd been taught to value. Perfection is stagnation. Marcus's thought flowed through their connection. Your people engineered out the very adaptability that might have saved them. Through the facility's communication array, they detected a new signal. Admiral Thomas attempting to reach them through a secured quantum channel. The Admiral's face appeared on a nearby display, her expression grave. "Marcus, Princess Lyra, if you can hear me, you need to know what's happening." Both Earth and astral governments have officially denounced the synchronization program. All participants have been declared enemies of genetic purity. They're calling you. The transmission crackled with interference. "Aberrations that threaten evolutionary stability. I'm trying to rally support, but you need to." The signal cut out as jamming technology overwhelmed the quantum channel. The synchronization process granted them deeper access to the facility's archives, revealing experiments documenting the extraordinary capabilities of fully synchronized pairs. Records showed enhanced telepathic communication extending across vast distances, accelerated healing that bordered on regeneration, and most significantly, complete immunity to the genetic degradation plaguing the astral royal lines. "This is why they fear us," Lyra realized. "We represent an alternative to their control." A thunderous explosion rocked the facility as the attacking forces breached the secondary defenses. Through security feeds, they watched specialized combat units advance toward the synchronization chamber. The soldiers carried devices emitting genetic dampening fields designed to disrupt synchronized neural patterns technology that could only have been developed by studying captured and dissected previous human astral pairs. As synchronization reached 90%, the facility's central database unlocked its most closely guarded secret: the true purpose behind its construction. The medical chamber had been designed as the nexus for a planned galaxy-wide announcement of human astral integration, with broadcasting technology capable of transmitting their synchronized genetic template to affiliated medical facilities across both territories. "We could save your people," Marcus projected through their connection. "Not just you, but all astrals suffering from genetic degradation." The medical chamber's diagnostics flashed with critical warnings. The synchronization was progressing beyond predicted parameters. Dormant genetic sequences activated in both of them, sequences that appeared deliberately engineered to remain hidden until a perfect genetic match was achieved. Someone planned this. Lyra's realization rippled through their shared consciousness. The original architects of the integration program, they knew this day would come. Through their connected minds, Marcus formulated a desperate strategy. The facility's broadcast capability could be repurposed not just to stabilize other astrals, but to transmit the truth about the conspiracy to both civilizations simultaneously. The plan would require them to remain connected to the dangerous broadcasting equipment while under direct attack, exposing themselves to the approaching strike team. "It's our only chance," Marcus projected. "Otherwise, they'll bury the truth along with us." The synchronization field pulsed one final time, reaching 100% completion before collapsing in a shower of luminescent particles. Marcus and Lyra descended slowly to the chamber floor, their transformation complete. The subtle external changes were immediately apparent. Marcus's eyes now contained bioluminescent properties that shifted with his emotions, while Lyra's previously rigid posture had become more fluid, her movements exhibiting human spontaneity. But the internal changes were far more profound. They stood together, physically separate yet still connected through their newly formed neural bond, as the chamber doors slid open and the attacking forces surrounded them. Weapons trained on what the soldiers saw as evolutionary abominations, fingers tensing on triggers. Marcus met Lyra's gaze, her transformed eyes reflecting the same commitment he felt coursing through his veins. They were neither fully human nor fully astral now. They had become something entirely new, something their enemies had every reason to fear. The first attacker lunged at Marcus with a vibrating energy blade, its edge humming with destructive potential. Without conscious thought, Marcus pivoted left while Lyra moved right, their movements perfectly synchronized despite no verbal communication. His hand found the pressure point on the attacker's wrist exactly as Lyra had been trained to target, while her legs swept in the low arc that Marcus had learned in his Earth combat training. They moved as one entity, two bodies sharing a single consciousness. "This is," Marcus began. "Impossible," Lyra finished, her eyes widening as she executed a defensive maneuver she had never learned. 3 more soldiers rushed them from different angles. Marcus felt an unfamiliar sensation like invisible tendrils extending from his consciousness as he anticipated attacks before they happened. His muscles responded with techniques he'd never trained in, flowing through the elegant defensive patterns of royal astral combat. A soldier raised a sleek obsidian weapon. "Neural disruptors." Lyra shouted, pushing Marcus sideways as the weapon discharged. The energy pulse caught them both in its periphery. Pain exploded through Marcus's skull like molten metal poured directly into his neural pathways. He heard Lyra's scream harmonizing with his own, their shared agony reverberating through their connection. The world fragmented into shards of light and darkness. "It should have severed them," a soldier barked, adjusting his weapon. "Hit them again." Marcus gripped Lyra's hand tighter, feeling their connection waver but hold. The second blast struck them directly, yet instead of breaking their bond, the pain seemed to forge it stronger. Their synchronized minds adapted, redirecting the disruptive energy through shared neural pathways. "They're still connected," the commander snarled. "Impossible." Marcus felt something strange stirring within him, an awareness of the space around them that transcended normal perception. Without understanding how, he reached out with his mind and felt the molecular structure of a neural disruptor aimed at Lyra's head. A flick of thought and the weapon flew from the soldier's hand, clattering against the far wall. "Marcus," Lyra gasped, her violet eyes wide with shock. "You just used telekinesis," he finished, equally stunned. "How is that possible? That's an astral royal ability." Before she could answer, 2 more attackers charged. Lyra's body suddenly tensed, her pupils dilating as a surge of chemicals flooded her system. Her movements became lightning fast, strength multiplying as her normally pale skin flushed with blood flow. She threw an attacker across the room with force that shattered his armor against the wall. "Adrenaline," Marcus realized aloud. "You're experiencing human fight or flight response." "It's exhilarating," she panted, her normally measured voice vibrating with intensity. "How do you humans function with this constant potential for chemical override?" Their momentary advantage faltered as pain lanced through Marcus's arms. Glowing blue fracture lines appeared on his skin, pulsing with each heartbeat. Similar luminescent cracks spread across Lyra's silver-toned flesh. "We're destabilizing," she grimaced, examining the light emanating from beneath her skin. "Our bodies aren't adapted for cross-species ability sharing." Marcus blocked another attack, feeling the strain intensify with each telekinetic push. "We need to find shelter, regroup." They fought their way toward the chamber's far wall, where a sophisticated console stood. Through their shared consciousness, Marcus recognized it as a broadcast hub equipment specifically designed for synchronized pairs to interface with facility systems. Lyra pressed her palm against the console, Marcus's hand overlapping hers. Their shared consciousness flowed into the system, unlocking hidden protocols. The wall beside them shimmered and dissolved, revealing a concealed entrance. "There," Marcus gasped, the glowing fractures spreading further up his arms. "A bunker." They stumbled inside as the entrance sealed behind them, momentarily safe from their pursuers. The bunker illuminated automatically, revealing walls lined with advanced technology and holographic storage units. Marcus collapsed against a curved wall, breathing heavily as the luminescent cracks slowly receded. "What's happening to us? This goes beyond normal synchronization, doesn't it?" Lyra nodded, examining her own fading fracture lines. "Our genetic integration is unprecedented. We're accessing abilities that should be biologically impossible for each other's species." A holographic console activated as they approached, responding to their synchronized presence. Data streams filled the air around them, thousands of files organizing themselves into chronological order. "These are records," Marcus realized, reaching out to touch a floating data node. It expanded into a holographic projection of a human man and an astral woman, their hands intertwined as they spoke directly to the recording device. "Integration log 47, the human in the recording said. Dr. Eliza Thomas and Royal Researcher Talia reporting successful third-stage synchronization." Marcus froze. "Thomas, as in Admiral Thomas's family," Lyra confirmed, her eyes scanning the hundreds of similar recordings surrounding them. "These are all human astral pairs, dozens of them dating back decades." Another recording activated the same pair but visibly distressed. "Emergency log. We've been compromised. The genetic purists have found our facility. If anyone receives this," the message cut off with sounds of weapons fire. "Genetic purists?" Marcus questioned, accessing another file. A new hologram formed a manifesto detailing the ideology of a secret coalition dedicated to maintaining species separation while controlling limited integration for their own purposes. "They've been hunting down paired couples," Lyra whispered, her fingers intertwining with Marcus's as the horrifying truth unfolded before them. "Systematically eliminating successful integrations for generations." Marcus approached the broadcast equipment at the center of the bunker. "We need to get this information out. The whole synchronization tournament is a sham, a controlled process to maintain power structures." The neural interface activated as he touched it, responding to his presence with unexpected efficiency. Information flooded his consciousness: authentication protocols, security systems, broadcast networks. "Your brain," Lyra observed with wonder. "It's adapting to the system faster than any astral could." "Human neuroplasticity," Marcus explained, feeling his way through the alien technology with surprising ease. "We're hardwired to adapt rapidly to new information patterns." Lyra placed her hand beside his on the interface. "And I have the genetic memory access codes we need to override security protocols." As their minds merged with the system, Marcus discovered something disturbing in the genetic data. "Lyra, your royal genetic markers, they're not naturally degrading. They were designed that way." Her eyes widened. "What?" "Planned obsolescence," he explained, displaying the complex genetic code structures. Each royal generation was deliberately engineered to require new human genetic material in a controlled integration process. It maintains the power structure while creating the illusion of necessity. Before Lyra could respond, Marcus gasped as his consciousness plunged deeper into the system. Vivid memories not his own flooded his mind, experiences of previous human partners who had used this equipment. He saw through their eyes as they worked, loved, discovered, and finally as they were hunted down. Their final moments played out in horrifying detail. "Marcus," Lyra's voice pulled him back. "What did you see?" His hands trembled. "They've been doing this for generations. Finding compatible pairs, studying them, then eliminating them once they learned what they needed." A thunderous explosion shook the bunker, dust raining from the ceiling. "They've breached the outer defenses," Lyra said, her enhanced senses tracking the intruder's movements. The inner door blasted inward in a shower of metal and energy. Through the smoke stepped a tall astral male, his features a more angular version of Lyra's. Beside him stood a human soldier, moving with unnatural rigidity, his eyes vacant. "Hello, sister," the astral said, his voice cold and precise. "Tellen," Lyra whispered. "What have you done?" Tellen smiled, placing a possessive hand on the vacant-eyed human's shoulder. "I've simply improved upon nature's design. Why share control when one can command?" The human soldier moved with mechanical precision, his movements echoing Tellen's but lacking any spark of individual will. Their synchronization was a perversion, not partnership but domination. Marcus stared at the human's face, recognition dawning with horror. "Dylan Thomas," he breathed. "Admiral Thomas's son. He disappeared 3 years ago during the diplomatic mission to Astral Prime." "A necessary acquisition," Tellen replied dismissively. "Human genetic material with minimal waste of potential. No need for the messy emotional entanglements you two seem to prefer." The realization struck Marcus with sickening clarity. That's why Admiral Thomas supported our integration despite official opposition. He was hoping to find his son. Dylan's vacant eyes flickered momentarily, a brief spark of consciousness struggling against Tellen's control. Tellen's fingers tightened on the human's shoulder and the spark vanished. "A touching theory," Tellen sneered, "but irrelevant. Your unprecedented integration has forced our hand. The purists cannot allow such an unpredictable variable to exist." As Tellen stepped forward, the bunker's lighting shifted. A crystalline structure in the center of the room pulsed with soft blue light, and a melodic voice filled the chamber. "Perfect integration detected. Primary directive activated." Holographic interfaces materialized around them as a sophisticated AI presence awakened, its consciousness spreading through the bunker systems. "Welcome, synchronized pair," the AI continued. "I am Nexus, created by the original human astral research team. I have remained dormant until detecting a perfect integration match." Tellen's face contorted with rage. "Shut it down. I cannot be terminated by imperfect synchronization," Nexus replied calmly. "Your domination-based pairing lacks the harmonic balance required for system access." The AI projected detailed information about the genetic purists' organizational structures, infiltration levels, and strategic objectives floating in the air between them. "The purists have compromised both governments at the highest levels," Marcus read, horror mounting. "Their ultimate goal isn't species separation, it's controlled integration that preserves their power over both civilizations." Nexus directed them to an alcove containing advanced medical equipment. This technology was designed specifically for synchronized pairs. It will stabilize your genetic changes and reduce physical strain. Marcus and Lyra exchanged a quick glance before stepping into the alcove together. A soft field of energy enveloped them, penetrating to the cellular level. The painful fracture lines faded as their bodies adapted to their shared abilities. "Your integration is evolving beyond documented parameters," Nexus observed. "Previous pairs achieved approximately 43% neural synchronization. You currently register at 78% and climbing." While interfacing with the broadcast system, Marcus discovered an encrypted subroutine buried in the communication protocols. "This is strange," he murmured, mentally unraveling the complex code. "It's a message from Admiral Thomas." The decrypted message appeared before them. "To any successful integration pair, proceed with caution. The purists control major defense systems across both territories. Direct challenge will trigger automated protocols for interstellar war. Build your network before revealing yourselves." Thomas, a new alarm blared through the bunker. Nexus displayed orbital imagery showing weapons platforms moving into position above their location. "They're going to bombard the entire facility," Lyra realized. "They'd rather destroy everything than let us succeed or broadcast the truth." Marcus stared at the broadcast equipment, an idea forming. "We don't have to broadcast to everyone immediately," he said, his mind racing through possibilities. "We can use the synchronization technology to create a targeted transmission directly to other potential compatible pairs throughout both territories. A network of integrated allies," Lyra continued, following his thought process through their connection. We build our support before confronting the purists openly. They worked in perfect harmony, reconfiguring the broadcast system as Telen and his forces attempted to breach the inner chamber. The targeted broadcast initiated, sending precise data packets to individuals whose genetic profiles suggested compatibility. As the transmission completed, the final barrier fell. Telen and Dylan burst through, their movements a disturbing mirror of Marcus and Lyra's synchronization, powerful but fundamentally unbalanced. "You're too late," Marcus declared, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lyra. "The truth is already spreading." Telen's face twisted with rage. "Then you'll die knowing your efforts were wasted." He extended his hand and Dylan mirrored the gesture. Together, they generated a devastating telekinetic blast that shattered equipment throughout the chamber. Marcus and Lyra moved as one, countering with their own abilities. The clash of energies illuminated the stark difference between their partnerships, one based on domination, the other on harmony. As they faced this dark reflection of what their own bond could become, Marcus realized the true power of their connection wasn't just in the abilities they shared, but in the balance they maintained. Together, they stood ready to fight not just for their own survival, but for the future of both their species. The bunker walls groaned as another shockwave rippled through the reinforced structure. Marcus and Lyra moved in perfect synchronicity, their bodies flowing like water as they confronted Telen and the shell of what had once been Dylan Thomas. The air between them crackled with visible energy, blue-white arcs from Marcus and Lyra's balanced field colliding violently with the sickly yellow-green discharge emanating from Telen's corrupted dominance integration. "You can't maintain this," Telen snarled, his aristocratic features twisted with strain as he forced Dylan's body forward like a puppet. Human physiology was never meant to withstand true synchronization. "He'll burn out, just like this one is." A thunderous crack split the air as their energy fields collided again. Marcus felt the impact reverberate through his bones, the bunker's ceiling raining dust and debris as support struts began to buckle. "Structural integrity compromised," the facility AI announced, its emotionless voice at odds with the chaos. "Recommend immediate cessation of synchronization field discharge." Marcus barely registered the warning. In that moment of contact, something unexpected happened. His consciousness brushed against Dylan's, penetrating through Telen's control for a heartbeat. The connection was like plunging into ice water, darkness, pain, endless screaming that no one could hear, memories systematically dismantled and reconstructed, the sensation of foreign thoughts crawling through his mind like insects. Submit and the pain stops. It never stopped. Marcus recoiled physically, gasping as the connection broke. His stomach heaved at what he'd witnessed. "You felt it, didn't you?" Lyra's voice filled his mind, their synchronization allowing her to experience the echo of his contact. What they did to him. "Worse than Admiral Thomas feared," Marcus managed, blocking a vicious energy strike that would have severed their connection. "They didn't just break him, they hollowed him out." Across the room, status displays flickered to life, showing a cascade of activation signals spreading across star charts of both human and astral territories. Their broadcast was working genetic resonance signals reaching compatible pairs across light years of space. "You're too late," Marcus called out, finding renewed strength. "The signal is already propagating. People are waking up to what you've hidden." Telen's face contorted with rage. He flung Dylan's body forward with reckless abandon, the human's limbs moving with unnatural speed as luminescent fractures spread across his skin like glowing fault lines. "You think you're liberating them?" Telen laughed, a cold sound that echoed through the chamber. "You're merely identifying them for us. Every pair that responds to your signal is now marked for processing." "Processing?" Lyra demanded, her synchronized movements with Marcus creating a defensive pattern that deflected Telen's increasingly erratic attacks. "The genetic purists never intended to prevent integration," Telen said, his voice dropping to a silky tone that chilled Marcus more than his rage. "We're perfecting it. Controlled dominance integration creates the perfect weapon-human adaptability harness while maintaining astral superiority." As he spoke, Dylan's body convulsed, the fractures in his skin widening, leaking luminescent fluid. Marcus recognized the pattern from the research files: accelerated cellular degradation from imbalanced synchronization. "You're killing him," Marcus said, horror evident in his voice. "He's a prototype," Talon dismissed. "The next generation will be more stable. Imagine armies of dominated humans, their genetic adaptability weaponized under our control. The perfect soldiers who feel only what we allow them to feel, think only what we permit them to think." The bunker shuddered violently, support beams groaning under structural stress. Suddenly, the facility AI's voice cut through the chaos. "Emergency protocol activated, deploying resonance field separation." A brilliant white light erupted from emitters around the room, creating a specialized field that temporarily disrupted all synchronization connections. Talon screamed as he was forcibly separated from Dylan, the human dropping to the floor like a marionette with cut strings. Marcus and Lyra's connection wavered but held their natural synchronization resilient against the disruption. In the momentary pause, Marcus rushed to Dylan's side. Up close, the man's condition was horrifying: skin split by glowing fractures, eyes clouded with pain. "Marcus." Dylan's voice was barely audible, his own for the first time. Not much time. Before Marcus could respond, Dylan grabbed his wrist with surprising strength. The contact burned like fire as Dylan forced a direct neural transfer, raw data flooding into Marcus's mind in an excruciating rush. Images flashed through his consciousness, a massive underground facility beneath the selection arena. Rows upon rows of stasis chambers containing human bodies, medical logs dating back generations, controlled breeding programs, genetic material harvested and cataloged. "They've always had us," Dylan gasped. "Selection, rigged from start." With trembling fingers, Dylan reached for his neck where a synchronization implant pulsed with sickly light. "Can't let him back in." "Dylan, don't," Marcus began, understanding the man's intention. "Tell my father, I'm sorry." With a final surge of effort, Dylan overloaded his own implant. The device sparked violently, then detonated in a flash of light. Dylan's body convulsed once, then went still, his eyes fixed on nothing. "How touching," Talon sneered, already recovering from the separation. "A pointless sacrifice." "Not pointless," Lyra said, her voice hard as she helped Marcus to his feet. Their synchronization deepened as grief and grit flowed between them. "He gave us what we needed." Marcus turned to the facility's main console, fingers flying across the interface as he integrated Dylan's transferred knowledge. "The selection arena. It's not what we thought. There's a facility beneath it, hundreds of humans kept in stasis for generations." "Genetic material banks," Lyra whispered, the horror of it washing through their connection. "That's why the selection process has always been rigged. They've been controlling which genetic lines continue." The main display shifted, showing a real-time map of synchronized responses activating across multiple systems. Dozens of points of light flared into existence, previously unknown human astral pairs awakening to their compatibility. "It's working," Marcus breathed, hope surging through him. "They're connecting." The moment of triumph was short-lived. Warning klaxons blared as the facility's external sensors detected incoming threats. "Orbital bombardment platforms activated," the AI announced. "Targeted energy weapons deployed. Shield breach imminent." Through their connection, Marcus felt Lyra's quick strategic assessment. "They're using precision strikes," she said, "designed to penetrate defenses without destroying the facility itself." "They don't want to damage their precious genetic material," Marcus realized, anger flaring. "Just eliminate the threat we pose." They worked in unison, redirecting power from their broadcast systems to reinforce the protective shields. As they did, Marcus felt something extraordinary happen, Lyra's consciousness flowing into his, experiencing his uniquely human thought patterns for the first time. "This is remarkable," she gasped, her eyes widening. "The connections you form, they're not linear. You leap between concepts, see patterns where there should be none." Through their deepening synchronization, she accessed his intuitive capacity, experiencing the distinctly human ability to make connections between seemingly unrelated information. "The communication protocols," she said suddenly. "There's a pattern in how the purists coordinate across territories." Together, they analyzed the fragmented data from Dylan's transfer, their combined consciousness processing information at unprecedented speed. Marcus's intuitive leaps guided them through the complex web of communications until they discovered something hidden in plain sight. "A quantum entanglement network," Marcus said in awe. "That's how they've maintained their conspiracy across both civilizations for generations, communication that can't be intercepted or traced. Using credentials extracted from Dylan's memories, they penetrated the purest secure communications. What they found sent ice through their veins, emergency protocols being enacted across both human and astral territories, targeting every compatible pair identified by their broadcast. They're sending kill teams," Lyra whispered, "to eliminate everyone our broadcast reached." The weight of this revelation hit Marcus like a physical blow. As their synchronization deepened to access the quantum network, his human physiology began to struggle with the accelerated genetic changes. Pain lanced through every cell in his body, his vision blurring as critical cellular destabilizing. End set in. "Marcus." Lyra's voice seemed to come from very far away as he collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing as luminescent fractures similar to Dylan's, but blue rather than sickly green, began spreading across his skin. "Integration approaching critical threshold," the facility AI announced. "Human physiology destabilizing. Initiating emergency stabilization procedure." The floor beneath Marcus slid open, revealing a specialized chamber that rose to envelop him. Through the transparent walls, he could see Lyra's face contorted with fear and emotion he knew astrals rarely experienced with such intensity. "What's happening to him?" she demanded of the AI. The synchronization process was originally developed as a medical treatment, the AI explained as the chamber filled with a luminescent fluid. "This stabilization chamber is designed to balance genetic transfer between synchronized pairs." "Will it save him?" Lyra pressed, her hands against the transparent barrier. "Unknown. Human genetic structure has never demonstrated this level of integration potential before." As the chamber sealed around him, Marcus felt the connection with Lyra stretch thin but not break. Through it, he experienced something profound: her fear of losing him, a visceral terror that astrals, conditioned from birth to accept their predetermined genetic destiny, rarely confronted. The stabilization fluid surrounded him, penetrating his cells, soothing the burning pain of accelerated genetic transformation. As his consciousness began to drift, memories not his own surfaced, embedded in his genetic structure and awakened by the stabilization process. A laboratory on Earth decades ago. His grandmother, younger than he'd ever seen her in photos, working alongside astral scientists. Their voices echoed across time. The synchronization should be a partnership, not a domination, both species contributing equally. The purists will never accept this. They're already moving to take control of the program. Then we'll have to plan for the future. The genetic markers we're embedding will take generations to mature, but someday. Understanding washed over him. His unusually high compatibility with Lyra wasn't chance, it was the result of intentional genetic engineering across generations. His own grandmother planting the seeds for a true partnership between species. Outside the chamber, Lyra maintained their defense systems alone. redirecting power to counter each precision strike from the orbital platforms. Through their tenuous connection, Marcus felt her persistence, and something else, a growing appreciation for the human experience of living with uncertainty, of facing potential loss, yet continuing to fight. A communication alert flashed on the main console. Lyra activated it to find Admiral Thomas's face, the transmission breaking through the blackout. "Princess Lyra, what's happening to my son?" he demanded, his usual composure cracking at the sight of Marcus in the stabilization chamber. "He's undergoing genetic stabilization," she explained quickly. The synchronization accelerated beyond expected parameters. The Admiral's expression shifted from concern to urgent focus. "You need to know multiple Earth and astral military vessels are converging on your position. Some are loyal to the purists, but others." A rare smile crossed his face. "Your broadcast worked. Compatible pairs throughout the fleet have awakened. They're coming to protect you, but they're hours away at best." "We may not have hours," Lyra said, glancing at the deteriorating shield readings. "Hold as long as you can." And Lyra, the Admiral, hesitated. "If my son doesn't, if he can't." "I won't leave him," she promised, understanding the unspoken fear. As the transmission ended, the stabilization chamber began to drain. The transparent walls retracted, revealing Marcus as he slowly sat up. Lyra rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. "Marcus, are you?" She stopped, staring at him with wonder. He felt it too, the fundamental change in his genetic structure. Where their synchronization had once been a temporary bridge between separate beings, now astral elements were permanently integrated into his DNA. He was neither fully human nor astral, but something new, a living bridge between species. "I'm okay," he assured her, their connection flowing stronger than ever. Better than okay. Their moment of reunion was interrupted by an alert from the quantum network. A high-priority transmission was being broadcast to all purist cells, orders from the supreme leader of the genetic purists. As the message decoded, a familiar face appeared on screen. Lyra gasped, her shock rippling through their connection. "Mother," she whispered. Queen Aurella's regal features filled the display, her voice cold and commanding as she issued directives for the elimination of all compatible pairs identified by the broadcast. The truth hit with devastating clarity. Lyra's own mother was the supreme leader of the organization that had orchestrated everything. "She sacrificed you," Marcus realized, the pieces falling into place. "She put you in the selection believing our integration would fail. A calculated risk to maintain control," Lyra said, her voice hollow. "If I died in a failed integration, it would only strengthen their narrative about the dangers of uncontrolled synchronization." Warning alerts flashed across every console as the facility's defenses began to fail under the concentrated bombardment. Allied ships were still hours away, and the purists were already enacting their purge of compatible pairs across both civilizations. Marcus stood, persistence flowing through him as he turned to Lyra. The selection arena, Dylan's memories showed it was designed to broadcast to the entire combined civilization. That was its original purpose before the purists corrupted it. "What are you suggesting?" Lyra asked, though their synchronization meant she already sensed his plan. "We use it for what it was meant for," Marcus said, his eyes gleaming with purpose. "We broadcast the truth, all of it, before the purists can complete their purge. Show everyone what's been hidden beneath the arena, expose the lies that have kept our species divided." "It's our only chance," Lyra agreed, taking his hand. "But we'll have to reach the arena first." "Then let's move," Marcus said, their synchronization humming with shared persistence. "We have a broadcast to make." The readouts on the nearby console pulsed with erratic patterns, numbers flickering between impossible values before the display cracked and went dark. Marcus felt the change immediately, a humming resonance that vibrated through every cell, as if his entire body had become a tuning fork perfectly matched to Lyra's frequency. "The sensors can't handle it," Lyra whispered, her silver eyes wide as she stared at the failing equipment around them. Our synchronization field. It's stronger than anything in recorded history. Marcus flexed his fingers, watching as faint blue energy, the same ethereal light that normally emanated only from astrals, danced across his skin. I can feel everything. Your thoughts, your emotions, but I'm still me. A perfect hybrid state, Lyra said, reaching to touch the energy patterns on his arm. Where their skin connected, the light intensified. Human intuition with astral abilities. The sensors are registering you as both species simultaneously. A maintenance drone in the corner sparked and dropped to the floor, its circuitry overloaded by their combined resonance field. We need to, Marcus began, but stopped as Lyra suddenly doubled over, her face contorting in pain. Through their connection, he felt it too, a tidal wave of emotion crashing through her consciousness. Grief, rage, betrayal, all hitting simultaneously. My mother, Lyra gasped, trembling as tears, actual tears, something astrals rarely produce, streamed down her face. I can feel it all at once. How could she? 7 generations of manipulation. My entire existence. Marcus wrapped his arms around her, steadying her as her knees buckled. Astrals processed emotions sequentially, one after another in ordered progression. The human ability to feel contradictory emotions simultaneously was overwhelming her system. Breathe, he murmured against her hair. Let it flow through you. Don't try to separate them. It hurts, she whispered, fingers digging into his shoulders. How do humans bear this complexity? We don't bear it, Marcus said, guiding her through the emotional storm. We use it. Anger and love can exist together. Pain and hope. That's our strength. Their connection wavered, dimming momentarily as Lyra's consciousness struggled to integrate the emotional patterns. Marcus held her steady, allowing his own emotional processing to guide hers through their bond. Gradually, the trembling subsided. There, he said softly, that's it. Lyra straightened, her eyes now gleaming with newfound clarity. I understand now. This is why humans have always been feared. Your emotional complexity makes you unpredictable but also unstoppable. A warning klaxon cut through the moment, followed by a cascade of systems shutting down around them. The quantum network terminal on the wall flickered, data streams collapsing one by one. Quick, Marcus urged, pulling Lyra toward the terminal. Before we lose access completely. Their hands moved in perfect synchronization across the interface, extracting fragments of data as the system deteriorated. Lyra's genetic access codes opened pathways that would have been impossible for either of them alone, while Marcus's intuitive pattern recognition assembled the fragments into coherent information. Emergency protocol sundering, Lyra read, her voice hollow. Mother has activated the ultimate contingency plan. Marcus scanned the rapidly disappearing data. They're destroying everything, all evidence of the purist's manipulation, including. His blood ran cold. The human genetic repositories. Generations of potential compatible pairs, Lyra whispered, all to be eliminated. The terminal went dark with a final electronic whine, leaving them in the dim emergency lighting of the laboratory. We need to reach the broadcast center, Marcus said, his mind racing through possibilities with newfound clarity. It's under the main ceremonial platform in the selection arena. Lyra's eyes widened. The original synchronization technology. It was designed to connect with every compatible being simultaneously. Exactly. If we can access it, we can override the sundering protocol and protect the remaining compatible pairs. Marcus traced a path on the darkened screen from muscle memory. We combine astral precision with human adaptability. They won't expect that. Their planning was interrupted by a burst of static from Marcus's communication device. After several seconds of interference, Admiral Thomas's voice emerged, distorted but recognizable. Marcus, Princess, if you can hear this, respond on frequency Delta 97. Marcus adjusted the device. Admiral, we're here. Situation critical. I've established a secure quantum channel, but I don't know how long it will hold. Thomas's voice was tense. Your broadcast already activated 57 confirmed human astral pairings across 3 systems. Unauthorized synchronizations are occurring outside official channels. The compatible pairs are activating spontaneously, Lyra asked, leaning closer to the comm. Affirmative. Your combined synchronization signature appears to have triggered a cascade effect. The purists are scrambling to contain it. A distant explosion shook the facility, sending dust filtering down from the ceiling panels. We need to move, Marcus said. Admiral, can you? The communication cut off abruptly as the facility's power fluctuated. Seconds later, the distinctive whine of the transportation tubes powering down echoed through the corridors. They're shutting down all movement systems, Lyra said, moving toward a maintenance panel in the wall. We'll have to go through the service tunnels. She pressed her palm against the panel, but nothing happened. My access has been revoked. Marcus stepped forward, placing his hand beside hers. A strange sensation rippled through him, as if he could somehow perceive the energy flowing through the circuits behind the wall. The panel's edges glowed blue in his vision, revealing pathways of power like luminous veins. I can see it, he murmured in wonder. The facility's power grid. It's like a neural network. He traced a specific pattern with his fingertips, following the energy flow he could now perceive. The panel slid open with a hydraulic hiss. How did you do that? Lyra asked, staring at him. I don't know, it's like. The energy systems have become visible to me. He peered into the dark maintenance tunnel. I can see which pathways are active, which are dormant. They slipped into the narrow passage, Marcus leading the way through the labyrinthine service corridors by following the glowing energy pathways only he could perceive. The air grew thinner as they descended deeper into the facility's infrastructure, the walls closing in around them. Wait, Marcus whispered, halting abruptly. Through his enhanced perception, he detected movement ahead, 6 distinct energy signatures moving in formation. Security team approaching. They pressed themselves against the wall as heavy footsteps echoed through the tunnel. Through a ventilation grate, Marcus caught glimpses of the guards, tall astrals with modified physiology, their skin lacking the characteristic luminescence of their kind. Genetically modified warriors, Lyra breathed against his ear. Their synchronization capabilities have been suppressed to prevent unauthorized bonding. They're bred specifically for loyalty to the purest cause. The lead guard suddenly stopped, holding up a hand. He turned slowly, scanning the tunnel with enhanced optical implants. Anomalous energy signature detected, he announced, his voice unnaturally flat. Unable to classify, not standard human, not standard astral. The guard's weapons powered up with a high-pitched whine, sweeping across the tunnel in search patterns. Their targeting systems can't categorize you, Lyra realized. Your hybrid nature confuses their sensors. Marcus closed his eyes, concentrating on the energy flowing through his transformed body. If they could detect him, perhaps he could use that to their advantage. He focused on projecting his energy signature in multiple directions simultaneously, a trick that would be impossible for a pure astral or human. The guards' formation broke as they turned in confusion, sensors registering the hybrid signature in contradictory locations. Now, Marcus whispered, pulling Lyra past the distracted guards through a maintenance hatch he'd spotted with his enhanced perception. They emerged into a lower service corridor, the air noticeably colder. Lyra suddenly stiffened beside him, her eyes going distant. Lyra. Marcus touched her shoulder, concerned. Memories, she whispered, her voice strained. Genetic memories unlocking through our bond. I can see myself as a child, my mother. Her breathing became erratic. She brought human children to me, hundreds of them, testing our compatibility, one after another. Marcus supported her weight as the memories flowed through their connection. He saw fragments of clinical rooms, small frightened human children, and Queen Aurella's cold, calculating gaze as she documented results. "She viewed me as nothing but an instrument for genetic perfection," Lyra said, her voice hollow. "Those who showed even minimal compatibility were removed." The memory shifted to a young Lyra reaching toward a small human boy with dark hair, their fingers almost touching before guards pulled them apart. The boy's screams echoed through their shared consciousness before the memory abruptly cut off. "She's been doing this for generations," Marcus said, the horrifying realization settling over him. "Preventing compatible pairs from ever meeting." They continued through the service tunnels until reaching a sealed doorway marked with genetic sequencing symbols. Marcus's enhanced perception revealed complex security systems, but also a weakness in the power routing. "This is a genetic archive," Lyra said, examining the markings. "It shouldn't be on this level." Marcus redirected energy through the circuits, bypassing the security protocols. The door slid open with a pneumatic hiss, revealing a vast chamber bathed in blue preservation light. Row upon row of genetic samples stretched before them, thousands of transparent containers, each holding cellular material suspended in luminescent fluid. One wall displayed human samples, the other astral, with connecting lines of light between matched pairs. "They've been cataloging compatible matches," Lyra whispered, moving between the rows, and deliberately keeping them apart. Marcus followed the illuminated pathways until a particular sample caught his attention. The genetic signature displayed on its container was hauntingly familiar. "This is my DNA," he said, stunned. "And here's my father's, my grandmother's." He traced the lineage back through 7 containers. "My entire family line has been tracked for generations." Lyra joined him, examining the connected astral samples. "These compatibility ratings are among the highest recorded. Your family has been deliberately positioned near astral territories." "The random assignment requests," Marcus murmured, remembering family stories. "My grandmother requested deep space exploration but was assigned to the astral border. My father applied for the central systems but ended up in an astral trade outpost. It wasn't coincidence." "They were keeping you close enough to study, but never close enough to discover the truth," Lyra said, her fingers intertwining with his. Their moment of revelation was interrupted by a facility-wide announcement, Queen Aurella's voice echoing through the chamber with chilling authority. "Attention, all astral personnel. This is a Level 1 genetic contamination event. All human subjects are to be terminated immediately. The purity of our genetic line has been compromised. Containment protocols are now in effect." The announcement continued, detailing quarantine procedures and purification protocols. The clinical language couldn't disguise the horrifying truth. The purists viewed any genetic mixing as irreversible corruption, and humans as nothing more than contamination to be eliminated. "We need to move," Marcus said, pulling Lyra toward the exit. "The selection arena is 3 levels up." They navigated through increasingly militarized sections of the facility, Marcus's enhanced perception guiding them around patrol routes. When they finally reached the lower levels of the selection arena, they found a transformation that stole their breath. The vast ceremonial space, once prepared for the selection ritual, had been converted into a military command center. The ornate decorations remained, but now served as backdrop to weapon systems and tactical displays. Purist leaders, both human and astral, coordinated operations around a central holographic projection, showing real-time elimination of compatible pairs across multiple systems. "They're hunting down everyone affected by our broadcast," Marcus whispered as they observed from a concealed maintenance alcove. "Both species working together to prevent synchronization." He studied the command center layout, his enhanced perception revealing energy flows invisible to normal sight. The ceremonial platform at the center where Lyra would have chosen her mate pulsed with concentrated energy. "The platform," he said, pointing to the heavily guarded structure. It contains the original synchronization amplifiers. That's why they chose this location for the selection. It's designed to resonate with all compatible genetics simultaneously. It's also the most heavily defended position in the facility, Lyra noted, counting at least 20 elite guards surrounding the platform. She suddenly stiffened, her eyes taking on a distant quality Marcus had come to recognize as accessing genetic memory. "My bloodline," she whispered. "There are encrypted access codes to the ceremonial systems embedded in my royal genetics." A failsafe created generations ago before the purists took complete control. Hope flared between them through their bond. "Can you access them?" Lyra's expression fell. "Not while we're synchronized. The codes can only be activated through pure astral genetics. I would need to temporarily separate our bond." The suggestion hit Marcus like a physical blow. There has to be another way. "We're stronger together." The royal protocols were specifically designed to prevent outside influence, Lyra insisted. "Our synchronization, as perfect as it is, would register as contamination to the ancient systems." "It's too dangerous," Marcus argued, feeling uncharacteristic fear at the thought of disconnection. "We can find another approach. Use my enhanced perception to—" "Marcus," Lyra interrupted, taking his face between her hands. "This is our only chance. The codes will give us control of the entire synchronization network." Their first significant conflict since stabilization crackled between them, tension building in their normally harmonious connection. "We can accomplish more together," Marcus insisted. "The separation could leave us vulnerable." Lyra's eyes held his, unwavering. Sometimes true strength comes from knowing when to stand apart. As they debated, Marcus felt something shift in his understanding, a revelation about the nature of their bond. Synchronization wasn't about permanent connection, but about trust deep enough to allow separation when necessary. The purists feared this truth, that perfect unity required the freedom to choose distance. "It's not about being inseparable," he said slowly, the realization crystallizing. "It's about trusting each other enough to separate when needed." He took a deep breath and reached for the core of their connection, the luminous thread that bound their consciousness together. With gentle tenacity, he began to unwind it. "What are you doing?" Lyra asked, alarm flashing across her features. "Demonstrating something the purists can't comprehend," Marcus said, continuing the careful separation. "The human capacity for self-sacrifice." The bond thinned between them, consciousness separating strand by strand. The sensation was like losing parts of himself, a hollowing emptiness spreading through his being. As the final connection dissolved, Marcus staggered against the wall, suddenly alone in his mind for the first time since their synchronization. The absence was deafening, a silence where Lyra's presence had hummed continuously. Across from him, Lyra's luminescence dimmed momentarily as she adjusted to the separation. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice sounding strange to his ears without the resonance of their bond. She nodded, composing herself. "I'll access the protocols. You'll need to shield us from detection." They moved with less coordination now, the perfect synchronicity replaced by conscious effort. Lyra positioned herself near a secondary control node, while Marcus used his still enhanced perception to create interference in the security sensors. While separated, they witnessed a security team entering the lower level, dragging 3 humans in civilian clothing. One woman fought against her captors, shouting about rights and treaties. "Non-compatible genetic material," the astral commander stated dispassionately. "Expendable under emergency protocol sundering." The execution was swift, and clinical energy weapons discharged at point-blank range, leaving nothing but ash where the humans had stood. Marcus felt bile rise in his throat, the horrific reality of how the purists viewed humans as mere resources rather than equals burning itself into his memory. As Lyra worked to access the ancient protocols, Marcus noticed a troubling change in his physiology. The blue energy that had coursed through his skin began to flicker erratically. A sharp pain lanced through his chest, driving him to his knees. "Marcus," Lyra whispered urgently from her position at the control node. "Something's wrong," he gasped, watching his hands tremble. The hybrid state that had felt so natural was destabilizing, cells rebelling against the separation. "My body, it's dependent on our bond now." The transformation hadn't been temporary, it was fundamental. His human cells now requiring Lyra's genetic stabilization for survival. What had begun as synchronization had evolved into symbiosis. "Almost done," Lyra promised, her fingers dancing across the ancient interface as Marcus fought to control his deteriorating condition. A commotion at the main entrance of the command center drew their attention. Guards snapped to attention as a regal figure entered, her silver-white hair elaborately styled, her luminescence outshining all others. Queen Orella had arrived. Marcus's shock at seeing Lyra's mother in person was nothing compared to the betrayal that followed. Behind the queen, dressed in full Earth Fleet uniform with commendation medals gleaming on his chest, walked Admiral Thomas. The two figures moved in perfect coordination toward the central platform, the Astral Queen and the human Admiral, architects of the purest conspiracy that had manipulated both their civilizations for generations. A soft chuckle echoed through the chamber's hidden speakers, the sound crawling across Marcus's skin like ice water. The surveillance monitors embedded in the ceiling's crystalline fixtures pivoted toward them with mechanical precision. "How touching," Queen Orella's voice resonated through the space. "The human crawls to his astral mistress." Marcus's muscles seized as another wave of cellular deterioration swept through him. Without Lyra's genetic resonance, the hybrid cells in his body were breaking down at an accelerating rate. His vision blurred, edges dissolving into prismatic halos. "You've been watching all along," Lyra said, her fingers still dancing across the ceremonial platform's control surface. "Of course, daughter." The Queen's voice carried a note of amused condescension. "Did you think Admiral Thomas's betrayal was unexpected? Every move has been calculated. His position beside me provides access to both human and astral command structures, a necessary sacrifice in our greater design." Marcus dragged himself forward on trembling arms, each movement sending fractures of pain through his destabilizing nervous system. His internal temperature fluctuated wildly, freezing one moment, burning the next. Through the fog of agony, he focused on Lyra's silhouette, her genetic signature calling to him on a molecular level. Queen Orella's face appeared on the main display screen, her perfect features arranged in an expression of scientific fascination. "Look at him, Lyra. See how quickly human genetics fail under pressure. Their DNA lacks fundamental stability, exactly why pure astral lineage must prevail." Marcus collapsed, chest heaving against the polished floor. Through swimming vision, he caught Admiral Thomas's subtle hand movement, 3 fingers pressed against his thigh, thumb and pinky extended. Not a random gesture, but Earth intelligence code. Deep cover. Trust nothing seen. Wait for signal. A surge of clarity cut through Marcus's pain. Thomas wasn't a traitor, he was Earth's deepest infiltration asset, positioned at the heart of the purest movement. "You're wrong about humans," Lyra's voice carried new grit as her fingers completed a complex sequence on the platform. "And you're wrong about this ceremony." The platform beneath her hummed, ancient mechanisms awakening. The ceremonial display that had showcased contestant profiles throughout the selection began to transform, panels sliding away to reveal a pulsing technological core of interlocking crystalline structures. "Override sequence Alpha 9-3, Queen Orella barked, panic breaking through her composed facade. "Too late," Lyra replied, her voice steady. "The royal protocol is complete." Marcus forced himself forward, each movement a battle against his failing body. The distance between them, mere meters, might as well have been light years. His cells screamed for Lyra's genetic resonance, the hybrid structures collapsing without her stabilizing influence. This platform was never designed for selection ceremonies, Lyra continued, understanding dawning in her voice. It's a synchronization amplifier meant to connect compatible pairs across the galaxy. Marcus reached the edge of the platform just as his cellular structure approached critical failure. His hand, trembling and mottled with subcutaneous hemorrhaging, stretched toward Lyra. Their fingertips touched. The connection exploded through them, both a blinding synchronization wave that radiated outward, temporarily overloading the facility's security systems. The lights flickered and died, emergency backups casting the chamber in a blood-red glow. Lyra pulled Marcus onto the platform, cradling his convulsing body. Where their skin touched, golden light pulsed between them, his cellular structure rapidly stabilizing as their genetic resonance re-established. On the main screen, Queen Aurella's composure shattered entirely, her perfect features contorted with naked hatred, an expression so raw and personal it transcended political ideology. Abomination. She spat, slamming her fist against something off-screen. You have no idea what you're interfering with. As Marcus's strength returned, fragmentary images flooded his consciousness, not his memories, but genetic echoes from Lyra's royal inheritance. He saw Queen Aurella decades younger, strapped to a similar platform, screaming as human genetic material was forcibly integrated with her own. The experiment failing, her body rejecting the synchronization, leaving her genetically damaged. She's not your mother, Marcus whispered, the realization crystallizing. She created you from modified royal genetic material, engineered you to achieve what she couldn't. Lyra's eyes widened, ancient memories unlocking within her own genetic code. I'm her. Experiment. On the screen, Queen Aurella's face twisted further. You were to be perfect. My genetic successor, designed to interface with human DNA without the contamination of human unpredictability. Behind her, Admiral Thomas moved with calculated precision, accessing a secondary control panel while the Queen's attention remained fixed on Marcus and Lyra. His fingers flew across the communication array, uploading data packets to both human and astral authorities. Transmission in progress, the system announced. Queen Aurella World striking Thomas across the face. Facility lockdown, authorization Aurella Prime. She screamed. Armored panels slammed across every exit, the transmission indicator blinking orange incomplete. They'll receive enough, Thomas said, blood trickling from his split lip. The conspiracy is exposed. Through their reconnected synchronization, more fragments of genetic memory surfaced in Marcus's mind. He saw the true purpose of the selection ritual, not to find compatible pairs, but to identify and eliminate potential matches that threaten purest control. Each ceremony systematically prevented dangerous synchronizations under the guise of celebration. The selection is a culling, Marcus said, his voice strengthening as his cells stabilized. You've been preventing synchronization, not encouraging it. Queen Aurella's laugh held no humor. Of course. Did you think we would allow random genetic mixing? Synchronization must be controlled, directed, perfected. A new alarm sounded, and armored figures poured into the chamber, elite purist guards with specialized equipment mounted on their forearms. Neural disruptors, Lyra warned, pulling Marcus to his feet. They target the quantum entanglement between bonded pairs. The first guard fired, and a wave of excruciating pain crashed through both Marcus and Lyra simultaneously, dropping them to their knees without leaving a mark. Their synchronized nervous systems amplified the agony, feeding it back and forth between them in an escalating loop. Marcus's military training kicked in, not the formal protocols, but the improvisational tactics drilled into Earth's special forces. He deliberately altered his breathing pattern, creating an asymmetrical neural rhythm that confused the targeting system. Match my breathing, he gasped to Lyra. Irregular pattern 732. She followed his lead, their synchronized systems adopting the chaotic rhythm. The neural disruptors' effectiveness immediately decreased, their targeting algorithms designed for symmetrical patterns. The ancient platform beneath them hummed with increasing intensity, responding to Marcus's hybrid physiology in unexpected ways. Dormant systems activated, holographic displays materializing around them showing ancient astral script intermingled with early human languages. "This technology," Lyra whispered in awe, "it's from the original alliance before the purists rewrote our history." Queen Aurella's voice cut through their discovery. "You understand nothing. Genetic isolation is merely phase 1. Our ultimate goal is evolutionary perfection, harvesting compatible genetics from humans while eliminating their consciousness. Perfect hybrid soldiers without human unpredictability." Marcus studied the ancient controls, understanding flowing between him and Lyra through their synchronization. "That's why your forced experiments always failed," he realized. Synchronization isn't just biological, it requires genuine emotional connection. Trust, something you can't engineer. "Human sentiment," Queen Aurella sneered, "the very weakness we will eliminate." A sudden explosion rocked the far side of the chamber. Admiral Thomas's emergency transponder blinked on his collar, the signal having summoned Earth intelligence operatives hidden among the facility staff. The infiltration had been years in the making, operatives positioned throughout the purist hierarchy, gathering evidence of the conspiracy that had penetrated both governments. As chaos erupted between the purist guards and the revealed Earth operatives, the ancient platform beneath Marcus and Lyra pulsed with recognition. The combination of her royal genetic signature and his hybrid resonance triggered an emergency protocol, one designed by the original Alliance leaders, as protection against exactly the kind of genetic supremacy the purists represented. "Synchronization field initialization," announced an ancient voice from the platform. "Galactic distribution imminent." Queen Aurella's face contorted with fury. "Terminate royal subject Lyra. Failed experiment protocol." "Failed experiment," Lyra echoed, another piece falling into place. "How many others were there before me?" "Dozens," the Queen hissed. "You were the only viable version, and now you've escaped control." 3 purist guards broke through the fighting, converging on the platform. Marcus and Lyra moved in perfect synchronization, their movements so precisely coordinated they appeared to anticipate attacks before they occurred. Where Marcus applied brutal efficiency, Lyra added flowing grace. Together, they created a fighting style neither human nor astral, but something entirely new. The elite guards hesitated, uncertainty registering in their movements for the first time. Fear. The platform beneath them fully activated, energy spiraling upward around them in a double helix of light. The synchronization field expanded beyond the facility, bypassing purist blockades, connecting with all compatible pairs simultaneously across the galaxy. Millions experienced the true potential of synchronization in a single moment, a democratic revolution through direct genetic experience. Queen Aurella's face appeared on all screens, her composure completely abandoned. "You leave me no choice," she snarled, activating a sequence on her control panel. "Facility self-destruct initiated. Countdown 3 minutes." The chamber trembled, structural supports beginning to fail. Emergency evacuation alerts blared through the complex. Admiral Thomas fought his way to the platform. "The shuttles are this way. We need to evacuate now." Marcus and Lyra exchanged a look, understanding flowing between them without words. The synchronization field was still building, the broadcast incomplete. If they left now, the signal would fail to reach the furthest systems. Billions would never experience the truth. "If we leave, the field collapses," Lyra said. Marcus nodded, his hand tightening around hers. "And if we stay?" The countdown continued, forcing an impossible choice: escape to safety, or remain to ensure the synchronization field reached every potential pair in the galaxy. The decision crystallized between them without words, a shared understanding flowing through their synchronized bond. Marcus nodded to Admiral Thomas, his mind focused. "We're staying," he said, squeezing Lyra's hand. The synchronization field needs to reach full broadcast strength, and someone has to make sure that happens. Lyra's luminescent eyes reflected the same grit. This is astral duty and human sacrifice working as one, as it was always meant to be. Admiral Thomas's weathered face betrayed a flicker of emotion before military discipline reasserted itself. "Understood. We'll evacuate the wounded and establish a perimeter defense." She tapped her neural interface. Intelligence operatives are already in position. The facility's emergency systems blared to life, bathing the chamber in pulsing crimson. Metallic barriers slid from ceiling to floor with pneumatic hisses, sealing off sections of the complex. "Self-destruct sequence initiated," announced an emotionless voice in both standard and astral high speech. "Emergency containment protocol activated. Sequential section sealing commencing." Marcus studied the facility schematic on the nearest terminal. "They're sealing Itnan. I'm the outside in. We'll have to navigate through increasingly dangerous areas if we want any chance of escape after the broadcast completes." A proximity alert flashed across the display. Queen Aurella's royal signature appeared, moving with purpose through the facility's eastern quadrant. "She's coming herself," Lyra whispered, her fingers tracing the signal. "My command code should have locked her out of the system." The terminal flickered, displaying Queen Aurella's imperious face. "Did you think mere algorithms could contain me?" Her normally perfect features contorted with rage. "My royal genetic signature allows manual override of all facility systems. If you wish to stop me, you'll have to face me directly." The transmission cut abruptly as another barrier sealed with a resonant clang. Marcus staggered suddenly, his mind flooded with unfamiliar sensations, fragments of consciousness, flashes of alien landscapes, emotions not his own. Lyra steadied him, her own expression dazed. "Do you feel that?" she asked, voice trembling. "The synchronization field, it's reaching nearby star systems." Marcus closed his eyes, focusing on the cascade of impressions. Other pairs. They're awakening to their connection. Hundreds of them, thousands. The sensations crystallized into coherent information, glimpses of purest troop movements, security protocols, facility layouts identical to this one. "We're receiving tactical data through the network. It's like a psychic resistance movement forming in real time." Admiral Thomas approached, her expression grave as she handed Marcus her command interface. "I'm transferring command authorization to you, Marcus Thomas. This is now officially a sanctioned Earth intelligence operation." Her eyes conveyed what her words couldn't. This provided legal protection should they survive the political fallout. "Admiral, Marcus began. "This isn't sentiment," she cut him off. "It's procedure. A loophole that might save your life later." She turned to the waiting evacuation team. "Move out. 5 minutes until this section seals." As Thomas's team departed, the ancient platform beneath them hummed with increasing power. Displays activated across its surface, revealing symbols and patterns that shifted and reconfigured themselves continuously. Lyra frowned at the incomprehensible data. "I can't make sense of it. The patterns don't follow any astrological structure." Marcus studied the symbols, his mind making connections that seemed to flow naturally. "It's not linear, it's associative. Like human pattern recognition." His fingers traced connections between seemingly unrelated symbols. "These aren't instructions, they're conceptual frameworks. The platform is showing us how to accelerate the broadcast." Across the galaxy, purist commanders reacted to the expanding synchronization field. Emergency transmissions flooded the tactical network, orders for immediate execution of any humans and astrals showing signs of compatibility. The genocide was no longer theoretical. It had begun. Marcus felt each death ripple through the synchronization network. Bright connections snuffed out one by one. "They're killing them," he whispered, hands trembling as he worked the ancient controls. "Every compatible pair they can find." Lyra's royal markings pulsed with anger. "Then we need to work faster." A proximity alert sounded. Queen Aurella had bypassed 3 security checkpoints in rapid succession. "How is she moving so quickly through the facility?" Marcus asked, fingers dancing across the control interface as he implemented the acceleration protocols. "Royal genetic override," Lyra explained, her voice tight. "Every facility recognizes the royal genome as absolute authority. It's how our society ensures continuity of leadership." The doors at the far end of the chamber hissed open. Queen Aurella stood framed in the entrance, her royal guards conspicuously absent. Her normally immaculate appearance had deteriorated, her ceremonial garments torn, her perfect features twisted with hatred. "You think you understand what you're unleashing," she spat, stalking forward. "You know nothing of our history." Her royal markings pulsed with unnatural patterns. "I was designed as a weapon, the product of the first generation of purists. My genetic code was engineered for absolute control." Marcus felt strange sensations coursing through his neural pathways, his hybrid physiology reconfiguring to process the vast information flowing through the synchronization network. Suddenly, he could perceive purist movements throughout the facility with perfect clarity. 3 squads approaching from the north," he said, the knowledge appearing in his mind without conscious effort. 2 more securing the lower levels. They're attempting to reach the power core." Lyra stared at him in astonishment. "How? The network," he explained, feeling the connection strengthening. "My brain is adapting to process it." Lyra closed her eyes, accessing deeper layers of memory than she had ever reached before. Ancient knowledge, genetic memory passed down through countless generations of royal astrals surfaced in her consciousness. "The Alliance," she whispered, eyes snapping open. "The ancient astral-human alliance created failsafes against genetic supremacy. There are emergency protocols embedded in all royal bloodlines." Her gaze locked on Queen Aurella. "Protocols she doesn't know exist." The facility shuddered violently. Emergency lights flickered as power systems began cascading into failure. "Primary power grid compromised," announced the facility AI. "Backup systems at 43% capacity and declining." Marcus assessed the alien technology with a human engineer's eye. The purists are forcing an overload. He grabbed discarded components from nearby terminals, rapidly assembling them into configurations no astral engineer would consider. "I can reroute power through secondary systems if I bypass the main regulators." Queen Aurella laughed bitterly. Typical human improvisation. "You think your crude solutions can match astral engineering?" "No," Marcus replied, connecting the final circuit. "I'm counting on them, not matching. Your technicians won't look for approaches they'd never consider." The light stabilized as power flowed through Marcus's jury-rigged bypass. Queen Aurella's composure cracked further. "You cannot understand what drives me. I once synchronized with a human diplomat decades ago, before you were born." Her voice broke. "The purists executed him and altered my genetics to prevent ray synchronization. They transformed my grief into hatred through neural reprogramming." The revelation hung in the air as the synchronization broadcast reached 30% galactic coverage. Through their connection, Marcus and Lyra felt millions of previously unaware compatible pairs experiencing their first synchronization, a wave of awakening consciousness that overwhelmed purist suppression efforts across countless worlds. Alarms blared as the self-destruct sequence entered its next phase. "Critical failure detected," the facility AI announced. "Final termination in 15 minutes. Synchronization broadcast will cease at termination." Marcus studied the facility schematics, realization dawning. The self-destruct will cut off the broadcast before it reaches completion. We need to access the central power core and manually override the final shutdown. That's deeper in the facility, Lyra said. We'd be moving away from any escape route. Their eyes met, understanding passing between them without words. I can buy us time, Lyra said suddenly, her royal markings pulsing with authority. She raised her hands, focusing on the genetic command hierarchy programmed into the neural systems of all purest forces. By royal decree, all purest forces will stand down and secure their current positions. Through the synchronization network, they felt the command ripple outward, temporarily locking down the remaining purest forces throughout the facility. That won't hold them long, she warned. And it demonstrates exactly why these genetic control systems are so dangerous. Outside the facility, Admiral Thomas's Earth intelligence operatives revealed their full capabilities, specially trained human agents with partial astral genetic modifications designed to resist purest control methods. They formed a defensive perimeter, engaging incoming purest reinforcements with devastating efficiency. Marcus watched their coordinated movements through the synchronization network, an idea forming in his mind. The network, he said, eyes widening. We can use it to coordinate the actions of all newly awakened pairs, create an instant resistance movement guided by our broadcast. A decentralized guerrilla warfare approach, Lyra realized. No astral would conceive of such a strategy. Our military doctrine relies on hierarchical command structures. Exactly, Marcus grinned. Human adaptability meets astral precision. Queen Aurella's face contorted with fury. You think your primitive strategies can defeat generations of purist planning? She reached into her ceremonial robes, withdrawing a device that pulsed with sickly energy. This genetic destabilizer is designed specifically for synchronized pairs. It disrupts the quantum entanglement between your genetic codes, terminating all connections we've awakened. The device powered up with an ominous hum, sending waves of agony through Marcus and Lyra's connection. The facility's automated systems announced the final countdown as massive barriers began sealing the central core chamber. Marcus and Lyra dove through the narrowing gap, the heavy doors closing behind them, separating them from Queen Aurella, but sealing them inside the heart of the self-destructing facility. Through their pain, they felt the synchronization field reach 60% coverage beyond the point where it could be fully contained. Marcus staggered to the central controls, his hybrid physiology fighting through the destabilizer's effects. As he worked, a revelation formed in his mind, a pattern visible only through the vast network of connections now spanning the galaxy. The purists, he gasped, the irony dawning on him. Their genetic manipulation protocols have increased human astral compatibility rates over generations. Their selective breeding, he laughed despite the pain. Their efforts to prevent hybridization have actually accelerated evolutionary convergence. Lyra joined him at the controls, her royal markings glowing with newfound purpose. They've been engineering their own downfall all along. The core chamber pulsed with ancient energy as the synchronization field continued to expand across the stars, awakening connections that had lain dormant for millennia, connections that no force in the galaxy could sever again. Marcus's fingers flew across the ancient interface, his mind racing faster than his hands could move. The pulsing red warning indicators reflecting off his face told him they had minutes, not hours. We need to invert the destabilizer's frequency pattern, he said, the synchronization field allowing his thoughts to flow into Lyra's consciousness even as he spoke. It's like electronic countermeasures from Earth military doctrine. When faced with a jamming signal, you don't try to overpower it. You adapt to it. Lyra's luminescent markings flared with understanding. You want to reconfigure our broadcast to create protective resonance patterns. Exactly. Marcus's hands moved to the primary synchronization controls. The destabilizer targets the quantum link between paired individuals, but if we modulate the field to reinforce those specific connections. The facility hummed as Marcus's modifications took effect. The synchronization field's visualization on the holographic display shifted from a uniform mesh to an intricate lattice of brighter, reinforced connections between synchronized pairs. "It's working," Lyra whispered, her eyes widening as the central core of the facility responded to their adjustments. Ancient panels slid open along the walls, revealing crystalline structures that had remained dormant for centuries. They pulsed with soft blue light, responding to the presence of their joined hands on the console. "These are security measures," Lyra said, translating glyphs that appeared on newly activated screens. "Safeguards designed specifically to protect human astral synchronized pairs." Marcus felt a surge of electricity through the console as his palm pressed against an authentication panel. "The system is recognizing our genetic signatures. It's unlocking emergency stabilization protocols." The room filled with cascading light as dormant systems awakened. Through their connection, a fragmented vision washed over Marcus, flashes of ancient memories stored within the facility itself. He saw humans and astrals working side by side, their appearances slightly different from modern counterparts but unmistakable. They were creating the very synchronization technology he and Lyra now wielded. "They built this to prevent isolation," Marcus murmured, the vision still flowing through him. "To stop species warfare before it could begin." "The original alliance," Lyra confirmed, her voice tight with emotion as she shared the vision. "Everything we're fighting for, it's not new. We're reclaiming what was meant to be." The moment shattered as Queen Aurella's face appeared on communication screens throughout the facility. Her broadcast wasn't just to them, it was transmitting across the entire galaxy. "Attention to all systems under astral protection." Her voice rang with cold authority. "All synchronized pairs are hereby ordered to surrender for processing. Resistance will result in immediate execution." Her eyes narrowed. "You have 6 standard hours to comply." Marcus felt Lyra's anger surge through their connection. "She's desperate," he said, squeezing Lyra's hand. "And she just made a critical mistake." "What do you mean?" "She broadcast that ultimatum galaxy-wide." A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Every synchronized pair hiding in every system now knows they're not alone." She just accelerated the resistance. Marcus turned to a secondary console. "And now we're going to make her think it's even larger than it is." His fingers danced across the communications array, accessing purest transmission frequencies he'd memorized during their escape. "What are you doing?" Lyra asked, watching as he created and dispatched dozens of emergency signals. "Creating ghosts." Marcus grinned. "Earth military deception tactics. I'm sending distress calls and response codes that make it look like synchronized pairs are rising up in sectors where there aren't any. They'll have to divide their forces to respond." Lyra's eyes widened with appreciation. "They'll be chasing shadows while we build the real resistance." The synchronization field's coverage indicator on the main display ticked upward. 73%, 74%, 75%. As it crossed the threshold, the facility trembled. Not just the facility, Marcus could feel reverberations through the synchronization network itself. "Something's happening," Lyra said, her voice hushed with awe. Through their expanded connection, they sensed it across dozens of worlds. Ancient technologies were awakening. Artificial intelligence systems dormant for millennia activated in response to the strengthening field. Autonomous defense platforms powered up, their primary directive unchanged after centuries: protect synchronized pairs. The original builders left safeguards everywhere, Marcus breathed. A sudden spike of pain dropped Lyra to her knees. Marcus caught her, alarm shooting through him as her skin temperature soared. Lyra! Her royal markings blazed with intensity he'd never seen before, patterns shifting and reconfiguring across her skin. Her eyes, when they opened, glowed with the same light. "My DNA," she gasped. "It's..." Responding to you, to this place. Marcus supported her as she stood, steadier now. The royal genetic line must have been engineered to interface directly with these systems. Lyra stretched out her hand toward the approaching purist guards visible on the security monitors. Her fingers trembled as ancient command codes flowed through her consciousness, knowledge she hadn't possessed moments before. On the monitors, the purist modified astrals froze mid-step, their bodies locked in place by an override that recognized Lyra's royal genetic authority amplified through her synchronization with Marcus. "I can hold them," she said, strain evident in her voice. But not for long. The facility's lights flickered ominously. Power surges rippled through the ancient systems, threatening catastrophic failure as the core struggled to maintain the expanding field. "The power grid is destabilizing," Marcus said, moving to the energy distribution controls. The facility wasn't designed to broadcast at this scale. His mind raced through Earth's historical power management crises, the North American blackouts, the European grid harmonics problem of 2025, the Australian outback distributed solution. "We need to redirect the surge pathways," he muttered, reconfiguring the energy distribution in ways the original astral engineers had never conceived. "Create buffer zones and dispersion circuits." The facility's lighting stabilized as Marcus implemented his solution, channeling power through redundant systems in rotating sequences. "How did you know to do that?" Lyra asked, amazement flowing through their connection. "Earth's power grids taught us the hard way," Marcus replied. "When you have billions of lives depending on stable electricity, you get creative with solutions." An explosion rocked the outer chamber. On the monitors, they watched Queen Orella herself stride through the breach, flanked by elite guards carrying devices Marcus hadn't seen before. "Anti-synchronization technology," Lyra said, recognizing the devices. "Designed to sever our quantum connection." Marcus studied the approaching threat, his military training assessing the tactical situation. "If they cut our connection, we lose coordination of the entire network." He turned his attention back to the genetic destabilizer schematics he'd been analyzing. Something about its design had been nagging at him. "Wait," he said, understanding dawning. "The destabilizer, it's not the superweapon she claimed." Lyra joined him at the console. "What do you mean?" "Look at the calibration requirements." Marcus highlighted sections of the technical readout. "It requires precise tuning to each unique pair's genetic signature. She can't deploy it en masse. It would take years to calibrate for millions of pairs." Realization spread across Lyra's features. Her threat was partially hollow. "Psychological warfare," Marcus confirmed. "She can target us specifically, maybe a few dozen other high-value pairs, but not everyone." The synchronization field pulsed around them, and Marcus felt a strange shift in his consciousness. The network was evolving, becoming more than simple connections between individuals. Millions of synchronized minds across the galaxy were linking into something greater, a distributed intelligence with Marcus and Lyra at its center. Through this expanded awareness, Marcus felt the approach of purist reinforcements, capital ships entering the system, carrying weapons capable of sterilizing entire planetary populations. "We need secure communications," he said urgently. "The resistance needs to coordinate." Drawing on his Earth intelligence training, Marcus implemented encryption protocols through the synchronization network, creating secure channels that the purists couldn't penetrate. Instantly, coordinated resistance became possible across thousands of worlds. Queen Orella's voice echoed through the chamber as she breached the next security barrier. "You think you've won something, don't you?" Her laughter was cold. "I've prepared for this possibility." Her image appeared on the main screen, closer now, only 2 chambers away. "My royal genetic code contains a failsafe. If I'm defeated, a deadman switch activates all purist sleeper agents across the galaxy. Billions of colonists with dormant genetic modifications will die instantly." Her smile was terrible to behold. Is your revolution worth that price? The facility shuddered violently. Warning klaxons blared as environmental systems began shutting down. The atmosphere thinned noticeably, causing Marcus to gasp as oxygen levels plummeted. Life support is failing, Lyra said, her astral physiology better adapted to the changing conditions. The self-destruct sequence is advancing. Marcus struggled to breathe, his lungs burning. Through their connection, Lyra shared her knowledge of astral respiratory efficiency. Following her guidance, Marcus altered his breathing pattern, slowing his metabolism in ways that should have been impossible for a human. How am I doing this? He wheezed, finding that the technique was actually working. The synchronization is deeper than we realized, Lyra replied. It's allowing you to adapt to conditions that would kill most humans. Through the expanding field, flashes of resistance appeared in their shared consciousness scenes from across the galaxy where other pairs fought together. Humans displaying extraordinary courage, protecting their astral partners with ingenious solutions no astral would have conceived. Astrals demonstrating unprecedented adaptability when bonded with their human counterparts. Marcus's attention was drawn to a previously hidden section of the central core that had opened during the power fluctuations. Ancient holographic displays activated, revealing the platform's original purpose. It's not just for communication, he said in wonder. This facility was designed for evolutionary guidance. Lyra joined him, her eyes wide as she translated the ancient text. It was built to accelerate beneficial genetic exchange between compatible species while preventing harmful mutations. Or engineered supremacy, Marcus added, understanding flowing between them. The purists aren't just politically motivated, they're working against the intended evolutionary path of both our species. The deepest section of the core revealed itself a quantum entanglement matrix of breathtaking complexity. It hummed with energy that seemed to exist partially outside normal space. This is how we maintain the broadcast, Lyra whispered. It can transmit energy across vast distances. Marcus understood immediately. We can draw power from synchronized pairs throughout the galaxy, small contributions from millions that together sustain the field. A massive explosion shook the chamber. Queen Aurella stood in the destroyed doorway, wielding a device that pulsed with ominous energy. The connection's severer, Lyra gasped. If she uses that on us, fall back, Marcus ordered, pulling Lyra toward the ancient systems at the core's heart, deeper into the facility where her modern technology can't easily follow. As they retreated, Marcus felt the synchronization field strengthen again 80%, 83%. 85% coverage. Through their expanded awareness, they sensed a tipping point in the galactic balance of power. Previously neutral species were witnessing the benefits of human astral synchronization, shifting their political and military support away from the purists. We just need to hold out a little longer, Marcus said as they descended into the ancient heart of the facility, Queen Aurella's forces in pursuit. The tide is turning. Lyra's hand tightened around his. Together, then. Together, Marcus agreed, as they plunged deeper into the ancient systems that held the key to their survival and the future of human-astral relations across the galaxy. The facility's emergency lights flashed crimson as Queen Aurella's fingers danced across the ancient control interface. The geometric patterns beneath her palms pulsed with sickly yellow light, responding to royal genetic markers that hadn't been used in millennia. You forced my hand, she hissed, her eyes reflecting the malevolent glow. The purists left safeguards against exactly this scenario. The facility's voice, previously melodic and welcoming, distorted into a harsh, mechanical tone. Biological contaminant DETCTD. Initiating purge PROTOCOLS. Marcus felt the change immediately as the air around him charged with electric potential. Microscopic security drones materialized from hidden compartments, swarming toward him with needle-like appendages extended. The synchronized astrals in the chamber gasped as similar swarms targeted their human partners exclusively. The system recognizes humans as contaminants, Lyra realized, her voice tight with alarm. She stepped between Marcus and the approaching swarm, but the drones simply flowed around her, programmed to ignore astral biology. Marcus's eyes darted across the chamber, tracking the drone's movement patterns. Where others saw only chaos, he detected something else. "They're moving in predictable sequences," he said, ducking beneath one swarm while sidestepping another. The purists built this system to target expected behaviors, not adapt to unpredictable ones. He demonstrated by making a sudden, counterintuitive movement, jumping backward when retreat seemed logical, and watched as the swarm overshot its target, momentarily confused. "The blind spots are in the prediction algorithms," he called out to the other humans. "Move against instinct. They can't anticipate what they weren't programmed to expect." Across the chamber, humans began implementing his strategy, creating a chaotic dance that confounded the ancient security systems. Several astrals watched in astonishment. "How did you see that pattern?" Commander Vex asked, his crystalline eyes wide with wonder. "Our tactical systems show only randomized attack vectors." "Humans evolved as both predator and prey," Marcus explained, ducking another swarm. "Pattern recognition kept us alive when we were hunting, and when we were hunted." Throughout the facility, similar scenes unfolded as synchronized pairs worked together, astrals shielding their partners where possible, humans identifying exploitable weaknesses in the purest technology. Beyond the facility walls, across thousands of worlds, something unprecedented was happening. The synchronization field had reached 90% coverage, triggering dormant genetic markers that had lain hidden in both species' DNA for countless generations. On the agricultural world of Terra's Prime, a human farmer named Alina clutched her chest as unexpected warmth bloomed there. Across the field, her astral neighbor Jorel experienced the same sensation. Though they had never undergone formal synchronization, they suddenly sensed each other's presence with startling clarity. "Do you feel that?" Alina called out. Jorel nodded, his expression mirroring her confusion and wonder. "It's as if something long asleep has awakened." Similar moments occurred across the galaxy, humans and astrals experiencing spontaneous connections, intuitive understanding flowing between them, without the formal synchronization process. Back in the facility, Lyra gasped as ancestral memories flooded her consciousness, not the carefully curated historical records she'd been raised with, but raw, unfiltered genetic memories passed down through royal bloodlines. She saw ancient astral monarchs in heated debate, their expressions twisted with fear as they discussed the human variable. "They will undo millennia of careful evolutionary guidance," one ancient queen insisted, her voice echoing across time. "Their unpredictability makes them impossible to control. They follow no rational pattern, no logical progression. They leap forward when logic dictates retreat. They survive when calculation predicts extinction." Another royal voice countered. "That very unpredictability is what makes them perfect synchronization partners. They see possibilities where we see only established patterns." The memories shifted, showing the schism forming not over concerns about genetic compatibility as official history claimed, but over fear that human unpredictability would undermine royal control over evolutionary direction. "Marcus," Lyra called out, her voice strained. The purists didn't fear contamination. They feared liberation. A drone pierced Marcus's shoulder before he could respond. He grimaced but continued coordinating the defense, blood seeping through his torn jumpsuit. Two more drones struck his leg and side, leaving burning punctures. Any astral would have been incapacitated by similar injuries, yet he continued analyzing attack patterns and directing countermeasures. Commander Vex stared in astonishment. "How are you still functioning?" Your biological systems show critical strain. Humans evolved to fight while injured, Marcus explained through gritted teeth. Adrenaline keeps us going when logic says we should stop. He tapped his temple. The mind overrules the body when survival depends on it. Across the chamber, the facility's quantum archives activated spontaneously, projecting holographic displays that showed the original architect's designs. The synchronized pairs gathered around these revelations, momentarily protected from the security drones by shimmering fields that recognized their combined genetic signatures. The displays showed human astral pairs at the center of a vast, interconnected web of species. Lines of genetic influence flowed outward from these central pairs, stabilizing distant branches that would otherwise drift toward unsustainable specialization. We're not just diplomatic partners, Lyra realized, studying the complex diagrams. We're evolutionary keystones. The architects designed us to prevent extinction-level specialization across multiple species. Genetic diversity maintenance, Marcus nodded, understanding dawning despite his pain. Earth biologists theorize something similar: keystone species that prevent ecosystem collapse. The moment of revelation was interrupted by a wave of distress that rippled through the synchronized network. Across 3 star systems, pairs suddenly clutched their heads and fell to their knees as their connections faltered. Genetic disruptors, Commander Vex identified, studying data streams. The Queen has deployed prototype weapons designed to sever synchronization bonds. The effect spread like wildfire, synchronized pairs experiencing temporary disconnection, their panic cascading through the network and threatening to destabilize the entire resistance. Fear began to overwhelm rational response as millions experienced the sudden, terrifying silence where their partner's presence had been. Marcus's eyes narrowed in concentration. Despite his injuries and the strain of maintaining his own synchronization with Lyra, his mind raced through possibilities. Earth has weathered disasters throughout our history, he said, his voice strengthening with purpose. We've developed protocols for maintaining civilization during catastrophe. His hands moved across the facility's interface, implementing communication structures based on Earth's emergency management systems, creating mutual support networks, verification chains, and hierarchical information distribution that prevented panic from spreading unchecked. Organize in concentric support circles, his voice echoed through the network. Each stable pair supports those experiencing disruption. Verify information before passing it on. Establish local coordination centers for resource distribution. The practical, methodical approach born from humanity's long experience with disaster began to stabilize the network. Panic subsided as clear instructions replaced uncertainty. As Marcus worked, the facility's core systems hummed with increasing intensity. Crystalline structures throughout the chamber oriented toward him and Lyra, scanning them with prismatic light. Prime genetic templates identified, the facility announced, its voice returning to its original melodious tone, initiating pattern extraction and distribution. Tendrils of light enveloped both of them, painless but intense. Marcus felt a strange sensation as if copies of his genetic pattern were being delicately lifted from every cell. Beside him, Lyra experienced the same phenomenon. The facility is using us to strengthen the other pairs, she realized, watching as the extracted patterns flowed into the synchronization network. Across the galaxy, disrupted pairs felt their connections stabilizing, reinforced by the template provided by Marcus and Lyra's particularly robust synchronization. Queen Orella, seeing her genetic disruptors failing, initiated her next attack. Across the galactic information network, historical records began to appear, seemingly ancient footage showing human astral synchronized pairs devolving into monstrous forms, their genetic structures collapsing into chaotic mutations. See the truth the synchronists have hidden, her voice proclaimed across thousands of worlds. This is the inevitable result of human contamination, genetic corruption that nearly destroyed us once before. Neutral species across the galaxy watched these records with growing alarm. Several who had been sympathetic to the synchronist cause began to withdraw support, fearful of the apparent historical evidence. Marcus studied the footage carefully, his scientific training from Earth immediately spotting inconsistencies. The light refraction patterns are wrong for the historical period they're claiming, he noted, directing the observation through the network. And the genetic structures shown violate basic principles of molecular biology. He organized synchronized pairs with scientific backgrounds into analysis teams, systematically dismantling each piece of falsified evidence using rigorous methodology. Where astrals might have countered with emotional appeals, Marcus applied cold, hard scientific scrutiny, a human approach to information warfare that the purest systems had no defense against. Compare spectral analysis of authentic records from that period, he instructed. Note the quantum timestamp inconsistencies. Calculate the mathematical impossibility of the mutation rates shown. One by one, the fabrications fell apart under scientific scrutiny. Neutral species, impressed by the methodical debunking, began to reconsider their positions. The synchronization field continued to expand, now reaching 95% coverage. As it did, unexpected manifestations appeared across multiple worlds. Ancient technologies dormant for millennia spontaneously activated. Energy grids reconfigured themselves, power flowing along pathways that hadn't been used in recorded history. On the agricultural world of Terra's Prime, Elena and Jorah watched in awe as dormant structures beneath their fields rose from the soil, unfurling like metallic flowers to capture and redirect stellar energy. Similar awakenings occurred across hundreds of worlds, the ancient synchronization infrastructure coming back online as the field reached critical density. Within the facility, Marcus and Lyra found their command styles merging into something entirely new. Her royal genetic authority provided instant legitimacy across astral communication systems, while his tactical adaptability created strategies that evolved faster than purest forces could counter. Redirect defensive resources to the Cygnus sector, Lyra commanded, her voice carrying the weight of royal authority. But implement in unpredictable waves, Marcus added, staggered deployments that don't follow standard astral tactical patterns. Their complementary approaches created a hybrid command structure that bewildered purest forces. Where astral commanders would have deployed resources according to established doctrines, the human influence added layers of unpredictability that made their movements impossible to anticipate. Queen Orella, watching her forces falter across multiple fronts, activated her final contingency. Deep within Purist territory, massive stellar engines technology forbidden by Galactic Covenant powered up and targeted specific stars and systems with high concentrations of synchronized pairs. If I cannot rule this galaxy as it was meant to be ruled, her transmission echoed across the command chamber. Then let fire cleanse what cannot be controlled. The targeted stars began to fluctuate dangerously, their coronas expanding and contracting in unnatural patterns. Astral scientists reported in panic that supernovas were imminent catastrophic stellar events that would obliterate entire systems. Marcus studied the energy patterns displayed in the facility's monitoring systems, his brow furrowed in concentration. Something about the fluctuations triggered a recognition. I've seen this pattern before, he said suddenly. It's similar to theoretical models from Earth's astrophysics, specifically papers on directed stellar energy manipulation. Where astral scientists saw only impending disaster, Marcus recognized the underlying mechanics of the purest technology and its vulnerabilities. The destabilization creates quantum harmonic waves, he explained, hands moving across the facility's interface to illustrate his point. If we generate counter-harmonics at precisely the right moment, we can redirect the energy away from populated systems. The timing would need to be perfect, Commander Vex objected. Calculations suggest a window of less than 1/1,000,000th of a second. That's where human intuitive calculation comes in, Marcus replied. We evolved to throw spears at moving targets to calculate complex trajectories instinctively. Our brains process certain types of physical predictions differently than astral minds. As he spoke, the facility itself seemed to transform around them. Walls reconfigured, revealing their true purpose, not merely housing synchronization technology, but serving as the nexus of a galaxy-wide evolutionary guidance system. This facility wasn't built just to facilitate synchronization, Lyra breathed, watching the transformation. It was designed to create a new, stable evolutionary path for multiple species. The holographic displays confirmed her realization, showing humans and astrals as the keystone species whose cooperation enabled galactic biodiversity. Their complementary traits, astral precision with human adaptability, astral longevity with human innovation, astral stability with human creativity, created the perfect foundation for thousands of other species to thrive. The moment of revelation was shattered as the chamber's massive doors buckled inward. Queen Aurella strode through the breach, flanked by elite purist guards. In her hands, she wielded what appeared to be an ancient staff, its crystalline head pulsing with ominous energy. The Severance Scepter, Lyra whispered, ancestral memories providing instant recognition. It was designed to permanently sever all synchronized connections across the galaxy. Queen Aurella raised the scepter, its power building visibly. This ends now. The natural order will be restored. The synchronized pairs in the chamber fell back, many clutching their partners in fear. The threat of permanent severance, of losing the profound connection they'd formed, was more terrifying than death. Marcus stepped forward, placing himself between the queen and the others. Blood still seeped from his wounds, his body showing dangerous strain from synchronization overload. By all medical metrics, he should have been incapacitated, yet he stood firm, eyes clear and resolute. "You've already lost," he said, his voice steady despite his injuries. "Not because we've defeated your forces, though we have. Not because we've exposed your lies, though we've done that too." He took another step forward. "You've lost because you never understood what makes humans different. Your chaotic nature," the queen sneered. "Your unpredictability." "Our hope," Marcus corrected. "Humans have faced extinction-level events throughout our history. We've stared into the abyss countless times, but we've never stopped believing we could overcome impossible odds." As he spoke, something remarkable happened. The synchronization field around him strengthened, his unwavering conviction somehow stabilizing the network despite the Queen's disruptive technology. Across the galaxy, synchronized pairs felt a surge of renewed connection, bolstered by his absolute refusal to accept defeat. Astral evolutionary direction valued certainty, Marcus continued. Human evolution rewarded those who hoped and tried despite certainty of failure. It's not a weakness, it's our greatest strength. The Queen raised the scepter higher, its power building to critical levels. "Hope will not save you from this." "It already has," Marcus replied, a slight smile touching his lips. "While we've been talking, every synchronized pair across the galaxy has been implementing our countermeasure strategy. Across thousands of worlds, millions of synchronized pairs were indeed acting in concert, humans providing the intuitive timing, astrals executing the precise technical implementations. Their combined efforts generated counter-harmonics that redirected the stellar destabilization energy away from populated systems, neutralizing the Queen's most devastating weapon. Simultaneously, they targeted purest strongholds with precisely coordinated strikes, not with weapons, but with synchronization energy that overwhelmed suppression technology. The unprecedented cooperation between diverse species, united by the synchronization field, created a wave of change that swept across the galaxy. In the facility's command chamber, sensors suddenly chimed with an unexpected alert. Beyond the edge of the galaxy, massive vessels had appeared, their design unlike anything in recorded history. The architects, Lyra whispered, ancestral memory providing recognition. Their sentinels have awakened. The facility's systems confirmed her statement. The synchronization field had reached critical mass, triggering the return of those who had designed the grand experiment in cross-species evolution. After eons of absence, they were returning to witness whether their vision had succeeded. Marcus and Lyra exchanged a glance, their synchronization allowing perfect understanding without words. The architect's arrival was imminent, but first, they had to face Queen Aurella and her severance scepter in the final confrontation that would determine the galaxy's evolutionary future. The fabric of space tore open in silent majesty. First came a shimmer like heat distortion, then reality itself seemed to fold inward. Massive crystalline structures materialized in real space, not ships in any conventional sense, but living architecture that defied physics. Their translucent surfaces captured and refracted starlight in impossible patterns, creating cascades of color that pulsed with deliberate rhythm. Marcus felt the hairs on his arms rise as the facility's systems responded. Dormant consoles flared to life around them. Ancient machinery hummed with recognition. The floor beneath them vibrated with a subsonic pulse that resonated in his chest cavity. Across the chamber, Queen Aurella froze mid-stride, her attack faltering. Her iridescent eyes widened, pupils dilating to black pools. Her body trembled with what Marcus recognized as neither fear nor anger, but something more primal, genetic recognition encoded in the deepest layers of astral biology. "The architects," she whispered, the words escaping unbidden. The nearest crystalline vessel emanated patterns of light fractals that bloomed and collapsed in mathematical sequences too complex for conscious analysis. The astral scientists around them frantically calibrated instruments, their movements increasingly desperate. "I can't isolate any communication frequencies," one called out. "There's no discernible pattern to—" "There is," Marcus interrupted, his eyes tracking the light formations. "They're speaking through the patterns themselves." His human brain, evolved to find faces in clouds and meaning in chaos, recognized what the hyper-rational astral minds couldn't process. It's not random, it's recursive self-similarity with deliberate variations. Lyra squeezed his hand, her voice soft with wonder. "How can you possibly understand this?" Marcus didn't look away from the shifting patterns. "I don't understand the content yet, but I recognize it as language. Humans see patterns everywhere even when they don't exist. We evolved to find meaning in chaos." His lips curved into a slight smile. Apparently, that's exactly what the architects wanted. The light patterns intensified, ambient data fields materializing throughout the chamber. Information cascaded around them in three-dimensional displays that rewrote themselves faster than any single mind could process, except where Marcus and Lyra stood together. There, the data slowed, simplified, adapted to their synchronized perception. "They're showing us." Lyra's voice faltered as understanding bloomed between them. Marcus nodded, completing her thought. The synchronization program wasn't just for diplomatic stability. Cold realization crawled up his spine. It's an evolutionary safeguard. The data field showed stellar maps spanning millions of light years beyond known space. At the edges, something moved, vast and incomprehensible, neither matter nor energy, but something that consumed both. The cosmic threat approached galactic borders at a pace that would bring it to populated systems within decades. Queen Aurella recovered her composure, her royal training reasserting itself. She stepped toward a communication array, her fingers dancing across controls with practiced precision. "What is she doing?" Marcus murmured, watching her movements through narrowed eyes. The answer came moments later as emergency broadcasts triggered across their communication systems. Aurella's face appeared on every screen, her expression solemn with manufactured concern. "People of the Astral Dominion and Allied Systems," she began, her voice carrying the perfect resonance of royal authority. "The Ancient Ones have returned not in blessing, but in judgment. They come to punish those who have violated the natural order through synchronization. Even now, their vessels target synchronized pairs for termination. Separate immediately for your own protection. Return to your natural state before." Marcus slammed his palm against the nearest console, cutting the transmission in their immediate vicinity. "She's twisting this. Using their arrival to spread fear." Lyra's face hardened with commitment. "She won't succeed." Marcus's mind raced through historical parallels: Tokyo Rose, wartime propaganda, information warfare tactics from Earth's bloodiest conflicts. "We need truth teams, synchronized pairs broadcasting verifiable data to counter her narrative." He looked to the assembled pairs around them. "Humanity has fought information wars for centuries. This is something we understand." Within minutes, they had organized rapid response teams, each pair combining astral technological precision with human communication strategy. They flooded communication channels with direct feeds of the architect's vessels, unedited data from the facility's sensors, and simplified explanations of the patterns Marcus had interpreted. While Marcus coordinated the information counteroffensive, Lyra stood motionless in the center of the chamber, her eyes closed in deep concentration. Her royal bloodline gave her access to genetic memories no other astral possessed, memories now awakened by the architect's presence. Marcus felt her consciousness pull away from their bond, diving into ancestral depths he couldn't follow. He maintained their connection like an anchor line, feeling her descend through layers of genetic memory stretching back millennia. When her eyes opened, they shimmered with ancient knowledge. "Marcus," she whispered, her voice layered with echoes of ancestors. "Humanity wasn't an accident." She stepped forward, taking his hands in hers. Through their bond flowed images of the original covenant, ancient astral rulers standing before the architects, accepting the synchronization protocol as a sacred trust. And there, embedded in the genetic sequences the architects provided, was a space deliberately left open, a space precisely shaped for human DNA. "They designed the program with humanity in mind," Lyra continued, wonder suffusing her voice. "Your species' adaptability, your genetic plasticity, your cognitive flexibility, these were the missing elements they sought. You weren't an accidental addition. You were the critical component." A thunderous boom echoed through the facility as the ancient defense systems activated. Energy barriers materialized around Queen Aurella's position, containment protocols recognizing her as a threat to primary objectives. She snarled, her royal guards deploying shield generators to counter the facility's attacks. "The architects recognize her actions as contrary to evolutionary stability," Lyra explained, watching as Aurella maneuvered defensively. Marcus studied Aurella's tactical formation, recognizing vulnerabilities that astral military doctrine consistently overlooked. "She genuinely believes isolation protects your species," he observed. "That's what makes her dangerous. She's sincere." He turned to the synchronized pairs who had rallied to their side. "We need asymmetric tactics. Astral warfare is too predictable, too focused on direct confrontation." He quickly outlined strike patterns drawn from Earth's guerrilla warfare history, targeting specific weaknesses in purest technology that astral tactical thinking would never exploit. "Unpredictability is our advantage," he concluded. No astral military commander would consider these approaches. As their coordinated resistance gained momentum, the synchronization field expanded throughout the facility, then beyond, connecting to dormant nodes across star systems. Coverage indicators climbed steadily, 85%, 90, 95. At 98% coverage, something unexpected happened. Synchronized pairs throughout the facility gasped in unison as dormant genetic expressions activated. Marcus watched in astonishment as an astral scientist suddenly solved a quantum equation that had stymied her for years. A Centaurian engineer's skin changed pigmentation, adapting to ambient radiation that would have been harmful minutes before. A Tyrellian diplomat spontaneously spoke in a language he had never studied. "We're evolving," Lyra breathed. "In real time." Queen Aurella's desperate voice echoed through emergency channels. "This is species death. They're erasing what makes us unique." Her royal cruiser deployed a device. Marcus had never seen a spherical mechanism that distorted the space around it, creating rippling waves of temporal instability. "Forbidden technology," Lyra explained, her face paling. "Temporal manipulation. She's trying to revert synchronized pairs to their pre-bonded state." The temporal waves washed over them. Around them, synchronized pairs cried out in pain and confusion as their bonds fluctuated. Some collapsed, their connections temporarily severed. Others struggled to maintain their synchronization against the temporal tide. Yet Marcus stood firm, his grip on Lyra's hand unwavering. The temporal disruption flowed around him like water around stone. Where others faltered, his consciousness remained steadfast, his linear perception of time providing an anchor point that the temporal waves couldn't dislodge. "How are you doing this?" Lyra asked, her voice strained as she held onto their bond through him. "I don't know," Marcus admitted, feeling the temporal distortions trying to separate their synchronized minds and failing. "Time feels negotiable, not absolute. I can see the variations, adapt to them." The nearest architect vessel shifted position, extending a crystalline appendage toward them. Light coalesced into a bridge of pure energy connecting the vessel to the platform where Marcus and Lyra stood. Without words, they understood the invitation. They stepped onto the light bridge together, feeling it solidify beneath their feet. Within the vessel's translucent walls, they found themselves surrounded by data streams that spoke directly to their synchronized consciousness. Prime exemplars, the patterns conveyed, not in words but in concepts that bloomed directly in their minds. Successful synchronization achieved after thousands of failed experiments across millions of years. The human element provides what was missing. Across the galaxy, reports flooded in of synchronized pairs manifesting unprecedented abilities. A human Dracorian pair in the Outer Rim spontaneously developed a solution to a plague that had ravaged agricultural worlds. A Tyrellian astral duo created a new form of faster-than-light communication. Everywhere, human creativity merged with the precision of other species, creating evolutionary leaps that neither could have achieved alone. Yet despite this external success, Marcus felt doubt gnawing at his core. He looked at his hand, still human in form but now part of something larger, something that transcended his species. "Are we still ourselves?" he asked quietly. "Or has humanity just become an ingredient in some cosmic recipe? Have we lost our independence?" The question emerged from that uniquely human capacity for existential uncertainty, the ability to question victory even in its moment of achievement. Lyra turned to him, her royal bearing softened by understanding. She placed her palm against his chest over his heart. "Feel this," she said. "This is still yours, still human." Through their bond, she showed him the truth that synchronization hadn't erased either of them but created something greater while preserving what made them distinct. Like two musical notes played simultaneously, creating a harmony while each tone remained intact. "True strength," she said, "comes not from isolation but from vulnerable connection. We remain ourselves while also becoming more together." Their moment of understanding was shattered by alarms blaring throughout the facility. Queen Aurella had launched her final assault, a desperate suicide run targeting the central synchronization matrix. Her royal cruiser, engines burning beyond safe parameters, accelerated toward the facility's core. "She'll sacrifice herself to prevent what she sees as the end of astral purity," Lyra said, her voice tight with concern. The architect's patterns shifted, revealing the true nature of the genetic selection ceremony that had brought them together. The patterns showed countless worlds across millions of years, different species brought together, different combinations tested and found wanting. The ceremony wasn't merely diplomatic tradition, but an evolutionary algorithm designed to identify optimal genetic combinations across species. And human genetic adaptability was the key component they had sought for millennia, the missing piece that allowed synchronization to achieve its full potential. As Queen Aurella's cruiser approached its target, Marcus made a decision that surprised even himself. Rather than reinforcing defenses, he opened a direct synchronization channel to her vessel. "What are you doing?" Lyra asked, something she won't expect. Through their bond, Marcus reached out to Queen Aurella not with condemnation or counterattack, but with understanding. He showed her his own fears about losing human identity, acknowledged her desire to protect her people's uniqueness, offered compassion for the weight of royal responsibility she carried. The unexpected empathy momentarily disrupted her attack. Her cruiser's trajectory wavered. "Why?" Her voice came through, raw with emotion. "Why show kindness to your enemy?" "Because I understand fear," Marcus replied simply, "and because enemies are just people you haven't synchronized with yet." The facility hummed around them as synchronization approached 100%. Ancient systems awakened across thousands of worlds' dormant technology, responding to the completed network. Defensive arrays, healing centers, communication nodes, and interconnected system designed to protect all synchronized species from the approaching cosmic threat. The architect's patterns shifted one final time, designating Marcus and Lyra as the first official representatives of a new phase in galactic development. Not the end of their species, but the beginning of something greater, distinct notes in a cosmic harmony. Queen Aurella's cruiser stabilized, then accelerated again. Her moment of hesitation passed. Alarms blared as she breached the final chamber, weapons primed for the ultimate confrontation. Queen Aurella's hands twisted in a complex gesture, her royal signet rings flaring with accumulated power. The chamber erupted in blinding light as she unleashed a devastating energy pulse. The synchronization field, that gentle, constant hum that had surrounded Marcus and Lyra, fractured like shattering glass. The physical connection between them ripped apart, their bodies flung to opposite sides of the chamber. "The contamination ends now," Aurella declared, her voice amplified by ancient systems responding to royal command. Marcus crashed against a crystalline column, pain lancing through his shoulder. Worse than the physical agony was the sudden emptiness where Lyra's consciousness had intertwined with his. Their bond, previously humming with shared awareness, now stretched thin as spider silk in a storm. His vision blurred, heartbeat thundering in his ears. But rather than shutting down, something primal awakened in his brain, neural pathways lighting up in patterns unique to human evolution. His breathing steadied as a surge of adrenaline sharpened his senses. The chamber came into hyper-focus, every crystal edge, every flicker of light suddenly defined with impossible clarity. Where astral physiology might have surrendered to system shock, Marcus's body had evolved through millennia of fight or flight responses, his ancestors surviving ice ages, predators, wars, and catastrophes through sheer stubborn persistence. "Lyra," he called, not with his voice but with his mind pushing through the disruption. "I'm still here." Across the chamber, Lyra's eyes widened as she sensed him, fainter than before but unmistakably present. "How are you maintaining connection? The field is completely destabilized." "Human survival response," Marcus managed, his consciousness reaching for hers despite the technological disruption. "We function better in crisis. Always have." The architect's projections flickered around them, their light dimming under Aurella's assault but refusing to extinguish completely. One stepped forward, its form resolving into sharper definition. "The attack comes," it announced, voice resonating with urgency. "What you perceive as empty space between galaxies harbors entities that consume consciousness itself, psychic predators that evolved beyond physical form." Another architect gestured, transforming the chamber into a three-dimensional map of the galaxy. Dark tendrils crept inward from the outer rim, invisible to normal detection methods but unmistakable in this enhanced projection. "They can only be detected and repelled by specific neural patterns," the architect continued. "Patterns created when human adaptability merges with astral precision." Queen Aurella's laugh echoed through the chamber as she accessed a hidden control panel. "Convenient lies to justify dilution of our sacred bloodlines." The defensive systems of the facility swiveled toward Marcus, and the other synchronized pairs scattered throughout the chamber. Energy weapons hummed to life, targeting algorithms locking onto their vital signs. "I am protecting our species from extinction," Aurella declared, her voice breaking with genuine anguish. 5,000 years of perfect evolution cannot end like this. Marcus studied her face, the rigid posture, the fearful eyes behind the mask of righteous certainty. Something clicked in his understanding. "She believes it," he said quietly to Lyra through their tenuous connection. "This isn't malice, it's fear." He recognized the pattern from humanity's own history, the desperate clinging to purity as a shield against change. The fear that adaptation meant loss rather than survival. He'd seen it in Earth's historical archive, civilizations that chose isolation over integration, purity over adaptation, all eventually collapsing under their own rigidity. "She'll target the power distribution nodes first," Marcus predicted, already moving. "It's what isolationists always do, cut off connection to prevent contamination." True to his prediction, Aurella's first barrage struck the primary synchronization amplifiers. Marcus pulled two other synchronized pairs to safety seconds before their position was engulfed in energy. The selection ceremony was never merely diplomatic, one architect explained as they regrouped behind a protective barrier. "It is an evolutionary algorithm running for millennia, designed to identify the optimal species combination that could create consciousness patterns impervious to the approaching threat." "Why humans?" Marcus asked, ducking as another blast shook the chamber. "Not random chance," the architect replied. "Your species was identified after extensive searching as the perfect complement to astral biology. Your neural plasticity, your emotional variability, your capacity to function through chaos, these create synchronization, patterns the predators cannot penetrate or predict." Across the chamber, Lyra had gone completely still, her eyes glowing with internal light. Marcus recognized the expression. She was accessing something deep within her genetic memory, something beyond normal royal recall. "Marcus," she gasped, her voice distant. "I see it all. The architects, they've been guiding both our species for thousands of years. Subtle interventions, genetic optimizations, cultural nudges." Her hands trembled. "Humanity wasn't an afterthought. You were the missing piece they searched 100 galaxies to find." Queen Aurella advanced, royal guards forming a protective phalanx around her. "Enough of these lies," she commanded, raising her hand to deliver a killing strike. Marcus stepped forward, away from cover. "What are you doing?" Lyra cried through their bond. "Something very human," he answered. Instead of retreating or attacking, Marcus extended his hand toward Aurella, deliberately opening his synchronization field, making himself vulnerable rather than defensive. "You believe you're protecting your people," he said, voice steady despite the weapons trained on him. "I understand that fear. My own species nearly destroyed itself countless times clinging to notions of purity and separation." Aurella faltered, confusion crossing her perfect features. "You could destroy me," Marcus continued, "or you could see for yourself. Synchronize with me just for a moment. If what you see confirms your fears, then end this. But if there's something more. The chamber fell silent. Even the architects seemed to hold their collective breath. This is a trick, Orella whispered, but uncertainty had crept into her voice. No tricks, just understanding. That's what humans do best. We understand, we adapt, we forgive. The last word seemed to strike Orella physically. She swayed, royal conditioning warring with curiosity. Just one moment of connection, Marcus urged. Isn't certainty worth that risk? Slowly, trembling, Orella extended her hand. Their fingers touched, and synchronization flared between them, not the deep bond he shared with Lyra, but a momentary bridge between minds. Orella gasped as human perspective flooded her consciousness. Centuries of human history, civilizations rising and falling, the endless cycle of isolation and integration playing out across millennia. She saw human nations that chose purity withering while those embracing diversity thrived. She experienced the fundamental truth that evolution required change, that stagnation meant death. Simultaneously, Marcus glimpsed the weight of royal genetic memory, the responsibility of 5,000 years of perfect breeding, the terror of being the generation that might fail the sacred trust. He understood her fear not as malice, but as love twisted by tradition. Their brief connection triggered something in the chamber's systems. Ancient machinery hummed to life as their synchronized pattern, royal, astral, and human, completed a sequence that had waited millennia for activation. The architect's forms grew more solid, more defined, their energy signatures strengthening as the final synchronization reached 100% throughout the facility. "It is done," they announced in unison. The mist-like projections coalesced into beings of pure energy and light, their forms suggesting bodies that had once been physical but had evolved beyond material constraints. "Now you see us as we truly are," one said, its voice resonating with newfound clarity. "We too were synchronized pairs from a previous galactic cycle, who transcended physical form through perfect union." "We have waited so long," another added, its light pulsing with emotion. "Guiding, preparing, searching for the right combination that could continue what we began." Queen Orella had fallen to her knees, her royal regalia suddenly seeming like a child's costume. The brief synchronization with Marcus had shattered certainties built over a lifetime. "Purity," she whispered, "leads only to stagnation, while controlled integration creates resilience." She looked up, tears streaming down her face. "Everything I believed was based on incomplete understanding," Marcus finished gently. "That's not failure, it's an opportunity to grow." Throughout the chamber, all synchronized pairs had joined hands, forming a network of connection. Energy flowed between them, building to a crescendo as the architects guided the process to completion. "Now," they commanded. The synchronized consciousness of hundreds of pairs projected outward, their combined awareness extending beyond the facility, beyond the planet, reaching across space to other worlds where similar pairs had formed. A vast network of minds linked across impossible distances, forming a lattice of protection around the galaxy. From the observation windows, they watched as a beautiful aurora of psychic energy connected world after world, species after species, a consciousness-based shield becoming visible as it solidified. At the galactic rim, dark tendrils that had begun to penetrate recoiled from the barrier, their hungry advance halted by the impenetrable patterns of synchronized minds. "The first wave is repelled," an architect announced. "But they will return, adapt, try again. This defense requires constant evolution." The architects gathered around Marcus and Lyra, their energy forms creating a circle of light. "Your specific synchronization pattern has been recognized as the prime template," one explained. "The particular way human adaptability merges with astral precision in your bond generates the most effective defensive patterns against the cosmic threat." "Which means what, exactly?" Marcus asked, holding Lyra's hand tightly. "It means," another architect answered, that we bestow upon you our final gift and our burden. Guardianship of the evolutionary program passes to you. Our cycle ends as yours begins. The architect's forms began to fade, their energy transferring into the chamber's systems, into the synchronized network itself. Guide them well, their voices echoed as they diminished. Our time is done. Yours is just beginning. The ceremony hall transformed around them, walls becoming transparent, ceiling opening to the stars. It had become a cosmic observatory, showing thousands of worlds where human astral pairs had successfully synchronized. Each planet appeared as a point of light connected by shimmering threads of consciousness to every other world. All this time, Lyra whispered, the conflicts between our species were unnecessary, Marcus finished, based on fear of difference rather than celebration of complementary strengths. In the center of the transformed space, Marcus and Lyra turned to face each other. With the architect's guidance no longer needed, they synchronized fully, their consciousness expanding beyond physical constraints. For a breathtaking moment, they experienced the architect's perspective: billions of years of galactic evolution, cycles of growth and decline, the endless dance of adaptation and change. They understood that their union was not the end, but the beginning of an entirely new form of existence, neither human nor astral, but something greater than either alone could achieve. As the architects faded from physical manifestation, their cycle complete, Marcus and Lyra stood embraced in the center of the transformed facility. The energy of their synchronization pulsed outward in golden waves, strengthening all other pairs across the galaxy, reinforcing the protective network against the darkness beyond. Around them, the facility reconfigured itself, ancient machinery responding to new commands. The separate chambers and segregated sections dissolved, replaced by a single unified council space no longer divided by species, but designed for synchronized pairs to govern collectively. Queen Aurella approached them, her royal garments discarded, dressed now in simple robes. "I request permission to remain unsynchronized," she said, her voice humble but dignified. Not from pride or fear, but because someone must remember what came before. Someone must bear witness to the dangers of isolation, so future generations do not repeat our mistakes. Marcus and Lyra exchanged a glance, their synchronized minds reaching the same conclusion simultaneously. The historical guardian, Lyra named her with formal ceremony, keeper of the past that guides our future. Aurella bowed deeply, acceptance and purpose replacing her former certainty. Behind her, her former purest followers dispersed, many already seeking potential synchronization partners, their ideology crumbling in the face of undeniable truth. Hours later, when the ceremonies had concluded and the new council had begun its work, Marcus and Lyra stood alone at the observation deck. The galaxy spread before them, billions of stars connected by threads of conscious energy, a network of protection and communication, unlike anything either species had imagined possible. Marcus looked down at his hands, noticing how they had changed, still recognizably human, but with a subtle luminescence that pulsed in rhythm with Lyra's astral glow. Their physical forms had begun adapting, no longer constrained by their original biology. "Can you feel it?" Lyra asked, her consciousness brushing against his. "I can experience what it means to be human, the beautiful chaos of your emotions, the constant adaptation of your thoughts. And you?" "I can feel the precision of astral perception," Marcus confirmed, "the depth of your connection to past and future simultaneously." He smiled. "We're both and neither, and something new entirely." They stood in comfortable silence, their synchronized minds experiencing the galaxy from countless perspectives, simultaneously feeling the wonder of a child on a distant world seeing the protective aurora for the first time, sharing the relief of elders who had feared the approaching darkness, experiencing the curiosity of scientists studying the new consciousness network. "You weren't even supposed to be there," Lyra said finally, a smile in her voice. A bureaucratic error that saved the galaxy. Marcus laughed, the sound carrying notes of both human warmth and astral harmony. I'm starting to think the architects had a hand in that particular mistake. The perfect error at the perfect moment, she agreed, leaning against him. Their consciousness expanded outward once more, touching the vast network they now shepherded, feeling its strength, its resilience, its endless potential for growth. The cosmic predators would return, adapt, try new approaches. But so would they, evolving constantly through the combined strengths of all synchronized species. What happens next? Marcus asked, though their shared consciousness already glimpsed countless possible futures unfolding before them. Lyra's answer came not in words but in shared understanding, a vision of millennia to come, of challenges faced together, of evolution continuing its eternal dance. Their unexpected meeting at a ceremony where he wasn't supposed to be present had changed the course of cosmic history, creating not an ending but a beginning without limit. As their synchronized minds reached outward to guide their first acts as galactic guardians, their physical forms remained embraced beneath the stars, human and astral, separate and united, the perfect complementary pieces of a cosmic puzzle finally, beautifully complete.